Listen, no matter how many times you run back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, it's not going to change the fact that there's no wet food. I don't have the money right now. I will have the money tomorrow and Friday, so you can just be patient. I had to patiently wait for what I wanted. You're not going to die. You have plenty of, there's food here, there's food there. You've got food, okay? Don't you start chewing on wires. I'm not going to do it. You're not getting any. Stop it. My stomach. Oh, I have such bad cramps. I started my fucking period and it's so bad. Oh, I'm getting like the gut pain, like diarrhea, like period diarrhea is gonna come. That sucks, dude. I don't want the bubble guts. Anyway, so that's how I feel right about now. Yay. I got my prescription, finally. And hey, I know it smells good, but you can't be all up in it. She really likes the smell of that yarn. They must have cats. Hopefully she doesn't try to piss on it. Oh. Someone already gifted Candace $100 to her super chats. That's crazy. Oh my God. Give me just a second. This is just all of a sudden happened to me right after I turned this live on. Let me try farting over here and see if that helps. There'll probably be more where that came from. Oh, that sucks. Okay, so, Ooh, it feels like contractions. So, I got sock yarn with nylon. I don't know if you guys remember I was talking about this last night, how in order to make socks you need a nylon blend. She did tell me that there's a place in Eugene where I can find actual nylon filaments or whatever that I can add to my own yarn, which we'll get there one day. In the meantime, I bought a wool and nylon blend. I'm gonna try to do a pattern that has maple leaves. So there'll be like orange socks with purple maple leaves, purple socks with orange maple leaves. I can get 2 socks out of each roll. So if I do a pattern that is even, then I can make 4 socks. So 2 pairs of socks out of that. I want to make them for Josh and Elliot. And then, okay guys, listen, this is so crazy. So this is the shirt that I made, right? I cast it off my needles last night. I brought this into the yarn store, and the lady in the yarn store was like, I told her this is the first thing I've ever made, and she was like, you didn't follow a pattern? And I was like, no, I just kind of like, you know, watched a video to learn how to do ribbing, and then I watched a video to learn how to make the yoke, and then I watched a video on how to separate for the shoulders, and then I watched a video for how to do the body and how to make the sleeves, and then I watched a video for how to make the ribbing at the bottom and how to cast off. And she literally was like, are you kidding me? And I was like, no, this is the first thing I ever made. She was like, oh my God, we have a genius on our hands. And she like was like, can I show this off? And then she held it up to like her people. There was like a room full of like girls knitting. And she was like, she made this without a pattern. And I was like, well, I mean, it's not perfect or whatever. I made mistakes. Like I obviously increased too much, and that's why there's this ripple effect here, because I put too many stitches too soon. I should have spread out my increases a little bit more. You know, there's holes in my armpit, well, not holes, but like, you know, it's not perfect. So anyway, she was like, and I told her, I was like, yeah, and like, my brain doesn't do this very often for me. Like I don't see finished pictures in my mind, and I don't have like a vision of how like I could make something. My brain just doesn't do that. But with this, I can see in my mind's eye like how knitting works. Like it's literally just vertical rows that you change the shape of based on what you want it to do. So like the curving of the body, if you just visualize a blank white t-shirt on a piece of paper, like you've drawn a t-shirt shape, like t-shirt shape, and then you just visualize vertical rows that make your 2D image look 3D, like what you would do to you know, show the curvature of the body in 3D using vertical lines. That's exactly what knitting is. Those vertical lines, and you change the way that the vertical lines go, you know, they go horizontal in places, they go around, you know, they go down and around. Like, that's literally how you can visualize knitting and knitting patterns. So anyways, I told her that, and I was like, yeah, my brain usually doesn't ever show me stuff like that. I can't do math. I literally have to count each number, because my brain doesn't just go like, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah equals blah, blah. My brain doesn't show me that stuff. So I have to like work for it if I want to like squeeze it out of there. Similar to writing, and that is why with my book, I didn't include any personal things really. I just kind of kept it like analytical. This is exactly how I did what you're interested in doing. Here you go. I didn't add a bunch of flourish, where like a lot of those self-help books that you read, it's the half or a good majority of the book is the entire time they're telling you like, by the time you finish reading this book, you're going to be able to draw with the left side of your brain, or you're going to be able to lean into the, you know, whatever it is. They spend so much time gassing you up and telling you you're going to be able to do those things. I didn't do that in my book. My brain doesn't do that. So, but with this, my brain just does it. Anyway, so let me show you the yarn I got. You may not understand the vision because the colors are like not a very intense contrast to each other, which is fine because I don't really care about that. I just really wanted to get this yarn because it's really pretty. Look at that. It's a merino wool. It's literally the colors of my bed and everything I own pretty much. Like even the outfit I'm wearing pretty much. So like perfect. And then this is the contrast color. So you know, it's almost the same color that is in this thread, which I really enjoy. Oh yeah, I'm just speaking fast because I'm excited, but yes, I definitely am in that job. And so I am going to, oh, the lady told me she's like, you're like some kind of knitting savant. And I was just like, oh my God, like what? Thank you so much. That like means, like I cried in the car on the way home because I just felt like, I don't know, it was really nice. Anyway, so I'm gonna fold some laundry and then I'm going to, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna do some knitting, but for now I'm gonna fold some laundry and listen to Candace Owens if that's on. So I wanna hear about who killed Charlie Kirk. I had exactly enough dollars to do exactly what I needed to while out and about. I got gas, got myself jewel pods, got my stuff, got my dog food that I needed. Now I just need to get through the next 2 days, which I will because I have to go to work today or tomorrow, and the next day I'll make more money. Life will be better. What time is this coming on? 2:30. Aw, 2:30. I guess I could fold laundry and do other things. Listen to other things, I suppose. Boop-be doop-be 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 doop. Boop, boop. Be doopy dee doop, be doop, be doop, be doop. Has to be something that's not copyrighted. I should probably turn my heater down before it gets too hot in here. Too late. Oh, the hiccups. Probably should have gotten food while I was out, but oh, my nose is itchy. My eye is twitchy too. I guess I could just silently fold clothes. for a few minutes because there's just nothing else I'd rather listen to. Minutes. Oh, hello. Hold on, let me catch up. Yes, Drizzy, I do live in a bus. Hi, LaTanya. How are you doing, boo-boo? Windy City, I'm not a performative person. You could find someone else. I'm gonna just do what I'm gonna do. Have you been to Mindy's downtown in Eugene? Is that the place that has all the milkshakes? Because yes, I have. It's a needle craft supply store. No, so I went to a place in Springfield, actually. It's called Stringfield. I don't like the Grateful Dead, actually. My favorite song is Touch of Grey. Megadeth, yes. Definitely like Megadeth. Do you live in any van? No, I live in a bus. Wow, this channel has gone downhill. You're a troll. That's all you've ever done is comment BS. And this channel has never done anything except for whatever I want. Yes, I am in Oregon. I hope you are well, Papa. PNW behavior. No, I'm not like a wook, man. I mind my own shit. I work really hard and don't borrow anything from people, so I don't even go anywhere near Portland. Sorry, that's not a Heather thing. I can't do Portland. It's too woke for me, man. I'd rather just like not and mind my own business. But I do love the way that this is a bathrobe. I bought this. My friend has a business where she just like makes sells Grateful Dead themed things. It's called Deadhead's Closet. I'm not sure if she's still doing it or not. I haven't bought anything from her in a couple of years. Oops, I just about poked my eye out, or poked my nose hole out trying to scratch my eye. Anyways, I bought this because I wanted to support her and I needed a bathrobe. So I don't actually really like the Grateful Dead. I just thought the bears were cute and was like, whatever. Easy, simple, you know? I must organize my sock collection. Sir, can I help you? Oh yeah, turn the heat down. Thanks for reminding me. You wanna go outside, buddy? You wanna go outside? No? Okay. You need to get out of my space though, because I'm gonna be folding laundry right there. Watch out. Move, move. Thank you. Get out my space, yo. Get out my space. I love you too. I don't know about you, but I really need to get stoned before I fold laundry. I mean, it's not smoke. Dog hair stuck to my lip. This is a little dab machine, thank you very much. like a dog hair. Ha ha ha! Wow, that was gonna drive me fucking bonkers. Alright, let's get to it. Turn off low power mode. Thank you. Oops, that's not mine. I'm gonna take that back to her house. Damn it, Heather. I'm supposed to untie this knot. Huh. Interesting. It's hot as fucking balls in this bitch. Is that shit on right now? I'm gonna pass out. Ew, Heather. Spatial awareness? Oh, I have a fever. That's right. I'm getting sick. Fuck. Okay, let me get a Tylenol. Man, getting my period sure did make me fucking understand why I felt so dehydrated the last few days. Just made everything click for me. I'm gonna make myself something to drink here before I do anything else. Well, I mean like another drink. I just chugged this, but I need more. Presta. Oh god, yeah, calories too. That might be nice. Here it comes. I hate watching Candace Owens live because I can't fast forward to the commercials. Sorry, I got the shakes. I need to like eat something. This is a lava cake and it's supposed to be heated up, but it would take me like 2 whole minutes to go over there and do it. So we'll just do it like we do life, raw dog it. When you heat them up, these are spectacular. Give me 16 of them. This little convenience store lava cake. Ibuprofen, Heather. Really, stop this like half whining breathing thing you're doing here, man. Fresco.
All right, you guys, welcome back to season 9, episode 2 of Everybody Grieves Differently. I'm your host. That's what we're told, at least. You know, in retrospect, we should have probably saw that for what it was, recognized that expression for what it was. Another well-financed PR campaign against people for asking meaningful questions, shaming people. Now, you might be surprised then to learn who actually uttered that expression first over at Turning Point USA, before Charlie's memorial, in a corporate-wide phone call, which took place, or Zoom call rather, just 5.5 days after Charlie's assassination. And speaking of different ways to grieve, the now former CEO of Daily Wire, Jeremy Boring, is back, trying to make a comeback, to proclaim his name in the press after he ran the company into the ground with his petty grievances and personal passion projects. And like everyone in the mainstream media, he appears to be auditioning for a role at AIPAC in the very tried and true manner of publicly attacking Tucker Carlson and yours truly, correlating us to Antifa thugs, and also this show to pornography. Anyway, welcome back to Candace.
Protein.
All right, you guys, first and foremost, a major correction from yesterday. Thank you to people in Iowa for messaging me.
Can I pause
We made
that?
a mistake and showed you a picture
No,
of
my
a
watch is
man
dead.
that is actually not named Bob Flood at all.
Okay, be right back. If I could just stand up and not fall down until I finish what I'm doing, I'm totally gonna faint. Don't know why. Need protein desperately. Trying so hard to work fast while you're dizzy. It's such a fucking stressful task. But when you're so low and you got no other adults, you do what you got to. Especially when you're the adultiest adult in the room. Slice and dice. Choppy, choppy. Don't chop your fingers off, girl. You can do it. Success. Oh man, I'm lightheaded. It's probably way too much, but whatever. Listen, I know this is all your most favorite stinky things, but you cannot have any. I'm sorry. Oh. Sorry. This is gonna keep mommy from passing out, bud. Mom's gotta do what mom's gotta do. And now I'm freezing.
His name
ass
is
cold.
actually Bob Ferguson. He's from Iowa. He has nothing to do with the story. It was genuinely a full-blown mistake. I've actually reached out to him, and I just deeply apologize. We wiped it from the episode, but many of you saw it before we actually did. So I just wanted to clarify that that picture that we showed yesterday of Bob Flood from Chicago was not Bob Flood from Chicago. It was a man named Bob Ferguson from Iowa who literally had nothing to do with anything. So my apologies to Bob Ferguson. Hopefully we will get in touch. I'm kind of using some back channels to make that happen. Anyway, back to today. They say hindsight is 2020. Right? That's the expression. Hindsight is 2020. And damn, if we are not realizing that right now. I can say with full confidence, after combining what we have learned throughout this investigation to be a fact, and after now speaking with employees who were let go in this recent string of aggressive firings, employees that did nothing or weren't told that they did anything. They certainly were not people that were leaking to me. That I do believe firmly from the beginning that Erica was intimately involved in the PR messaging and the PR campaign at different times against me, sometimes against the entire world, but against me in particular. Just to recap why this is now suddenly important, no one's picking on her. We have confirmed for a fact that she lied. She lied to my face, actually, regarding the Superman neck. She blamed that on Andrew Colbert, said that he went rogue, that Dr. Lee Trotter also went rogue, violated HIPAA, that they hopped on the phone and did this without her consent or knowledge. Then on top of that, Andrew then sends out a tweet. I told you, confirmed to you, the doctor did not violate HIPAA. It was actually a three-way call, and the statement pertaining to Superman neck came from her. Andrew Colbert, in that regard, was doing Erica's bidding. He was taking a figurative bullet for her. She did not misspeak there. There's no way to look around it. She lied. She lied right to my face when she said that. She knew that HIPAA, he didn't violate HIPAA. She lied to the doctor, the surgeon, and she knew that she was on that call. So let's just say that clearly. We've also now confirmed that she was at the Hamptons retreat, the now infamous Hamptons retreat. She was present when Bibi Netanyahu called. And that bothers me because I was out here catching a lot of heat for telling the truth. Now, we have two different versions of that story. Andrew
I need
Colbert
protein
said
really
that
bad.
Bibi offered to fund.
I was totally about to pass out.
I have since confirmed what Andrew Colbert said with two
tingles all over
and
and
not related
heat,
to Andrew Colbert
hot and cold flashes.
Erica, despite being at that dinner and confirming that she was there, does not remember that part. She says that there was not an offer that was made, and that Bibi was calling about the letter that Charlie wrote him back in May. Andrew confirmed to me that Charlie described that summit as like an intervention was being staged over Israel. So I find that to be interesting. Again, with everything that we now know, my assumption was she didn't wade into things, didn't wade into the water, and didn't say anything about the debate that was happening because she was so overwhelmed and kind of catching her breath as the new CEO and chairman. I think now I have a different perspective on that. I'm not sure why she did not come out and say, if she was capable of doing calls and sitting down and doing meetings, come out and say, like, yes, this Hampton Summit did happen, yes, people did call, and try to work through with Andrew why they have different memories of whether or not he called to fund things to the next level. We have also confirmed that Erica and Andrew were working together on that Fort Huachuca PR response. It was the craziest tax I've ever endured. Alex Jones, quite entertainingly, is coming for me my whole life, everything. But that PR response was confirmed that she was a part of that through this obscure YouTuber, Paramount Tactical, rather than going directly to me after we sat down. That, to me, seems like a pretty strong violation of a well-meaning conversation that I had with her for 4 hours. And I should also mention that that was the same YouTuber, despite also going into Mitch's entire past, Mitch knows past. But after calling for a ceasefire and saying, let us sit down and talk, they welcomed Paramount Tactical onto Charlie Kirk's podcast show while I was in this hotel room to debunk me. I had no idea it was happening. And then that's, I think, was the beginning of when it clicked to me, seeing that him being caught live, Andrew Colbert live messaging something from Erica after she told me that they were disappointed in Andrew, that he wasn't going to be involved in PR anymore. That's when I realized that I was being lied to. That she was making
I feel like a human being in.
And the answer that we will likely never get, to add one more point here, is whether Andrew was lying.
It has a hole in it now.
Where Erica was confused, and I would like to say that I don't believe Andrew was lying. I believe Andrew was telling me the truth when he said that when he stepped off of the plane in Provo on September 10th, he basically collapsed into Erica's arms, crying on the tarmac because he had all this pent-up emotion, had this big plane. Everyone was messaging him about Charlie asking for his status. He didn't know what was going on. And the impression that I got was that Andrew was on that plane alone. But then we were later told that Andrew was accompanied by his wife. But Erica, during our face-to-face meeting, had no recollection of his wife stepping off of the plane. When I asked, I said, was he with his wife? She was unable to answer that question as to whether or not Andrew flew in with his wife to Provo. How is that possible? Is Andrew lying about that, or is Erica misremembering? What we know thereafter is that when they arrived at the hospital, after waiting for an hour, if Andrew is to be believed, then she waited for an hour on the tarmac for Andrew's flight to land. They arrived at the hospital and went in through separate entrances. Andrew went through the front, main entrance where there were other TPUSA staff there, people that were there on that day. And Erica went in through a back or side entrance. These are the facts, okay? If they disturb you, then you should know that you are not alone. The world obviously melted down yesterday when we played the corporate-wide call hosted by Erica to Turning Point employees following the memorial event. The overwhelming consensus, the human response to that is that you feel disturbed when you listen to it, spiritually disturbed by the emotion of it, the happiness. Speaking about merchandise being sold, hats being sold. Again, this is not a sales call. This is the entire team on the phone. This new corporate-wide call that I'm going to share with you today took place even earlier, so that you can go back into your time machines. It took place just 5.5 days after Charlie was pronounced dead. 5.5 days later. The date is September 16th. This is when Turning Point USA employees are told that Erica is going to be replacing Charlie as the CEO and chairman. The public is going to be informed a day later, on September 17th, in a public letter signed off by Doug DeGroot. It's on the board. And I should be clear that when Doug DeGroot, going backward and looking at the announcement, he makes it very biblical, which is a common theme here. Everything is it's about, this is what God has ordained. Here is the letter, just going to read the top here. It reads in Ecclesiastes, King Solomon wrote that mankind is to be tested by God. Today we are facing such a test, and we also know that God has prepared us with everything that we need to overcome this ordeal. It was the honor of our lives to serve as board members of Charlie's side. Charlie prepared all of us for a moment like this one. He worked tirelessly to ensure Turning Point USA was built to survive even the greatest tests, and now it is our great pride to announce Erica Kirk as the new CEO and chair of the board for Turning Point USA. So I want you to remember that. It's like going, I don't even remember that letter at all, so that's why I'm showing it to you. It's King Solomon, and it's, you know, this is what God wants. Okay. Now, this decision, like I said, published on the 17th, was actually voted upon earlier. I know because Andrew Colvett told me before the public knew that the board had selected Erica within about 72 hours of Charlie's death. I was crying on the phone with him, already concerned by the obvious attempt from people who hated Charlie previously, now committing themselves publicly to taking over his legacy, filling in his boots, picking up his bloody mic. And Andrew reassured me that the decision had already been made, and that it was
You need to go outside? You need to wipe your butt?
Going to take over, and in my aggrieved state,
You need to wipe your butt?
I said, okay, great, amazing, thank God. I'm so happy to hear that. So I'm so happy
Outside?
that none of these people who literally hated him are going to try to sit in his chair.
Come on, let's go
Now,
outside.
in hindsight, practically speaking, this means that within the space of about 72 hours, someone approached Erica and thought that the right thing to ask or say
Can't have a bunch of these. They're not good for you.
was, hey, I know you're going through a lot right now, but is it okay if we put your name up for the position of CEO, and can we put that to
Dude,
a
you have
board
left
vote
a bunch
today?
of hair
Are you
all over
willing
my
and
floor.
able to take over as the chairman and the CEO in Charlie's stead? To which Erica had to have replied, yes, she had to give her
I've got
consent for it to
to
go up for a
text
board
Wind
vote.
that I've got the whole thing
Okay,
together.
that's just a fact that had to take place. How it happened, exactly when it was said, somebody felt that was appropriate to say that. Now, my first 72 hours was a little bit different. On my end, when Mitchell, my PR agent, sent me a very kind message about the infinite press requests that we had been receiving, people seeking a statement from me regarding how I felt about Charlie's public assassination, I wanted to physically assault him. He did nothing wrong. He actually did his job with the utmost professionalism and care, and still, I kind of wanted to kick Mitchell. I'm sorry, Mitchell, that's how I felt at that time, because everything just felt so intrusive. Like, to even think about the world going on felt wrong. I didn't think anything of her appointment at that time or beyond it, other than what I stated publicly, which was that Turning Point USA should have waited and instead appointed an interim CEO to allow Erica the time that she needed to grieve, rather than her having to deal with everyone questioning her moves as a CEO. But I also contended with myself, I will say. I also thought, well, maybe they rushed the decision because it was symbolic and they felt it was necessary, that it was sort of honorific, meaning she wasn't really going to do anything at that time, but they wanted to announce that this is the direction that it's going, which would be fair.
No
like
more.
just wanting the announcement to mean something. And On her end, I thought maybe Erica said yes because she wanted to hold on to some sense of continuity. Like, this is still going to go on. We're going to get everything going. And that still could be true, by the way. That could have been what drove her decision. But of course, looking in retrospect, it is stunning to me that Erica chose not to bring a single member of her actual family with her to Utah. Something that I just sort of missed at the time. Just Turning Point family. Think about that. Charlie Kirk's mother, father, sister, they all raced to Utah to be with him at the hospital, which is to be expected. But Erica, no one in her immediate family joined her in her darkest hour. Not her mom, okay? We were told that she was sick. Dad also lives in Scottsdale. Sister, yes, she does have one. Cousins, friends from high school. After all, she grew up in Arizona, right? That's where she went to school. That's where she went to high school. Instead, she was joined by Stacey Sheridan, who was playing the part of her mother. Stacey, who is the head of fundraising for Turning Point USA. Don't forget, it was Stacey Sheridan who concerns herself with Turning Point raising money, who filmed Charlie in the casket. It is Stacey Sheridan, traveled with Erica. She's the one who was holding Erica, holding her hand as Charlie's casket was coming off of Air Force Two. That was Stacey Sheridan standing next to her recording. Not her mother, not her dad, not Erica's sister. You just would think that somebody that you would call somebody close to you that does not exist in a corporate structure to be by your side. That is my now totally rational perspective looking backward. But it was Stacey Sheridan, who I have told you since day one. I personally warned Charlie about her. That is my personal opinion, that there is no rung into hell that Stacey Sheridan will not descend upon for $1. It's my experience with her. But this person was somehow crucial to coming and being beside Erica at all moments. Car rides, everything. If you go back and look, it is Stacey, and you would think Stacey Sheridan was Erica's mother. And you can even check out this clip, which is her in a car. Stacey, just everywhere. On the phone, Stacey is there capturing every moment. To me, I needed my sister to fly in to be by my side, husband, cousin. Erica needed the head of gifts and donations. I find that to be very strange, and I've checked with people at the hospital. No family was there. Now let's get back to September 16th, though, because I like to focus on that date. Because with Stacey in earshot, Erica is going to address the company for the first time. That's not a small task, by the way. Okay? She is, as you will see, at the office. She doesn't have full hair and makeup on, which, of course, I think I welcome that as a good thing. I don't expect her to be at the office, but I'm happy that she's not in full hair and makeup, because this is 5.5 days after her husband was pronounced dead. This is before we've had his funeral, anything. And I'm going to let you decide, and I'm going to tell you that the employees that chose to record this and the employees that are still there and upset with the manner in which people were fired are saying that they feel like it was like a cult. Like they knew something was off. They felt like they were being manipulated, that they were only given Erica as this symbol of you guys need to work harder, right? As though Charlie's wife was being used to convince employees that it is now a mandate handed to them by God to work harder, to sacrifice themselves, to work longer days, because this is their new family. Like this word, I've always been struck by this, describing the employees like a family, to drive them to work like horses, only to then fire them after a $250 million is raised, is wild. Okay? Like I said, at least she is not dressed in hair and makeup. She is at the office. I would say the bad news is that once again, Erica is going to stop herself from using the word happy in the context of Charlie and how he must be feeling in heaven. I'm going to let this play out for 5 minutes straight, and there is no context needed other than this is 5.5 days after her husband was publicly assassinated. And yes, in the background, that is Terrell Farnsworth, the guy who took down the cameras. Yeah, but we're going to see, we are going to see some grief. So I'm going to allow you guys to watch this for 5 minutes.
Had private conversations with him. I want you all to hold on to those. And I want you all to remember those. So
Did you guys have the beginning of this?
Okay. Towels.
Oh, okay. I wanted the whole beginning, but it's okay. We can go back to it because I wanted the beginning because she starts by laughing. But we'll play this and we can post that later if you guys can. Just I want the full 5 minutes ending at 7, full 5:17 so that we don't cut it. But we can play this to start.
Had private conversations with him. I want you all to hold on to those. And I want you all to remember those so deeply. I want you to tell about them. I want you to be able to tell your kids about them. I want you to put those in your heart as why you're still here with the Turning Point USA family, because that's what we want. And like I said to our small group after whatever day that was that I did the thing on TV, my days are so long, Good Friday. I told the team, I said, Turning Point USA will continue like my husband always wanted, and it'll be bigger than ever. And we're going to honor him by doing that. We're going to stay humble. We're going to work hard because that's what he would want. And
goodbye,
we
fluids.
just need to
Get
grow.
out of me.
And we're going to keep our eyes fixed on heaven. And, you know, like even Stacey said, he's gonna find ways to speak to us. And he's going to speak to you in different ways. Every person's going to be different. But you'll get little moments where you're like, okay, it might be here on campus. It might be in quiet moments of the night. But he's here, and he's more alive than ever. And he is, he's going to guide us. And we just have to remain humble. But again, what I told the team was, I will fight like hell to make sure that all of you have a job here.
Oh, is that
I
right?
don't want anyone to think that job's in jeopardy.
Except for it is.
Because your family, if you choose to leave, that's different. I never will, and I promise you.
God, she's such a fucking actress, dude.
A point to where you have to leave because we cannot financially afford you. And that is a promise. I want our family to stay together the best it can. Obviously, circumstances, you know, things can be, there's unforeseen things that might pop up here and there that we can't foresee in the future, but for right now, I would like to remain fair status quo, and I think that's the best thing to do.
Hello.
But I just want to let you know that you guys are all very loved. I'm very proud of you, and Charlie would be.
It's a school bus.
I mean, I think Charlie's just.
There's my bed. And there's the rest of the bus. It's really long.
He's obviously
I
celebrating.
think I want to turn the heat down a little and go get my dog.
Things, but he's so proud of all of you. And he's so proud of all of you for keeping this mission alive.
Pause. Erica, where's my other tripod? Oh, there it is. Boop, bop. Okay. Forgot a shirt. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm a little anal retentive about how my clothes are folded. It has to be just so. Thanks for all the likes, guys. If you haven't already, please don't forget to like the stream. Are you wanting to stay outside or do you want to come inside? Are you all done? Are you all done? You ready? No? Let me know when you're ready. It's friggin' hot in this bitch. Bedroom called my fresca. I surely did. And all my water. So I better go refill. I'm gonna make myself a milkshake because that is gonna cool me down really fast and make me happy. So I'll be right back. It's crazy how I have this like milkshake or ice cream to milk ratio pretty much down to a science at this point. I know exactly how much to use to have equal amounts of milkshakes. Flonase shit tastes terrible. What's that god awful fucking noise outside? If you do it just right, you can get like 12 milkshakes out of a half of a gallon of milk. I mean, you're gonna definitely need more than 1 tub of ice cream though. But the milk lasts way longer than the ice cream. Oh, Heather. Did I tell you guys that somebody asked me what my pronouns were for the very first time in my entire life today? This is the first time I've ever been asked what my pronouns were. I thought it was so funny that I didn't have time to like be offended or anything, you know? Okay, let me clean up my huge mess. Mess maker, make me a mess. Cat, what did you do? Oh, nothing. You heard her. I do nothing. I do nothing. Oh, hold on. My pad is not sitting right. Oh. There we go. No leaking allowed. All right, can we fix this now? Bro, what's really going on? Oh yeah, forgot about that. That better. Okay. Hey, you. There we go. No. No. We're not gonna be playing that game. Stop. Ugh, Flonase gross. Ugh. Gross. It just drains all to all ears, nose, mouth. Okay. Cookies and cream ice cream. Ew, I don't know. I'm not a hippie. Yum. Snow in Tampa. Yeah, I thought you said that yesterday. I was thinking about that last night. Sukito, what are you doing? Suki. Oh, that was Orly. You ready? sorry, I told you it's all gone. Orly here. Suki, golly, dude. Oh, that cat. Oh, being a girl sucks. Like, I'm supposed to have gone through like perimenopause or menopause or whatever. I'm old, man. Let me just be done with this shit. There's no need. All right, so here's the yarn I bought. It is literally so squishy and it's making me tingle just touching it. I'm pretty excited about it. Here are the contrasting colors, but obviously they don't actually contrast. Like if this was in black and white, they'd pretty much like be the same hue, kind of sharpness, whatever you want. I don't know what the word is. They would be like the same contrast. But I look 20 something. I am 40. I'll be 42 March 16th. I was born in 1984. So anyway, I like how that kind of matches. And I think that it's going to blend. I don't want it to be like super sharp color contrast because then you'll be able to see my mistakes too easily. I think this way it'll kind of be like more blended. I can get away with more. Yep, I didn't even get dreadlocks until I was like 28. I didn't tattoo my face until I was 38. You know, I waited. No, I'm definitely not evil. Actually, I say it's so weird that people think that, or say that kind of shit to me, but I am actually the most Christ-like person that I know. Like, genuinely. I live a Christ-like existence. I look to Christ. I'm not a Christian, but I look to Christ because I think his methods, the way he went about things, the way he treated people, the way he gave grace, it's just a really good model to like emulate. And so that's what I do. Listen, I am in America. It's not my business what goes on in Iran. And it shouldn't be any of our business what goes on in Iran. That's my opinion about it. Oh, absolutely not. No, no, no. I don't even believe that shit is a thing. I don't even give it that power. I definitely think people are absolutely doing devil things, Satan things, demonic things. Everything that is happening with like Israel and whatever, it almost makes you, because so like they believe it so intensely. Like in order for the Antichrist to come in order for Israel's Messiah to be born, the world has to turn against Israel first. So that's like what we're experiencing. And if they believe it that much, that makes me go like, huh, well, maybe there's more to this, like Christ stuff. Because they believe it so much. But anyway, it's not my business what goes on in Iran. It's not my business what people choose to do with their lives. It's just the same as it's nobody's business how I choose to live my life. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. You should be able to do what you're going to do. It's not my place to tell anybody how to live. Although I did write a book called Lean Into the Cringe. If you are struggling to face embarrassing or fearful things and you just want to know, there's no fluff in the book. I don't sit there and tell you the whole time like, oh, by the time you finish this book, you'll be able to lean into the cringe. No, I just tell you exactly what I did, how I did it. Boom. If you want to do it, this is how I did it. And I no longer get embarrassed. I no longer feel self-conscious. I have become unfuckwithable. Nothing you say or do will ever affect what I'm going to think, say, or do. Oh my God, this is so good. I do live a Christ-like existence. I don't lie, I don't cheat, I don't steal. I give people grace. I use unconditional love when dealing with others. I honor my parents. I honor my ex-husband. I still serve my ex-husband. I made a commitment. I'll stick to it. Sure, I guess so, Jeremy. Even though my mom molested me, I still love her unconditionally. I respect her for giving birth to me, and I thank her for that, but I love her unconditionally from far away. I don't need nobody like that in my life, or anywhere near my son. Okay, so we need to ball up our yard. All right, you have to squeeze in with the cat food. This I really fucking need, like a, I need like a, Tell me not. No, it's not big enough. I need something longer. I'll deal with that later. This one will be easier for right now. Come to me, lesbian seagull. You gotta just get in there. Sometimes you gotta just get in there and dig around in the guts. Thusly. Oh my God, this yarn is so fabulous. You see the yarn, babies? You're such a good boy. He's such a good boy. Tickle, tickle. I'm gonna tickle your nose with it. Better watch out. What was that? Yes, I don't travel in my bus anymore. I used to do van life, but I got a willow tree right there. I got a mountain literally right there. Is the waterfall pumping right now? No. Waterfall's not pumping, so I can't show you the waterfall, but alright. What was I doing? Where was I at? There. I keep nicking my knuckle. Cake, 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 cake. Look at that beautiful bean footage. Yes. Get in there, girl. Nice and tight. Spongy and fun. Okay, so now, oh, Nez is running. Oh, that might work. Stop it. I need desperately a yarn umbrella, but I don't have one, so we're gonna figure it out. I wonder if it would fit around my pillow. That would be a pain in the ass, though. I need something. Oh, the TV's just slightly too big. Cut it out. Cut it out. It fits on the fucking tully. Well, in front of my TV's a mess, so just whatever. Ignore it. Ka. Here's my snip snips. I wanna be loved by you. Nobody else but you. I wanna be loved by you. It's true. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, let's cut you. Crazy how they make these fucking hanks. They're so fucking, it's a criminal act. they're more expensive, okay? And the funny thing is that they require they require more like effort and shit on your part. Like, you have to more processing just to get it into a functional, usable piece of yarn. Oh my god, I literally forgot about you, girl. I'm so sorry. Hello?
And
Well, I'm here.
he knows that you can do
Oh my god, thank you so much!
And he
Thanks,
knows that
Ghost
you
Within. I
will
love
be
you.
able to
Thank
carry
you.
the torch, and he knows that you're going to do a great job. And you're going to be able to, even though things are going to be
You are
tough,
not worthless as fuck.
honestly, the
You're
nights
just
are
in, no,
hardest,
listen here.
the
No,
mornings are
okay?
pretty rough
You're
too.
not worthless as fuck. You're just in a period of your life right now where you need to take downtime. Not everybody needs to be as productive as I am or as unproductive as I am. You know, just because I'm doing something and you're watching doesn't mean you're not productive or that you are worthless. It means that you're taking time to do what you need to do. Your body is telling you to do that, so do it. You'll get over it eventually. You'll get older, and as you get older, you'll find things that you're interested in. And then you'll decide, you know what? I want to learn how to do that thing. So then you go on the internet, on the YouTubes, and you just learn how to do it, because everything you'd ever want to know how to do is on there. And then also you could buy my book if you really feel worthless and you want to learn how to not feel that way and you want to be your true, most authentic self shamelessly, where no one can tell you nothing because you have become unfuckwithable. My book is available on Kindle Unlimited. If you have Kindle, you get it for free. If you have Amazon, it's on Amazon in paperback and hardcover. And the name of my book is called Lean Into the Cringe. If you type into Amazon, Lean Into the Cringe book, it'll be the very first thing to pop up. And there's also another one if you've ever dealt with, like, if you're a content creator or you're just a person who has had to deal with like online harassment in any way. I wrote a book about mastering resilience, how to continue to be your most true, authentic self out loud while people are simultaneously intentionally trying to just destroy your spirit. So my life is dedicated to teaching other women especially, but men too, how to be their best self, how to be their most authentic, their most true selves. In my book, though, like I've said this a couple times, you're not going to find a bunch of paragraphs telling you, by the time you finish reading this book, you're going to be able to lean into the cringe. No, I just tell you literally how I did it, and I provide a month or two worth of journaling prompts to help you with like weekly exercises, so that you can challenge yourself and like put these concepts in my book to practice. You know, like one of the challenges in my book is that you have to talk to a stranger in line somewhere. these are all things that are scary and intimidating, but the only way to realize how unscary things are is by doing them. It's kind of like an allergy. When you're allergic to talking to people and it makes you have an anxious response, then the only way to do it is to do little tiny bits of it at a time and desensitize yourself to it. That's just one of the concepts, but there's a lot more. It's a really good book. I'm quite proud of myself. And actually, I would love to find a publisher who could actually help me kind of dumb my book down for the masses. Because, like, I don't pander to the masses. I'm not trying to, like, sell my book to literally anyone and everyone. That's why I don't include all that fluff by the time you finish reading this book. And I don't include any really personal stories or anything like that. I just tell you exactly how to do it. If you want to do it, this is exactly how to do it. So anyway, if I could find a publisher or an editor or somebody to help kind of tease these things out of me, like maybe personal stories that I could add, I would love to do another edition of the book and maybe actually work with a real publisher. Because I think that the concept of leaning into the cringe is amazing, and it's mine. No one else. Mine. My mom has some Irish, Scottish, English. I'm a Hyatt. So like the Hyatt hotels. And, you know, the Fricks, like the Frick Museum in Manhattan. Those are my relatives on my mom's side. My dad is 100% like trailer park trash Norwegian immigrant. I'm pretty sure that they thought they were Irish, but I did a genetic test, not genetic testing. I did our ancestry thingy or whatever, where you go back and you do your whole family tree, and I did my family tree, and yeah, actually, they're not Irish, they're Norwegian. And apparently, when like all the traveling was happening in the 1700s, I think, my family went from Scandinavian areas to France. It might have even been earlier than that, because the name, my last name, changed from its Norwegian base way of being said to a French version. And then when they came over from France on Ellis Island, through Ellis Island in the early, I think 1900s maybe? I can't remember exactly. I think it was the early 1900s. That's when the last name got changed from the French spelling to the American spelling. And then it got spelled, like, I have relatives that have the same last name as me, but it's spelled differently. They're not really, I guess they're not really relatives, like, in my immediate family or anything, but yeah, my mom's side of the family was, like, super freaking ridiculously rich. That's why my mom is an incompetent, entitled fucking hag. Because she was raised by somebody who didn't know how to take care of himself. He had wealthy parents, and she was also like molested by the yeah, well, anyway, it's a Hyatt Frick family. So if you want to think of like all the horrific child abuses that happen ritualistically amongst the elites, you can definitely be rest assured that my mom's got some stories. But the sad thing is that she went and became the monster instead of doing what I chose to do, which is like not go and abuse people just because I was abused as a child. That doesn't make any sense to me, just logically. Why would I ever want anyone to feel the way that I felt as a child? You know, that doesn't make sense to me, just logically. I'm not quite sure how people do that, become the monster that they were like abused by or whatever. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. It just really, truly doesn't make sense to me how you could like know what it feels like and then turn around and do it to somebody else. Like, my mom was so awful to me. She would say horrendous things. Like, I was a kid and I would be like singing in the backseat of the car and she'd be like, have you ever heard yourself on tape? Well, that's what it sounds like. Have you ever heard yourself on the phone, Heather? I was like 8. I was just singing and having a good time in the backseat and she just wanted to pop my bubble. I'm a mom, right? And my kid is fucking singing and shit. And like, I'm just like, oh my God, buddy, let's do this. Like, you can carry a tune. That's so crazy. Wow. And it's true. He can. And we play this game called Pitch Match where like I'll make a whoo and then he'll match it and then we'll like vibrate. It's so cool. Harmonizing with someone feels cool. Especially when you can feel the vibrations right next to each other. If there's more than one person, it's like, ugh. The tingle, I tingle. You know what's funny is after I'm done with this, not only do I have another one that I have to do, but I'm not even done. I still have to fucking put it on this cake maker. I still gotta make a cake. I'm just balling it up to make my life easier. How long did it take you to do your hair? It took me like, I don't know, like 22 hours. When I did my dreadlocks, I had never done a pair of dreadlocks before, and I just learned how to do it on the fly. And the reason why I do other people's dreadlocks so well, not counting the 13 years of experience of me working on people's hair, but I learned what not to do on my own hair. And if my hair had not been damaged so bad by yours truly in the beginning, my dreadlocks would be literally twice as long as they are right now. But I also cut like a foot off of them sometime like a couple months ago. And then last year I cut like a foot off of them too. So like I've been cutting them. I'm just trying to slowly get rid of all of the hair that was on my head when I dreadlocked my hair, because some of it is like bleach damaged. Because when I first dreadlocked my hair, I was using box red dye, chocolate cherry by Feria, and I dreadlocked my hair, and then I realized like, oh well, I want to go back to my natural color, which is like blonde, clear blonde, like the color of my eyelashes, clear blonde. So I wanted to go back to my natural color, and so I used a bunch of fucking bleaches and color oops to get the red box dye out of my hair. And yeah, I fucking absolutely thrashed my hair. So it's whatever was like literally at my root when that happened is now the very bottom. You can see where it looks kind of like spongy is bleach damage. It's fucking bleach damage and shit. So once that is all gone, my hair will just be all fresh virgin hair that has never been bleached or dyed. Now, my hair is not naturally red. I do color my hair, but I use henna, and henna is literally just a plant leaf. And it actually nourishes your hair. It's staining the hair shaft more so than it is actually dyeing it. It's not like opening up the follicles or the cuticles chemically, removing the color molecules and melanin from inside your hair, and then putting color molecules in and then chemically shutting the cuticle. That's not what henna does, but that is what box dye does. Box dye, permanent dye is a 2-stage process where it actually bleaches your hair. It lifts and then it deposits. So anyway, it's bad news. But henna is literally just a plant leaf. It's just staining the outside shaft of your hair. So that's why if you have dark hair, it's gonna look like kind of reddish in the sunlight versus my hair is red like this from henna because my natural hair is clear, literally clear. So there's, mix clear and red, and what do you get? You get red. You got dark brown hair, you're gonna get a dark brown with a red sunshine shimmer. And that's just the way henna is. It's not actually a dye, it's a stain. And that's what happens when you put henna on your skin. You're not actually dyeing your skin, you're staining it. And henna works in the same way that self-tanner works, in the sense that it needs to develop. It takes, after, like, when I first dye my hair henna, or when I first do the henna on my hair, it's usually like really orangey red. But then as the few days, like now, it's more of like a muted color. It's more like a natural red, and it's got more deep tones to it. It develops over the course of a few days and deepens and enrichens, or whatever little words. But the cool thing about henna especially is that it acts like a spackle would act on the wall of your house. So if you visualize like the Pantene Pro V commercials from back in the day, where you can see your hair shaft up and magnify, and how it has all those like how a Christmas tree has all this cuticle stuff going on. If you have damaged cuticle, the outside of your hair shaft, henna will actually like spackle it up. And when you touch your hair right after you do the henna, after you rinse it out and it's dry, it actually feels like you've got like little bubbles on your hair that you can feel. It's like a rough texture. Your hair's got like a rough texture to it. That wears down after a couple of days. And when it wears down, what it filled in is still there. So it literally spackles, seals shut all of that damage on your hair shaft. And so when the bubble wears away, you're just left with a fucking thick, healthy shaft of hair. My hair is very, very, very thin. Like, it will not grow long. It looks stringy and yucky whenever it grows out long. And I wouldn't be able to have long, healthy, happy dreadlocks if it weren't for henna. I also, if I don't do henna, my hair is so thin and so fine that I actually look like I've got hair loss up here like crazy. But I don't. It's just that my hair is so baby fine and like spider silk. It tangles if you breathe, like my bangs, people's baby hairs don't usually tangle, mine does. My bangs tangle. I get like fucking dreadlocks and this shit here on the sides of my hair where I gotta like cut it off and try to brush it out. Hurts. Drives me nuts. You should just use any kind of oil that makes your scalp feel good. It's honestly, rosemary oil is a really good additive to any carrier oil. Coconut oil is really absorbent. It absorbs into the skin, so it doesn't leave your hair looking really greasy. And I'm sorry, but we white people cannot get away with that, with that like greased up hair look. Unfortunately, we just can't get away with it. So you want to use, if you're white, you want to use something that's going to absorb into the scalp. I would say the most absorbent, lightest oil would be sesame oil, but that is going to sesame oil tends to go rancid very easily without refrigeration, and like a lot of you buy it and it's already rancid basically. So I wouldn't actually recommend that. But jojoba oil, apricot seed oil is really good. Coconut oil, a combination of the three. Cocoa butter, added some of that in there too. I wouldn't add any beeswax if you have dreadlocks, that's for sure. But if you don't have dreadlocks, you could maybe get away with adding a little bit of like melted beeswax into the oils so that it creates more of a pomade than a liquid oil for your hands. But that's your call. No, I'm not really pagan, no. I'm not anything other than just a person that just minds their own fucking business. I believe in God. I believe in nature. And I believe in the connection that we all have with one another. Like, people don't quite understand that they hear, oh, love is the answer, and like all you need is love, and we are all connected, and they're like, oh, that's some fucking hippie woo-woo shit, but it's like actually the fucking truth. Do a whip it one time in your life and you'll see what I mean. But I don't need to do any of that these days. I'm a fucking old woman and I just understand. I also had a very religious, or I mean, I guess not religious, but I had an insane experience with God, like literally God. I experienced God's overwhelming love. I felt it. It was so intense that it actually knocked me off of my feet, and I started sobbing. Like I couldn't stop sobbing because it was so fucking intense, and I was smiling and crying and just like felt so much love, and it was just like my whole body, it just was crazy, and no one can ever take that away from me. So I know, like, you know, my relationship with God is I'm highly favored, highly blessed, and highly favored by God. I talk directly to God. I ask God what God wants me to do to make him happy, and then I just do that shit. Like, even if it's hard, even if it's uncomfortable, even if I don't want to, if God tells me to do something, I do it. Because if I don't, I'm gonna get in trouble. Something bad's gonna happen. Like, not necessarily bad, but like it's gonna be a miserable experience that I'm not gonna like because I chose to do against what God suggested. If I just do what God said, maybe it might be hard, maybe it might be uncomfortable, but I always get like something more than what I could ever have prayed for. I just do what God tells me to. But I'll ask God, I'll be like, yo, okay, like if you could just like flash a light at the end of this tunnel, just show me. I'm bumbling around in the dark here, God. If you could just flicker a light real quick somewhere, and I'll just catch it out of the corner of my eye, I'll know what direction to go in. You know, so just flicker a light for me, God. That's all I need. Just flicker a little light so I know what direction to go in, and I will just continue bumbling around in this direction. But, you know, sometimes you need a little hint. So God will give you a hint. You just have to ask. But you also have to understand that God is going to answer you immediately, and the answer is always going to be something that's going to make you uncomfortable. The fastest way to get where you want to go and to get what you want is to get uncomfortable. Most people don't want to do that. God will be like, okay, here you go. And it's like wrapped in the package that it like makes you cringe, and like it's got the bow that makes you want to vomit. And so you're like, oh, I don't know about that. And that's when you, okay, fine. Now God's going to make it even harder for you. You think that was uncomfortable? Well, you just wait. So I just do the uncomfortable thing that God presents to me immediately after I pray for something. Even if it like, so if I pray for something and then all of a sudden like a boyfriend I had like 10 years ago calls me out of the blue, instead of going like, man, fuck this guy, I'll be like, really? Hello? You know, you got to lean into the cringe. And that's why I wrote my book. The key to success is in that book for you guys, right there, just waiting for you to discover. And if you better yourself by reading my book, it'll help me make my son's life better because I'll be able to provide his basic needs for him. Right now, we can barely afford shit. But is the sound working? Okay, hold on. Dude, the woman stalking me. Can you hear me okay now? The woman who's fucking stalking me literally just gave my phone number out on another pornographic website. Again. Dude, this woman is trying to get me fucking killed. That's a good question. I'm not really sure. I don't know how she got my address either. I don't know how she found out every person who follows me and every person that I know in person. I don't know how she finds out any of the stuff she finds out. But she does, because she is a stalker. There are men sending me pictures. Dude, I keep getting fucking phone calls over and over. FaceTime. People are FaceTiming me right now. They're sending me pictures of their dicks. And they're telling me they know where I live. This is literally fucking harassment. And no, my address is not public information because I don't own this property. So my address would not be public because I have nothing here, nothing registered here. This is a oh, you motherfucker. Is it working now? Can you hear me now? Okay, good. So anyway, yeah, I keep getting phone calls and FaceTime calls and text messages right now because she just right now, she's on a porn website right now this minute, and she just gave my number out just now. And I know that because every time she does it, they immediately start. Are you fucking kidding me? Well, then you gotta close it. Yeah, okay. Close it out and open it back up. Anyway, so I am being fucking gang stalked and harassed by a woman named Crystal Schleinling, Crystal Ann Schleinling, and a woman named Jennifer Sisson. These two women are leading a civil conspiracy against me to try and get me hurt in person. I've had men come to my house more than once. The first time on August, it was August of 2024, when men came to my house to assault me, that they sent there. That's in my opinion, they sent them. Through my investigation, they sent them. In August 2024, again, another guy who ended up being arrested 2 months ago for murder went to my house Christmas of 2024. And now I'm getting fucking random fucking calls and shit again, this time of year. It's getting to be fucking ridiculous, dude. On. Are you kidding me, phone? I'd be so mad if I keep getting fucking phone calls. Because, like, my phone, I have it set to, like, not disturb me and to turn off all notifications. So I'm getting not frustrated at the people calling, like I am, but that's not. I'm mad because my fucking phone isn't ignoring the it isn't. Stop interrupting me, phone. I fucking have you on silent mode. I have you on no disturb. Why am I still being disturbed? You know what I mean? It's just very frustrating. No, I'm frustrated at my phone right now. I have I have tried the police. I have tried the FBI. I have tried the Oregon State Police. I have tried the California State Police because one stalker lady lives, oh no. One of my stalker lady friends there lives in California. So I tried to go through her local police. That didn't work. There's no recourse for someone in my position. It's just suck it up until someone does something physically to harm you and that you can document. Hopefully you didn't get too hurt. So you can document it and then prove that they were in fact trying to do something to hurt you. If anybody knows how to do anything about it, you know, I'm welcome to accept your assistance. But unfortunately, I'm not able to figure it out, how to get the police to listen to me, how to get anyone to fucking listen to me. I can't even get a video to go viral on the fucking internet about it. But every time I go on the internet, you know, I'm always seeing fucking people like, oh, I'm being stalked by some random person on the internet. But their video goes viral. None of my videos go viral because the fucking women stalking me have 37 to 55 fake accounts that when I post, they get immediate notifications that I've posted on my social media. So they go with each one of their 27 accounts and they hit dislike and thumbs down. So that way my video gets fucking throttled. It happens every single time I post a video. Doesn't matter what it's about. So it's just been a campaign to destroy, like they want me to have a bad reputation on social media. They want me to have, they want me to feel hopeless and lost and alone. And like every time they force me to be even more lonely by alienating me from someone in my life, I'm like, oh, thank God that person got themselves out of my life. I otherwise wouldn't have noticed how terrible they were had they not just shown themselves like that. So, you know, it's a blessing in disguise, all of the people that they are managing to convince that I'm a terrible person, or all of the people that they're managing to scare away from being friends or family with me, because if they hang near me, they're gonna get stalked and harassed too. So, oh, thank you so much. I love you so much. You're so good to me. And you're always a real person. So thank you. Super appreciate that. Super grateful. I don't get gifts on here very frequently. It's not common for me to like receive super chats or whatever, and I don't like to ask about it either, because I don't like to ask for it, because honestly, I'm gonna do exactly what I'm gonna do whether you super chat me or not. I'm gonna say the same thing I would say if you super chatted me or not. And also I'm not gonna do anything performative like a lot of people will do. I won't, you know, I'm not gonna dance, monkey dance. That's just not me. All right, let's get really stoned and then do this. Let me fix my pad first. Hold on, sorry, don't mind me. When you're a fucking hippie, you use all natural stuff like good absorbent cotton cloth. Go find a mermaid. That's my favorite show. I don't do that dancing stuff. I don't give a shit. I don't know. But I also see like my sexuality is like the least interesting thing about me. So why would I want to like put that out there? You know, like why would I want to be like sexy? I've got boobs. Every girl has boobs. I've got a vagina. Every girl has one of those. I got a butthole. Every person has one of those. Every creature on the earth has one of those. Ain't nothing special about it. Ooh, baby. Ain't nothing special about that. If you're a woman who uses your sexuality to get ahead, you're using the least interesting, the most common thing about you. The least interesting thing. So if that's what you have to, you know, utilize is your appearance in order to get ahead, go you. But I prefer to use my everything else, anything else but that. I'm an awkward nerd. No desire to try to be schmexy. And also, I don't like lying to men. I think it's unfair to use your womanly guile to manipulate men into giving you money. That's fucking bullshit. That's gross behavior is what it is. So I don't like it. Oh no, listen, I'm 42 years old, dude. Okay? I've been there, done that, bought the t-shirt. The reason I don't do that stuff is because I don't like it. But I've been done, tried shit. You know, you can't knock it till you rock it. When I criticize something, it's likely because I have experience. This is a piece of fabric from Joann Fabrics I bought like 4 years ago. Let's get stoned. Also, I don't get mad very easily. I literally wrote a book about, like, controlling yourself. Like, I don't get mad. I don't take nothing personal either. You can't ever gaslight me out of knowing who the fuck I am, so. I wouldn't take gardening advice from anybody. Or, why would I listen to anybody who I wouldn't take gardening advice from, rather? Let me see, where do I want to put this? I don't want it to roll all over the fucking place, but I think that's what we're gonna end up doing. We got something else to do, Burton? Maybe? No. Maybe. That might work. Don't roll away. Oh, sorry, Orly. Didn't mean to kick you in the face, bud. Try not to lift your head up when I'm stepping over ya. Okay. Well, there she goes. Sorry, buddy. Don't you dare bite it, though, okay? Thank you. Leave it alone. I know. Sorry. Just leave it alone. Leave it alone. Ah! Don't you do that. Dog. I know it's tempting. Good boy. You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. Don't do it. Beautiful. cabbage collector. Checkity check 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 check. Fish on. Does feel like that. I think the reason I'm so good at it, honestly, of moving that thing, like going so fast and staying consistent, was because my dad was an angler, and I'm from South Florida, so fishing is breathing, and I'm very fucking good at it. I don't like deep sea fishing though. I get seasick pretty easily. I like being in the water, not on top of it. I'm a mermaid, of course. Kind of want another milkshake, but I don't really feel like making a milkshake. Pretty crazy that I killed all my cactuses, but the pothos and the wandering Jew and the Christmas cactus is doing great. But I definitely 100% killed the cactuses. My little cactus garden is like, I don't know, a fucking graveyard. Alright, what am I doing? Okay, let's get 2 of yawns that you don't mind sacrificing to the gods. Something that has a similar hand feel to what I got in my hand, on my, what I just thought, whatever. Okay, I got this one here. I don't really like that shit. I need to find a yarn that's a similar hand, like a whatever diameter gauge, so that I can practice what I'm trying to do here. It's a little too small. Well, shit. I guess I'll have to do a swatch with the colors I plan on using, my good yarns, but I guess I will just have to make a swatch that I can undo, which I can do that. I watched a girl do it one time on the internet. I could probably do it. I'm gonna make socks. I want to do orange socks with purple maple leaves, and yes, actual maple leaves. And then I want to do purple socks with orange maple leaves. I'm gonna give the pair to my ex-husband and a pair to my son. Pair to my boys. I'm nervous. Oh my god, I forgot about Candace Owens again. All right, before I go on to Candace, let's learn how to like do this. Gonna be nice and tight. All right. There it is. think what I'm gonna try and do is I'm going to do one of those yoke sweaters, but instead of making an Afghan, I'm just gonna use this pattern. And I think I'm gonna do, it's like basically the right size to have right there, right? And if I do it low enough, I can get some of those design stitches on the shoulder as well. I'm thinking. And I'm thinking that I don't even need a pattern if I do it this way. Because like, all I need to do is I just need to basically knit this as a practice to see if I can. I wonder if Knit has a free pattern. Let's turn that down a little bit, maybe like 2.8.
Welcome to my world of knitting and knitwear designing, where it's never a dull day. And let me tell you today all about my latest colorwork sweater called the Elsa sweater, which is inspired by a Latvian mitten. And what that means is just that I have taken this main motif from a ready mitten that I've seen a picture of, and I've just applied it to the sweater. And that was so exciting to do that I decided to start a whole collection of garments that are inspired by Latvian mittens. Latvia is where I'm from. And this is the first officially released design in that collection.
So what you're telling me right
Jeanette.
now,
I am the designer behind the knits, and I have published over
is
100 patterns on
if I
Ravelry.
just did this on
Over
repeat
the
throughout the
last
entire
6 years, I have really tried to perfect the top-down seamless design approach that results in a great fit. And this video will cover the inspiration, the yarn, the gauge and needles, as well as the sizing, and we'll go in a lot of detail about the construction of the sweater and all the techniques used, as well as a little set of possible modifications you could do to make it your own that come quite easily in the pattern. Test knitters love making this because of how intuitive this motif becomes once you get in the flow, and the color work is all over and never ending, so pretty soon it becomes a very meditative knit. And all of them are really proud of what they've accomplished with the finished object, so that's always a great thing to see for a designer. If you want to make sure you never miss patterns like this at the release, or even consider testing,
wish I had enough money to buy the pattern.
Subscribe to my newsletter,
from her,
which you can find on my
but I don't
website.
think
The link is in the description of this video.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to find a
This
free...
project is actually the first motif that I see, because when you start looking at those photos, you just get carried away because it's one.
Oh.
It's worked top down seamlessly, mostly in the round, except for the neckline here that is worked flat until we get enough stitches to join in the round. We start by casting on the stitches here for the sleeve, back, and the other sleeve, and then we increase here for the front neckline in this direction and that direction. So this part is worked flat, as well as adding increases here along these raglan lines.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do a raglan, so that's not gonna work for me. Pretty good deep amount. Okay.
Favorite. It's a derived one from lifted increases, but twisted to avoid any holes forming. And so there's a left and right leaning version. This one's a right leaning version. So we pick up a stitch from row below with the right hand needle, and we place it on the left hand needle and then knit through the back loop. And a pro tip here is that notice how when I pick up the stitch, I place it on the left hand needle so that the right hand needle tip is behind, and I'm ready to knit through the back loop right there and then. Next, I'm gonna do some short rows to shape the neck, to raise the back neck to be a bit higher than the front, to allow for a deeper neckline at the front. And by short rows, I mean I will be working, but it would distort the chart as you work a lot less rows on one side than on the other. I love Japanese short rows because they, in my opinion, are the
I just found a bunch of free knitting patterns that are exactly what I need. Check it out. Oh, thanks for the code. Hi, hi. Sorry, I'm like sucked into what I'm doing. Okay, so this is that can't be right. just want to know the size. Why are you making this difficult on me? Alright, well, I'm gonna try a different place because I wish I had $10 right now. That lady's Annette's the one that I like the most, the pattern. It's $10 on freaking Etsy. Free. I need to be only looking at free ones because I'll get my hopes up. No, I didn't forget you were there, but I am, doing my thing right now. Sorry, guys. We have each other right now. I just need to figure out which yarn size we're talking about here. What does that mean? Okay. What's my swatch? They've got videos. Let me see that video. Volumen. He's snoring. Ooh. Maybe I could do this.
Yarn is graded so that no size has a huge gaping neck line, and without a neckband it would work well if you prefer the wider ones. So I will leave a tail enough for my stitch count and simply use the long tail cast on. And I've also suggest to use the smaller needles for this portion. It will create a tighter gauge and it will prevent the neck from stretching out.
as you wear the sweater, but also the first few rows of the color work chart will be in a pattern that stretches the fabric widthwise. So it will be, it's basically garter stitches, you can see. So we want to counteract that by using slightly smaller needles.
Does she like actually give us a fucking
cast on the required number of stitches? Here I am at the end of round 1, using 1 round right after cast on, and we are starting short rows. We want to do short rows to raise the back neck, to make the back higher, and the front to sit lower, to have a deeper neck at the front. And typically you can add short rows in one block, so we would work to an incomplete row in
She's
both
not giving us,
directions,
like,
back and forth, and moving a little bit
details.
further away with every row. So you add like a half moon shape. That is the highest
Okay,
here.
hold on. I need you to stop talking for a second to read this. 1 June, perfect for anyone who loses. It was originally released in 7 weekly clues that slowly reveal the final design, like unwrapping a little surprise. It's been another adventure. Each clue also has a set of video tutorials packed with tips and techniques. Oh. No. If you'd like to knit along with me, you'll need 2 contrasting fingering sport weight yarns, and most importantly, the knitting pattern. I wonder if I could like let me just see if I can even do this at all. Gold, dark gray, sure. I'm nervous. How many stitches do you cast on? "21 stitches in width and 28 rows vertically." think I got one of those today. You did. Good job. Okay. Okay, so the yarns in here are fine, so that should work. So, is there a swatch? Okay. It's a bold choice. Oh, lessons. Oh. Thought it was gonna be like literal what I need to do. No, I don't want the fucking hat. I want the sweater. Highlight small. Okay, so I need to do 21 stitches, 28 rows. Oof, girl, you did that a little tight. Should probably get my needles and stuff. You cast on. We'll just try. Size 4, I guess. Well, this thing is all fucked up. Okay, hold on. I don't even need to do that. I'll just put these guys away. I will need these for the ribbing when I actually start the thing, but I have to do a swatch before I can do anything. Hold on, I have to learn how to do something real quick. Let's see if color work swatch on the round. Oh no. Swatch magic loop.
Hi, this is Melissa with Fox and Figment, and I'm going to show you how I swatch in the round. First, I cast on as many stitches as I need for my swatch, and I'm going to go ahead and cast on one more here. And then I will slide the yarn and stitches down to the other side of
It's always one fruit fly.
Make sure there's enough slack, and then I go ahead
But where
and
there's
start
one, there's many.
knitting these stitches again. Now, sometimes for this first stitch, I have to kind of anchor it a little bit. I'll do that between my fingers to make it a little bit easier to work that first stitch. And then you can continue down your swatch. Now, of course, this is a really small swatch for the purpose of the video. So you get here to the end of your round, and you do the same exact thing. You slide this right back to your other needle, and you continue to work holding a loose strand behind your work each time. And so when I swatch in the round, I use the exact stitch pattern for the project. I don't use any garter stitches on the edge or in the beginning to secure the work because I feel that it might distort my stitches. So the swatch might look a little sloppy around the edges, but I feel that I'll get my best measurement in the middle of my swatch if I use all of the pattern stitches for the whole entire swatch. So here we slid the stitches back down to our other needle again, and now I'm going to hold another loose strand in the back. I'm going to work these stitches again, and you just keep working as many rounds as you need to understand your gauge with a swatch. Here we are at the end of another row, and then we'll go ahead and select.
We start by casting.
All right, you. In that regard, was doing Erica's bidding. He was taking a figurative bullet for her. She did not misspeak there. There's no way to look around it. She lied. She lied right to my face when she said that. She knew that HIPAA, he didn't violate HIPAA. She lied to a doctor, a surgeon, and she knew that she was on that call. So let's just say that clearly. We've also now confirmed that she was at the Hamptons retreat, the now infamous Hamptons retreat. She was present when Bibi Netanyahu called. And that bothers me because I was out here catching a lot of heat for telling the truth. Now, we have two different versions of that story. Andrew Colvett said that Bibi offered to fund Turning Point to the next level. I have since confirmed what Andrew Colvett said with two people that are not related to Andrew Colvett at all. Erica, despite being at that dinner and confirming that she was there, does not remember that part. She says that there was not an offer that was made and that Bibi was calling about the letter that Charlie wrote him back in May. Andrew confirmed to me that Charlie described that summit as like an intervention was being staged over Israel. So I find that to be interesting. Again, with everything that we now know, my assumption was she didn't wade into things, didn't wade into the water, and didn't say anything about the debate that was happening because she was so overwhelmed and kind of catching her breath as a new CEO and chairman. I think now I have a different perspective on that. I'm not sure why she did not come out and say, if she was capable of doing calls and sitting down and doing meetings, come out and say, like, yes, this Hampton Summit did happen. Yes, Bibi did call, and try to work through with Andrew why they have different memories of whether or not he called to fund things to the next level. We have also confirmed that Erica and Andrew were working together on that Fort Huachuca PR response. That was the craziest tax I've ever endured. Alex Jones, quite entertainingly, he's coming for me my whole life, everything. But that PR response was confirmed that she was a part of that through this obscure YouTuber, Paramount Tactical, rather than going directly to me after we sat down. That, to me, seems like a pretty strong violation of a well-meaning conversation that I had with her for 4 hours. And I should also mention that that was the same YouTuber, despite, also going into Mitch's entire past, Mitch knows past. But after calling for a ceasefire and saying, let us sit down and talk, they welcomed Paramount Tactical onto Charlie Kirk's podcast show while I was in this hotel room to debunk me. I had no idea it was happening. And then that's, I think, was the beginning of when it clicked to me, seeing that him being caught live, Andrew Colbert live messaging something from Erica after she told me that they were disappointed in Andrew, that he wasn't going to be involved in PR anymore. That's when I realized that I was being lied to, that she was making moves behind the scenes. And the answer that we will likely never get, to add one more point here, is whether Andrew was lying, or Erica was confused. And I would like to say that I don't believe Andrew was lying. I believe Andrew was telling me the truth when he said that when he stepped off of the plane in Provo on September 10th, he basically collapsed into Erica's arms, crying on the tarmac because he had all this pent-up emotion, had this big plane. Everyone was messaging him about Charlie, asking for his status. He didn't know what was going on. And the impression that I got was that Andrew was on that plane alone. But then we were later told that Andrew was accompanied by his wife. But Erica, during our face-to-face meeting, had no recollection of his wife stepping off of the plane. When I asked, I said, was he with his wife? She was unable to answer that question as to whether or not Andrew flew in with his wife to Provo. How is that possible? Is Andrew lying about that? Or is Erica misremembering? What we know thereafter is that when they arrived at the hospital, after waiting for an hour, if Andrew is to be believed, then she waited for an hour on the tarmac for Andrew's flight to land. They arrived at the hospital and went in through separate entrances. Andrew went through the front, main entrance where there were other TPUSA staff there, people that were there on that day, and Erica went in through a back or side entrance. These are the facts, okay? If they disturb you, then you should know that you are not alone. The world obviously melted down yesterday when we played the corporate-wide call hosted by Erica to Turning Point employees following the memorial event. The overwhelming consensus, the human response to that, is that you feel disturbed when you listen to it, spiritually disturbed by the emotion of it, the happiness. Speaking about merchandise being sold, hats being sold. Again, this is not a sales call. This is the entire team on the phone. This new corporate-wide call that I'm going to share with you today took place even earlier, so that you can go back into your time machines. It took place just 5.5 days after Charlie was pronounced dead. 5.5 days later. The date is September 16th. This is when Turning Point USA employees are told that Erica is going to be replacing Charlie as the CEO and chairman. The public is going to be informed a day later, on September 17th, in a public letter signed off by Doug DeGroot, who's on the board. And I should be clear that when Doug DeGroot, going backward and looking at the announcement, he makes it very biblical, which is a common theme here. Everything is it's about, this is what God has ordained. Here is the letter, just gonna read the top here. It reads in Ecclesiastes, King Solomon wrote that mankind is to be tested by God. Today we are facing such a test, yet we also know that God has prepared us with everything that we need to overcome this ordeal. It was the honor of our lives to serve as board members of Charlie's side. Charlie prepared all of us for a moment like this one. He worked tirelessly to ensure Turning Point USA was built to survive even the greatest tests, and now it is our great pride to announce Erica Kirk as the new CEO and chair of the board for Turning Point USA. Okay. So I want you to remember that. It's like going, I don't even remember that letter at all, so that's why I'm showing it to you. It's King Solomon, and it's, this is what God wants. Okay. Now, this decision, like I said, published on the 17th, was actually voted upon earlier. I know because Andrew Colvett told me before the public knew that the board had selected Erica within about 72 hours of Charlie's death. I was crying on the phone with him, already concerned by the obvious attempt from people who hated Charlie previously, now committing themselves publicly to taking over his legacy, filling in his boots, picking up his bloody mic. And Andrew reassured me that the decision had already been made and that it was Erica that was going to take over. And in my aggrieved state, I said, okay, great, amazing, thank God. I'm so happy to hear that. So I'm so happy that none of these people who literally hated him are going to try to sit in his chair. Now, in hindsight, practically speaking, this means that within a space of about 72 hours, someone approached Erica and thought that the right thing to ask or say was, hey, I know you're going through a lot right now, but is it okay if we put your name up for the position of CEO, and can we put that to a board vote today? Are you willing and able to take over as the chairman and the CEO in Charlie's stead? To which Erica had to have replied, yes, she had to give her consent for that to go up for a board vote. Okay, that's just a fact that had to take place, how it happened, exactly when it was said. Somebody felt that was appropriate to say that. Now, my first 72 hours was a little bit different. On my end, when Mitchell, my PR agent, sent me a very kind message about the infinite press requests that we had been receiving, people seeking a statement from me regarding how I felt about Charlie's public assassination, I wanted to physically assault him. He did nothing wrong. He actually did his job with the utmost professionalism and care. And still, I kind of wanted to kick Mitchell. I'm sorry, Mitchell. That's how I felt at that time, because everything just felt so intrusive. Like, to even think about the world going on felt wrong. I didn't think anything of her appointment at that time or beyond it, other than what I stated publicly, which was that Turning Point USA should have waited and instead appointed an interim CEO to allow Erica the time that she needed to grieve, rather than her having to deal with everyone questioning her moves as a CEO. But I also contended with myself, I will say. I also thought, well, maybe they rushed the decision because it was symbolic and they felt it was necessary, that it was sort of honorific, meaning she wasn't really going to do anything at that time, but they wanted to announce that this is the direction that it's going, which would be fair, like just wanting the announcement to mean something. And on her end, I thought maybe Erica said yes because she wanted to hold on to some sense of continuity.
Come on, hands, you
this
can
is
do
still going
it.
to go on. We're going to get everything going. And that still could be true, by the way.
hard
That
to
could have been what drove her decision. But of
Hurling
course,
is hard for my
looking
hands to
in retrospect,
the hang
it
of.
is stunning to me that Erica chose not to bring a single member of her actual family with her to Utah. Something that I just sort of missed at the time. Just Turning Point family. Think about that. Charlie Kirk's mother, father, sister, they all raced to Utah to be with him at the hospital, which is to be expected. But Erica, no one in her immediate family joined her in her darkest hour. Not her mom, okay? We were told that she was sick. Dad also lives in Scottsdale. Sister, yes, she does have one. Cousins, friends from high school. After all, she grew up in Arizona, right? That's where she went to school. That's where she went to high school. Instead, she was joined by Stacey Sheridan, who was playing the part of her mother. Stacey, who is the head of fundraising for Turning Point USA. Don't forget, it was Stacey Sheridan who concerned herself with Turning Point raising money, who filmed Charlie in the casket. It is Stacey Sheridan, traveled with Erica. She's the one who was holding Erica, holding her hand as Charlie's casket was coming off of Air Force Two. That was Stacey Sheridan standing next to her recording.
Come on,
Not her
hands,
mother,
you
not her
can do
dad,
it.
not Erica's sister. You just would think that somebody, that you would call somebody close to you that does not exist in a corporate structure to be by your side. That is my now totally
3, 4, 5.
rational perspective looking backward.
3.
But it was Stacey Sheridan, who I have told her since day one. I personally warned Charlie about her. That is my personal opinion, that there is no rung into hell that Stacey Sheridan will not descend upon for $1. It's my experience with her. But this person was somehow crucial to coming and being beside Erica at all moments. Car rides, everything. If you go back and look, it is Stacey. You would think Stacey Sheridan was Erica's mother. You can even check out this clip, which is her in a car. Stacey, just everywhere. On the phone, Stacey is there capturing every moment. Me, I needed my sister to fly in to be by my side. Husband, cousin. Erica needed the head of gifts and
1,
donations.
2, 3,
I
4,
don't,
5.
I find that to be very strange. And I've checked with people at the hospital. No family was there. Now let's get back to September 16th, though, because I like to focus on that date. Because with Stacey in earshot, Erica is going to address the company for the first time. That's not a small task, by the way, okay? She is, as you will see, at the office. She doesn't have full hair and makes on, which, of course, I think I welcome that as a good thing. I don't expect her to be at the office, but I'm happy that she's not in full hair and makeup, because this is 5.5 days after her husband was pronounced dead. This is before we've had his funeral, anything. And I'm going to let you decide. And I'm going to tell you that the employees that chose to record this and the employees that are still there and upset with the manner in which people were fired are saying that they feel like it was like a cult. Like they knew something was off. They felt like they were being manipulated, that they were only given Erica as this symbol of, you guys need to work harder, right? As though Charlie's wife was being used to convince employees that it is now a mandate handed to them by God to work harder, to sacrifice themselves, to work longer days, because this is their new family. Like this word, I've always been struck by this, describing the employees like a family, to drive them to work like horses, only to then fire them after $250 million is raised, is wild. Okay. Like I said, at least she is not dressed in hair and makeup. She is at the office. I would say the bad news is that once again, Erica is going to stop herself from using the word happy in the context of Charlie and how he must be feeling in heaven. I'm going to let this play out for 5 minutes straight, and there is no context needed other than this is 5.5 days after her husband was publicly assassinated. And yes, in the background, that is Terrell Farnsworth, the guy who took down the cameras. Yeah, but we are going to see some grief. So I'm going to allow you guys to watch this for 5 minutes.
Had private conversations with him. I want you all to hold on to those. And I want you all to remember those so deeply. I want you to journal about them. I want you to be able to tell your kids about them. I want you to put those in your heart as why you're still here with the Turning Point USA family, because that's what we want. And like I said to our small group, after whatever day that was that I did the thing on TV, how many days are still rounded Friday, I told the team, I said, Turning Point USA will continue like my husband always wanted, and it'll be bigger than ever. And we're going to honor him by doing that. We're going to stay humble. We're going to work hard because that's what he would want. And we're going to just make it grow. And we're going to keep our eyes fixed on heaven. And, you know, like even Stacey said, he's going to find ways to speak to us. And he's going to speak to you in different ways. Every person's going to be different. But you'll get little moments where you're like, okay, Charlie, I see you. It might be here on campus. It might be in the quiet moments of the night. But he's here, and he's more alive than ever. And he is, he's going to guide us. And we just have to remain humble. But again, what I told the team was, I will fight like hell to make sure that all of you have a job here. I don't want anyone to think their job's in jeopardy, because your family, if you choose to leave, that's different. I never will, and I promise you, I will make sure that I never allow a point to where you have to leave because we cannot financially afford you. And that is a promise. I want our family to stay together the best it can. Obviously, circumstances, you know, there's unforeseen things that might pop up here and there that we can't foresee in the future. But for right now, the way things are, I would like to remain if they are status quo, and I think that's the best thing to do. And everything else we can worry about later. But I just want to let you know that you guys are all very loved. I'm very proud of you, and Charlie would be. I think Charlie's just. I'm trying not to say that he would be. He's obviously celebrating in heaven.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay.
And he knows that you will be able to carry a great torch, and he knows that you're going to do a great job, and you're going to be able to, even though days are going to be tough, honestly, the nights are the hardest. The mornings are pretty raw too. But once you're, just what I've noticed these past several days is if I didn't have the family, the Turning Point USA family with me, all of you, I would be a disaster. I mean, I would be in fetal position 24/7. But the fact that we have a continued mission to look forward to, and we have our family,
Oh, come on.
it's everything. And some of you, this is your chosen family. And just rely and lean on each other. That's huge. Leaning on each other is huge because all of you were together prior to this and will be together
Okay,
after this. And
No.
everything, and I told Justin
No.
this, it's going to
You're
be something where
wrong,
everything before
actually.
September 10th,
Yeah, no,
any
you're right.
email you were working on, any project you were working on,
This one.
it's not that it's irrelevant now. It's just things have changed, obviously. And the mission has gotten deeper, and the mission will grow deeper. But like, I just want all of you to know, we will be wise stewards. We will be vigilant.
1,
We
2,
will
3.
be humble. And I just want you to know that, again, I'm with you. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. And we're going to make sure that we honor my husband so well, that this whole world knows what
1,
his vision was and will be. And
2.
it's just, I feel so blessed and honored.
Blessed and
I
honored.
wonder if I could do this.
That is crazy work as adjectives. I don't know. That's crazy work. That is like, I couldn't, blessed and honored to be the CEO
1,
and
2,
to be
3.
telling you guys that you're a family. And I want you to see this because we've spoken about this, the Moonies cult, and these people that are leaving are like, it was just like a cult. Like, basically she's saying this, she's calling you a family. She promises them. That's why it's important you have to hold this to the fire. You're not a CEO. You promised these kids that if they are going to work harder, you're in this family, your jobs are safe. Actually, that's what makes her cry. Saying your jobs are, that's when she breaks, right? When she says, it's so important to know your jobs are good. Like, I feel emotionally attached to you guys working for me. And then you attach that to what we showed you of a young woman who, like I said, on everything, she never leaked anything. She never spoke to me, nothing, gets fired. And for asking a simple question, like, literally, why am I fired? We've been working like 25 hours, just get out. There's security there. That's it. We're moving a different direction.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna
That is
figure
not
it
okay.
out.
Okay, you're not allowed to say everybody grieves differently, so I don't have to answer any questions about that. And guys, we're gonna bring in the beginning too, because I want you to watch the beginning of this so you can see the full thing, because we don't need to strip anything. Because she starts by laughing, which I find to be interesting. But I do want to let you know that we are having some buffering issues. We still have major blackouts in Nashville, so we're doing our best here. If you have some connectivity issues, just know that that's the reason why. Here's the beginning of that call.
Yep, there you go.
Oh, look at all the thumbs up. Look how cute that is. Sorry, this is a little bit more informal than probably Charlie would be reacting. How sweet. I didn't know they could do that. I hate Zoom. I never liked Zoom. Sorry, you guys. I just wanted to say first and foremost,
Yeah, because we don't want to accidentally make these stitches
for
too
you
tight,
guys
so we
as
want
much
to make
as
sure
for
that
our
we're being
family.
really
You guys
mindful
lost
about what
not
that
only a
looks like.
boss,
Okay.
but someone that you
So
looked up to, someone that you believed in his mission, that you also that you loved. You loved listening to his show. You loved
then we do that.
hearing
and
his
then we
wisdom
do-
on things. I'm sure some of you have also had very personal
Right?
moments of where
That's
you
pretty much
sat
all it
down
is, right?
and
So that's the beginning, just so you have that in its full context. Now, like I said, this is something. It's definitely something. It feels to me a bit like the psychological phenomenon known as trauma bonding, right? They had just suffered a very real trauma. That's not a trauma that most people go through in their entire lives. You sign up for a company. Charlie Kirk is leader of that company. You sign up, majority of these people, to work for this organization because they believe in Charlie Kirk. They believe in what he's doing on college campuses. And then you watch him get live assassinated. And now management is going to try to establish your loyalty using all sorts of tactics, but essentially what they're creating here is an emotional dependence, right? We are a family. We have lived through this. This is a family. And that very well may not have been Erica's intent. But hearing her sound like she's about to cry when she discusses specifically them keeping their jobs, not Charlie, but Charlie having been assassinated in front of the world, but the prospect of their employment we do not have to imagine if she meant that sincerely, because she didn't. She did not mean that sincerely. After working them all like horses, wrapping them in this way, she's going to fire a boatload of them without cause or even conversation. That's actually traumatic. See it from the employee's viewpoint. For those of you wondering, they just must feel like they just got punched in the face. You had to watch him die. Then you get brought in on this emotional, we're a family, never, I never would do this. And it's like, get out, don't let the door hit you on the way back. Yeah,
Making your
raised a quarter
hands
bill,
do
you're not even
something
gonna
they've
get
never
a
done
bonus.
before is kind of hard.
And we're going to keep letting this play out because you are going to hear her actually be the first person
Oh my god.
to say,
Oh my god, I'm doing it. 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 I'm
She's
doing
going to
fucking
remind
stranded
people
color work, guys.
that everybody grieves differently. 5.5 days after Charlie was announced dead at the hospital. Take a listen.
And we will do our best to continue to make Turning Point USA the behemoth that he wanted it to be, this massive thing. And it is, and that's why we have to stay humble. But you know, I just want you guys to stay in prayer.
Stay
And
humble.
if you guys do need anything, please reach out to whoever you know to reach out to. And pray with one another, be there with one another, be soft with one another. Everyone grieves differently, so if someone's acting weird,
Look,
don't read into that.
you can see the little pop of color, kind
and
of,
weddings and
almost.
funerals bring out the weirdest
We're getting
side of
there.
people. Anyone who's been married knows that.
This is
so
just a
don't
test
read
I'm
into
practicing
that. Just
right
love
now.
on each other.
Mikey, you're
And
crocheting
if there's
right now?
anything or anyone who tries to divide your team or you, or that's just the enemy, and just rebuke it and know that
Who's
there's a good
Josh?
mission at hand. And again, you guys are all
Knitter,
very loved,
please.
and I feel very honored. And,
I am a knitter.
I'm
I am
grateful for all of
knitting.
you. So I
That's
just
funny.
wanted to take some time to hop on and share
Josh,
with
you son of a bitch.
my condolences. I wish I could hug all of you, but again, the fact that there's a lot within me.
Anyway,
Today.
Mikey, you should
a lot of
find
you
my
guys are here
Patreon.
in office,
It's
especially
Patreon/Subliminal Locks. The free tier, I'm gonna be doing
where
a
we
knitting
want
and
to
crochet
to
club
obviously
where we
end
can
you
like
all
have
one.
patterns
Actually, we want
for
you
each
to
other
go.
and stuff like
And
that.
so that's what we'll
It'll
do.
be a place for us
Wow,
to share
so
patterns
we
with
want
each
you
other
to
so that we
go
don't have to
ahead
all
and
buy
stay
every
up.
fucking pattern on the
Okay? I
planet.
love you all.
I have a lot of really good crochet patterns that I'll be putting there for you guys to
Deep
look
breaths.
at and stuff, you know,
Misha,
be able to
I just wanna
screenshot or
share this
whatever.
with you all. I asked her when we were on the tarmac.
Or that we can
I
go through
said,
together, you know, step by step or whatever.
I don't know.
I don't know. I have to figure it out.
How to get through this.
What's the legality and stuff and whatever.
And she said, you know, when you're on an airplane, and some of you have kids who will really relate to this, others that don't, you've been on a plane with kids, so you can also relate to this. But she said, when you're on an airplane and you're 15 minutes before landing, and the kids are going crazy, and you have 15 minutes left on the plane, and they're throwing their toys and they're screaming, and you're thinking to yourself, am I going to make it through these next 15 minutes? And then the plane
There,
lands.
that's what was
And
confusing my
Lucia
little
said we were
brain.
going to make it through those next 15 minutes. And the next 15 minutes after. And so I just want to share that with you because it was a very private moment. But it gave me some peace to know that we can just do this 15 minutes at a time. So if that means at work when you're feeling a little bit sad, take those 15 minutes and you'll be okay. We're all gonna be okay. I love you guys. Have a great meeting. Is there anything else to do? Okay, it's good. You guys are loved. Love this little film with all the birds. It's so
Okay,
cute.
so
So sweet.
that was
God bless you all.
1,
Thank you,
2,
guys.
and 3. So we're gonna be doing.
I mean, I don't really know what to say. I wanted to share that with you. I wanted to share that with you because I fully side with the employees, what they have lived through, everything that's happened, to have them admit that they work 20-hour days, to see how they were manipulated into doing that, and then having the carpet pulled under their feet and told goodbye. And God forbid you want to speak out about what you've lived through, then you're somehow like, it's a cult. That's a cult, to be clear. That's just a cult. You're with us or you're against us. And these people were not against them. They were loyal employees. Okay? They were loyal employees. And they
you
said
almost
that
did the
they felt
no-no.
like they were being emotionally manipulated to think that they had to just work harder,
I have
even
to purl
beyond
these.
the 20-hour days they were working during the weekday. They were then asked to come in on the weekends to pack t-shirts. Because it's what Charlie would want. And I kept picking up on that.
Oh, yeah.
Beyond these calls.
I can do that.
I kept saying,
I
why
just
does
have
it
to,
feel
like,
they're using
space
the
it out.
ghost of Charlie
Fuck you, pearl
to sort of
stitches.
guilt people into doing things? Like, this is what Charlie would want. He'd want your money. This is what Charlie would want. He would
You just
want
have
your,
to like
your kids'
give
college
it
fund. This
space.
is what Charlie would want.
So
He
this
wants
is just a
grandma's will.
swatch, so it doesn't
This is
matter
what
if there's a bunch
Charlie's,
of shit hanging
dancing.
out
He's
the back.
dancing in heaven.
Okay.
He is. I don't want to say the word happy. Maybe he's not happy. He just got assassinated. Maybe he's not happy that he's never going to see his children again or put him to bed. But he is dancing unhappily or something. What?
Okay.
What? Okay, like, I don't know what this is. Like I said, fully side with the employees. I do believe, with all of the new information that I'm getting, and it is a lot, that she has been orchestrating this entire PR campaign from the back and pretending that Andrew Colvett was problematic. Maybe some credit to Andrew Colvett for being enough of a gentleman to absorb all of that, to allow people to think that it was just him acting rogue when it wasn't. It factually was not. We were lied to. And I don't know what the purpose is of that lie. That's what troubles me. What is the purpose of that lie? And by the way, just going back to that end of the timeline that we have put together, it's actually stunning to consider that when they opted to have the three-way call with the doctor, okay, when they hurried and called the surgeon, because I did an episode and I was like, hey, something's really weird that you guys should know is that, you know, the bullet didn't go through. There was no blood in the back of Charlie. And then Erica and Andrew got on the phone with the surgeon. That was on the day of Charlie's actual funeral mass. Like, that was a priority for them
Am I doing
to
this
have
backwards?
something to issue as a statement
You
onto
are, in
X
fact.
to try
No,
to
you're
explain
not.
away why a 30-06 didn't go through. Like, that doesn't seem like the proper day for that, but that's when it happened. That's when it factually, that phone call took place. We know because Andrew said just got off the phone with the surgeon. So we don't have to imagine when that
Don't
was.
like that.
The day after my episode, when people were going, what do you mean there's no blood in the back? What do you mean the 30-06? Why lie about that? Why are we being
Okay.
lied to? And we're supposed to accept that they have enough money, well, they do, to hire crisis PR people and a bunch of
Making
accounts
your
on
hands
X to tell us
do
that it's
something they've
ungodly
never
for
done
us not to
before
sit there and
is
be lied
quite
to.
difficult.
That God's mandate means you can't question this. You can't question why kids are being treated like this. Like, this is Charlie's vision. He's dancing in heaven, watching how kids that, a bunch of students that slaved for him, 20-hour days
Free.
to put together the memorial events are being let go for no reason other than loyalty tests that are being conducted by Marina, the COO, who's talking to Uber drivers for the tea. Hey, have you heard anything about Turning Point USA? Well, I heard that this Uber driver said that you may have said something. Bring her into the room. She may have critiqued Erica. Not allowed. What is this, guys? It's severe manipulation, and it's not okay. It's not okay at all. And what is guiding that, though? What is guiding the lies? That's what I'm interested in. I don't like when people lie to my face. I really don't like when people lie to my face. And then I don't like when they send me cease and desist because I told the truth. I would say that's like a personal trigger of mine. Anyway, we're going to take a brief break and get into some more people grieving differently in the form of former CEOs. All right, you guys, thanks to you, last year, Preborn helped rescue over 80,000 babies, and today you can help save even more. Every single day, thousands of women hear the same devastating lie, that abortion is their only option, that they are alone, and that there's no hope.
All right, so we're
But
gonna be
everything
doing
changes the moment a mother in crisis walks into a preborn network clinic and sees her baby on an ultrasound.
1, 2.
That one moment doubles her
1,
chance
2.
of choosing life. It's not just an image on a screen, it's hearing
1,
her
2,
baby's
3.
heartbeat, maybe for the very first time, and in that moment she realizes that there was life growing
1,
inside of her, and it is not a problem that needs to be solved, it's actually a life that needs to be protected.
2.
Let's be there for her in that beautiful moment with love, prayer, and
3.
support. For just $28, you can provide one life-saving ultrasound, and $140 provides 5 ultrasounds and 5 chances for life. This year, let's make it the biggest baby-saving year in history. Take a stand, people. Speak for those who cannot speak for themselves. To donate, dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby. Or you can visit preborn.com/Candace. Again, that's preborn.com/Candace. Also remind you guys about one of the reasons that I have stayed with Nimi Skincare is that they make consistency really easy. There is just so much noise around skincare, new launches, new routines, new promises, and most of it just encourages people to keep switching. I don't think that helps anyone in the long run. I stick with Nimi because it's clean, it's simple, and it's built for long-term use. January is already overwhelming for a lot of people. Your skin is dealing with cold air and dry heat. Your schedule is probably
1,
packed and
2,
everything feels louder than
3.
usual.
1.
Well, that's not the time to overcomplicate things. It's a time to actually practice staying consistent. Nimi Skincare is made here in America and built around that same idea of discipline over trends. So make Nimi your friend in skincare. Visit NimiSkincare.com today. Make sure to use my code Candace10 at checkout and you'll save an additional 10% off your order. That's NimiSkincare.com. Also want to tell you guys about masa chips. You do not have to overhaul your whole life in 2026. Like I just said, you can start with simple swaps like upgrading the snacks in your pantry to ones with real ingredients like masa. It is the easiest way to eat clean without feeling like you are on a diet. Masa's chips contain just 3 ingredients: organic corn, sea salt, and 100% grass-fed beef tallow. That's it. There's no seed oils, there's no mystery chemicals, just real food. These chips don't only avoid all the bad stuff, they also taste incredible too. Snacking on masa chips is nothing like eating regular chips. With masa, you feel satisfied, light, energetic. There's no crash, bloat, or that gross, sluggish feeling afterward. And because these chips are made with real food, they are more satiating, so you won't find yourself uncontrollably binging and still feeling hungry afterward. My favorite flavors of masa chips are their habanero and the original flavor as well. So if you are ready to give masa a try, you can simply click the link in the video description, or you can visit masachips.com/Candace and use promo code Candace at checkout for 25% off your first order. If you don't feel like ordering online, masa is now available nationwide at your local Sprouts supermarket as well. Stop by and pick up a couple of bags before they're gone. I would say that we exist in a time right now where we recognize that we live in a matrix. Like, we actually live in a matrix, and that matrix is fully glitching. We don't know where this is going to end. It's sort of like we know they're lying, they're caught lying, they know that they've lost power, but they're still going to create this illusion that they haven't. They're going to keep writing articles, they're going to keep smearing people that are telling the truth, even though it's ineffectual. Like, no, we actually don't care anymore what they're writing, but they're going to keep doing it. They're going to tell us who we have to like. They're going to keep pretending that these people are popular and these people are awful. When does it stop? Everything feels fake and gay and fictitious, and we're learning
I think I
that
may
people who
should
pretended that they
just
cared about free
use
speech are the number one
bigger
people that are trying to squash it. They're
while
trying to
I'm
squash it now, and there's no
ahead.
greater example of that
Instead
than,
of
of course,
going
Daily
through
Wire.
all
Now,
this
Daily
and then
Wire's
turning
CEO,
around and undoing
one
it all.
day it will. Daily Wire is a
What
company
size is
in
it
a fair
supposed to
world,
be?
probably not one day, and so therefore probably not in this world. But if we live in
Son
a
of
fair
a
world, it would be
bitch.
taught in psychology courses. Like, watching what this company did to itself in the span of 1 year is incredible. It's
Oh, okay, good.
objectively,
There it
as an
is.
interest piece, incredible. Like, if I'm just a
So
journalist going,
it
this is
needs to
fascinating, right?
be
Jeremy Boring was the CEO and all that happened, and he kind of went away for, I would say, a year, and now he's
21
back. He would never not be
stitches.
back, guys.
Oh,
This
I
man
did
loves the
28
spotlight like
stitches.
you wouldn't believe. We're going
Oops.
to talk about that in a second. But he goes on
Anyway,
to a
it needs
podcast
to
and
be
decides to open up about me, of course, and
yes, these are too
what
small.
I did
It needs to be
wrong,
4 inches, so I
saying
do in fact
essentially things were
need to
fine until they
use,
weren't
I
fine.
think,
I'm just gonna let you hear him
size
in context
6
what
needles,
I've done here.
and
What
I'll
he has to
just
say about me. Take a listen.
maybe do a little bit of a tighter
When
knit.
Candace works
But
for
my
you,
hands are
do you
starting to get
sometimes
the
look back at
understanding
the
for it,
decision
so I'm
and
pretty
think,
excited about that.
That wasn't a good one when she was working at The Wire.
Yeah, well, I certainly think that hiring Candace is probably the biggest mistake of my professional life so far. At the time,
Come back here.
I had
you.
misgivings about Candace, but it wasn't a completely cynical decision. I believed that Candace could be a great force for good in the world. I still believe that.
Simple.
Candace is the most talented
Like I
person
like
I've
it.
ever met, not just in conservative media, but in any media.
I like
She
it.
has,
I love
she
it.
has that star
I want
quality.
some
You know it
more
the
of
moment
it.
that you meet her.
I tried
Unbelievable
so
charm,
hard.
unbelievable charisma. The camera absolutely loves her. She has incredibly unique gifts and skills in that area, and when she wields those gifts and skills for good, she's incredibly effective. She was during the BLM movement in America. Some of the content that we made when we first brought Candace on was focused on that topic, and I think she was as good as anybody in the world and made a really positive impact. I've said before, Candace is like nuclear energy. You know, if you harness it properly, she can power a city. If you lose control, she'll flatten the city. And I think that's what we're seeing now. Candace, all those same gifts that she has at various times used for good, she's now using for ill. And there's no one better. The problem is, if what you're pursuing is bad and you're the best at it, you're going to do an incredible amount of damage. And Candace is doing an incredible amount of damage.
So what's amazing about that is he's not even aware of how objectively racist what he just said was. We brought Candace on because she was critiquing Black people. We brought her on because it was nice to have a Black person that was willing to call out Black Lives Matter, and that's largely why I brought her on. That's why we did, and she was doing great. We did a documentary, and she talked about how Black Lives Matter had grown into really what it was a Black supremacy movement, where they were no longer fighting for equality, actually where they wanted special treatment. I believe that. I stand by that. I have not shifted my viewpoints on BLM and the fact that it was going to ultimately backfire on Black America like it did, burn down Black American cities. But then that, oh my gosh, when she then noticed that Israel was actually flattening cities, really bad analogy there, Jeremy. When she noticed that actually the Jewish community was acting like the supremacists suddenly, and noticed that they were acting exceptionally, they wanted to be treated exceptionally, and they were coming after speech, that's when I realized that this energy couldn't be harnessed. That's when we realized we had a problem. Oh, it could do great damage. It could flatten a city like Bibi Netanyahu did to Gaza. That's when, oh, man, she was a talent when I could teach her to go after Black people. But then when she sort of noticed that Jewish people were not behaving correctly and were making demands in a similar fashion and coming after people's lives and livelihood, that's when, well, we had to draw the line. Nuclear energy. It's very bad. It's amazing.
Okay. So,
and then he's going to correlate my show to pornography. Take a listen.
From here to here is 4 inches, so as long as my swatch is this long, now I can put this crap away and stop worrying about it unraveling.
She keeps telling me about things that she hears Candace say. I don't even know how to respond to them. So I would just respond by telling her fun things that you saw in some.
You know what? I think I'm gonna go get an apple soda.
Said,
I'll be right back.
I said, well, the same level of shame should accompany both statements. Like, one should be ashamed to say publicly that they're watching Candace Owens now.
You watch Candace Owens.
Is at war with the widow of her purported best friend Charlie Kirk. This is so far beyond the pale. You know, the fact that people can say with a straight
such
face,
a bad
"Oh, no,
period
what
right
do you make
now."
of what Candace said. What I make of it is that it is a kind of pornography. It is rhetorical pornography. It does the same thing that regular pornography does. It titillates, it stimulates.
You do know who owns that industry, right, sir?
It's great for getting clicks and makes tons of money on the internet. And you shouldn't be able to look at it if you're under 18. Or
you should look into that.
Now I remind you that one of the reasons I got
you don't
fired
know
is
who
I was looking
owns
at
that
the history of
industry?
pornography. Don't ask him that question. Don't ask him about real pornography and where it comes from. Don't do that. Don't you dare, because then you would be the kind of nuclear energy that we can't harness correctly. Now, when you talk about pornography, you should talk about real pornography. You should talk about podcasts where people are getting educated and recognizing that there are double standards and that you cannot use emotional arguments like BLM did and like we are seeing Israel do today to go, you can't talk about the facts. George Floyd died and we can't talk about any more facts and this is crazy and we're all sad and we can't even discuss things rationally.
I'm gonna try that again.
Israel post October 7th. He is arguing like a leftist. But the moment where you really recognize that...
Where did my little piece of string go?
I had hoped that he checked into treatment, to be honest with you.
Heather!
But he has zero self-awareness is when Jeremy accuses me of being self-aggrandizing. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Candace Owens is engaged in a, as I see it, Candace is engaged in a project of self-aggrandizement. I've asked Candace on 2 separate occasions, what do you actually believe? And on both occasions, she told me, I believe what the people believe. I am the voice of the people. Never mind that that's a completely amoral statement. Never mind that I don't know who the people are in this conversation. Never mind that the people, whoever they are, can obviously be wrong. Candace is actually saying something somewhat profound. She's saying, I will say whatever gets the most reward. She may not even know that that's what she's saying. But she's essentially, articulating audience capture as a virtue.
This is incredible for so many reasons. So the first and foremost, that is obviously made up. It's such an obviously made up conversation. Who just comes in and goes, what do you believe? Zero context. And then someone just replies and says, I believe whatever the people believe. Believe regarding what? Are we talking about faith? What are we talking about the transgender movement? We don't just ask someone. I asked her 3 times. She said, I believe whatever the people believe, because I just want clicks, which is why she took this path of going up against Black Lives Matter as a black person and putting on a Trump hat, because the easy route, that was obviously the easy route to get clicks back in 2016. It's completely ridiculous. But to pretend that I am into myself, I have to just shout this out because there are Daily Wire employees. You don't understand what we lived through, you guys, and they need to hear this. And they're just somewhere they're passing away, listening to Jeremy Boring talk about somebody who likes attention. Jeremy Boring is the CEO who woke up every day. Like, I'm his biggest regret. So many more regrets that I could toss out of him. I'm going to try a few. Like getting up every day, going into the office, and getting your hair and your makeup done to play the role of a CEO. Making talent, people who had shows, wait outside while you close the room, had people wash your hair, do your makeup, and style you. Hundreds of thousands of dollars on a clothing rack so you could go sit in the office and take phone calls like a CEO. That probably actually was the honest Jeremy. He's always been an aspiring actor. That's who he wants to be. He wants to be on a stage, and he literally builds stages every time he speaks at the Daily Wire. Jeremy Boring is a person that is so obsessed with himself and thinks about nobody else that he put the company into debt. What happened? What's the true story? What happened to the Daily Wire? Jeremy Boring was wanting to live out his boyhood theater kid dreams, right? He flew out virtually the entire company to Hungary to bring a book that he read in middle school to life on a budget that would make HBO blush. Paying to transport bulls across the continent of Europe, and in the process, obviously plummeting a once financially healthy company into the ground. I am told, last number I heard, was $67 million spent on a high school dream. So much money that he had to borrow, empty his savings account, borrow money personally from Ben Shapiro to make ends meet because he couldn't let go of his high school dream. That's not ranking as his number one regret, because that's the true story of what happened to the Daily Wire. Everything else is noise. Actually, the Bulwark podcast, which is no friend of mine, they hate me, they were pretty frank. If you go back and listen and honest about what happened at the Daily Wire, they spent some time investigating it. Take a listen.
Because of the Daily Wire's enormous revenues, they were in their streaming ambitions. Jeremy Boring was able to become, not just like to finance this, but he is the director and the creator of it. This like incredibly ambitious operation. And so
The
like
Pin
they made these
Dragon
production diaries,
series.
and so I watched these videos on YouTube of them
What a
filming it.
loser.
And you look at it and it's like, are they capable of doing this? I mean, we're talking about like 100 extras, like fist fighting in a marsh in Hungary. Like the mist is coming in, all like enormous crews. Then they're like, well, we're flying off to Italy.
And this was on
Fucking
the
Game of
Daily Wire's
Thrones
time
level
they were doing this?
production.
Yes.
Oh my god.
And it's, we're flying to Italy to film with bulls, but they were imported from Spain, so it's all good. Like it's authentic, and you're just like ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. And it still hasn't come out.
Well, that might explain some of this departure agreement where you're spending millions on a bizarre project set in Roman era Britain, but filmed in Hungary involving Italian bulls meant to be from Spain.
That's actually what happened, and it caused Jeremy Boring to have a mental break, and we all just had to be subjected to it as people that are working at the Daily Wire. And you would think that after taking a hiatus, she would come back and realizing this failed, nobody wanted to buy it, nobody wanted anything to do with it because, like always, he casts himself in every role. Jeremy Boring's razors, Jeremy Boring's hair products, Jeremy Boring's high school project, Jeremy Boring all the time. Build a stage because I want to fire Candace. You would think. But after taking a year to reflect, he would come back and say, that's my biggest mistake. That I put me at the center of everything, and I took a financially healthy company and I crushed it. And you know what else was a mistake? If I'm Jeremy Boring, I would say it was a mistake not to just end things amicably with Candace, especially when she gave me the option after Ben jumped up on a table and accused her of being a faux sophisticate because she said, oh, genocide is always wrong. Yeah. When she came to me 8.5 months pregnant, hands open and willing to discuss and fix things or agree to amicably go our separate ways if we couldn't, post October 7th, he decided not to do that.
Okay.
Jeremy decided to instead maniacally convey to me that they suspected that I might have been secretly working with Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson, like we're the Three Musketeers or something. rather than simply humbling himself, admitting that he was completely deluded and wrong and that I was in fact always loyal to the company that I worked for, he hatched up his next great plan. Oh, I know. I'll fix two birds with one stone. Okay, I sank the company into debt, but I can fix it. My next big plan is to do what we did to Breitbart. We'll create a fake scandal. We'll accuse Candace, who's actually hardworking, super pregnant. We'll accuse her of being anti-Semitic and gloriously fire her over having said Christ is king. We'll do this during Lent because surely that will lead to more Daily Wire signups. It worked for us once at Breitbart. You think we can do it again? The world will see it our way, right? The world will see it our way. They'll realize that we had to do the tough but the moral thing. It's a psyop, right? We just need the money. But they'll realize that we took a moral stance for Jews because what kind of monster tweets genocide is always wrong? True story, Jeremy actually personally reviewed Andrew Klavan's episode before it went out. The first attack after we amicably departed. Jeremy proved it. He's so genius and so sure of himself. Management truly believed that they were going to get a bunch of signups to the Daily Wire in mass. The whole world was going to support them and their debt issues would be wiped away. And it's now been 2 years. And you would think, Jeremy, I would think that you might have the courage to admit that it was simply a bad decision. To build a stage, to execute a corporate slave hanging, to go to war with someone that would have amicably left. I think it also may have left a bad taste in a lot of employees' mouths, many of whom subsequently left and leaked to the press what had happened. Because unlike you, I actually knew those employees' names. You never bothered to learn their names. You walked by them. They were beneath you. They weren't exactly buying what their narcissistic CEO who puts his name on everything was selling when it came to me. And what you did to me came across as cruel and unnecessary, a little extrajudicial. Most people this could have been an email. Now, if I was in your shoes, I might even rank having sent an intern on a secret mission to stalk the woman that you just fired to Dallas, to Turning Point USA, to put her on a plane, an intern. I might rank that as having been a mistake, a psychotic mistake, no less, followed by a somehow even worse decision as a CEO to then author a maniacal, almost 5-page long email to the entire company admitting to the act, justifying the decision to secretly follow someone that you had gloriously fired, saying, and I quote, it's my right. It's my right to know what she's saying. That's not why you were sending her. You were sending her to ask me a question. If you wanted to know what I was saying, Turning Point USA live streams their events, okay? We know what you were doing. Now, were I in your shoes, Jeremy, I might even rank you bizarrely telling Brett Cooper, then a very young employee of yours, just a few weeks before she was slated to get married, sitting her down and telling her that she shouldn't do that because you had big plans and you were going to turn her into a star because you're the magic. I would probably rank that at the tippity top of bad corporate decisions, among others. You maybe forgot yourself in that moment, as you always do. Maybe got a little swept up in you. But conservatives, those pretending to be conservative companies, certainly are not supposed to chase Hollywood fame above family. And I think personally that she made the right decision to leave. And then you made, again, the wrong decision, like the angry, repressed homosexual that you are, to not just allow a young woman, again, 21 years old, to just leave, but to, again, stalk. Because that's what you do. You stalk. You pretend it's a business, but you're glorified stalkers. In this time, in the most sadistic manner possibly ever, offering an obscene amount of money to her maid of honor at that wedding that you didn't want her to have, to hurt her, replacing her with her maid of honor because you wanted Brett Cooper, a young woman, to suffer for simply wanting to change jobs, which is why you worked behind the scenes through the same demented PR orbit to try to smear her, the friendly pop culture young girl, as an anti-Semite over an Instagram like because she liked a year-end roundup of my podcast, and you wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have that. You know, I'd rank that as another mistake, but what I rank as one of my prouder moments and all of that was using some of my nuclear energy to stand up for her publicly, despite contractual restraints, using my platform to say what you did to her was wrong. And when you sued me for that, for standing up for Brett Cooper, I want you to know that I communicated to my legal team that I would accept that. I would accept the penalty of hundreds of thousands of dollars, which you wanted to impart upon me, for me doing the right thing and standing up for someone who didn't deserve what you were putting her through. You didn't put me through it, and you were trying to put her through it. And I told my husband that I would gladly pay that money. I said, if the judge came back in your favor, I wouldn't lie. I would admit that I consciously stood up for somebody who didn't deserve to be smeared. I'm proud of it. In fact, I would have hung it up on a wall and showed my kids that money isn't everything. Doing the right thing is. So maybe all of that could rank somewhere as you're ranking worst decisions that you've ever made. No, probably not, right? Probably not, because you are just a malignant narcissist.
Really
you admitted
pissing
to
me
me
off
that you had a
right now.
mental break in Hungary. You didn't sleep for days, and you never really, Jeremy,
Maybe that'll stop
have admitted to
now.
yourself
Fuck you.
that you haven't come back from it. You really have not come back from it. You are not okay. Your plan here to redeem yourself was to try to destroy my life. You blame me for what you did. In the process, honestly, the only thing that you've been successful at
Oh, come the frig
is ruining
on.
your own life. So what I think that you're actually suited for, Jeremy, is to return back to Texas, where you grew up. That key you wear around your neck, that bent key that you wear as a necklace
really
every day.
annoying.
For those of you who don't know, that key, which the company is named after, Bent Key Ventures, is a key that he's kept around his neck for 28 years from his hometown. And it unlocks a Playhouse Theater where he once performed on stage. I think that that's where he should return. He's best suited to go back to Texas, to quit playing pretend in the real world, and to resume his Playhouse acting. How's that? We'll be right back. All right, you guys, very quickly want to remind you about American financing, because between groceries, travel, and higher prices, it's easy to feel completely overwhelmed, especially if you are already relying on credit cards to cover the basics. If that debt is piling up, you should know that you are not alone. If you're a homeowner, you might have considered making that switch, maybe reaching out to American Financing, but hesitated because you do not want to give up your low mortgage rate. Well, that's why American Financing created the Smart Equity Loan. It's a simple, smart way to get your finances back on track without giving up your low mortgage rate. Unlike a HELOC, which can fluctuate with the market, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate, so you'll have one predictable monthly payment. It lets you use your home's equity to pay off high-interest debt, free up your cash flow, and still keep your existing mortgage intact. There are no upfront fees. To find out if you qualify, so call 800-795-1210. That's 800-795-1210. Or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. Again, that's AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. All right, you guys, now to tell you that we have some new merch on the website, like I always do. You can also buy our autographed bundle. It's both of our hard copy.
All right, well, you know what?
And Blackout, both hand signed by me. And we have also
We will
merged our
use
subscription tiers to make things easier into
smaller
one
needles.
Club Candace tier for $11.99 a month. Or you can pay $120 for the entire year. We have great merch, and also I forgot to say we have a new website.
How many stitches should we do?
Things are
Neckline.
looking
We're gonna
shiny.
do.
All right, top comment from last episode. Michael writes, calling her assassinated husband's memorial an event of the century is a new form of grief that has never been seen before.
What do they say?
Like I said, I'm
for
done
small.
making excuses after she got caught red-handed, and everything I'm learning from the employees right now. Like, she was very much involved in a lot of the PR stuff. I assumed everyone was just doing things, and she was gathering herself when she was like at home in the fetal condition. Nope, she was in the office every day. And she was making informed decisions alongside Stacey Sheridan and this Marina Minas, who I need to take time to look into, who apparently, by the way, ironically, watches my show every day in the office. Turning Point USA watches this show live in the office and then fired someone for screenshotting this show in the office. I don't comprehend that. I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, let's get into some of your comments from today.
You, God, Lord
Kiki writes,
Jesus,
Candace, what do you mean Erica said she was watching your show in the beginning and learning? Her husband was just murdered and she was waiting to tune into your next episode. She did not call and ask you for every detail. Be for real, Erica. She thinks we are dumb. Again, yes, in retrospect, I realize and have since learned that she did tell me a lot of fibs during our sit down, and the biggest one for me is just the consistent throwing
cool.
Andrew
I didn't
Cole
need
under the
those
bus,
pants.
and then me learning that Andrew told the truth from other people. I was getting played, and I will own the fact that I was not in a position emotionally to contend with her acting in that manner at all. Obviously, I knew Charlie personally, so I was not, look, this story was not objective for me. This has been a subjective story. I was genuinely in grief, and my sister was correct when she said you have suffered a trauma. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep, I when I went to Wyoming, I was starting to go through the phase of bargaining and hoping that Charlie really was alive, like trying to find the pocket of the internet that would tell me that he was actually secretly alive. And I realized that that's not a good place to be in, and I need to take a break and to deal and get to the stage of acceptance. And I don't regret that it took me a while to even look at what other people were saying. I think I needed to believe that these were his real friends and that everything in his life was, I don't know what I needed to believe. I was going through my own process. I wasn't ready, and I am ready now because I don't like people lie to my face, and I don't like when people use a lot of money and PR agents, and I just feel foolish, to be honest with you. And then send me a cease and desist is crazy. Like, you don't have a right to investigate what happened to Charlie. You don't have a right to ask questions about his murder because our contract covers everybody and their mamas. Goodbye. Again, unconscionable. Something I could not have known when I signed that agreement to tour with Charlie Kirk is that he was going to be publicly assassinated, and the people at the organization that he built, okay, many nights of no sleep, we're going to be colluding to obscure things from the public. That's a pretty strong thing that I could not have known. This whole contract stuff, it's fake, it's gay, it's over. We left it in 2025, okay? The lawsuit stuff to basically say, I'm allowed to be immoral because you signed a contract and didn't perceive how I could be immoral is just done. You're welcome. It's over, it's done. And the people that do this should just be called out at all times. Honor no contracts where people are trying to make it so that they can treat you immorally. Honor no contracts. There's no way a contract can be written that says I'm allowed to be a jerk, an asshole, I'm allowed to lie, and I'm allowed to abuse you because you signed a dotted line. Blow them up. Blow them up, okay? I'm sorry. No, this is the time where I make a statement that I did tell the priest that I would chill. And I am going to talk to him. Actually, I realize that it's been probably like 7 weeks since I've spoken to him. I'm going to get on that. Anyways, Call Shia writes, Season 3, Episode 4 of Everyone Grieves Differently. Oh no, you got that wrong. We're in Season 8, I think, actually. Seven Sheets writes, boring makes my skin crawl. All the more reason we're here watching you and have been long before the tragedy of Charlie Kirk and continue to be. God bless you, our Joan of Arc. I will keep dropping these and more if we can get 2-hour episodes with Candace. But I love what we get, so appreciate it. That's a tremendous donation. I really appreciate you guys. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe something did break inside of me with this whole Charlie Kirk thing, but it is the audacity of all of it. They're such bad people. That's what I want you to know. They're such bad people. I have not even told you 10% of what Jeremy Boring put me through. And yeah, every time it was, we'll bankrupt you. We'll bankrupt you. If you tell anybody what we're doing to you, we'll bankrupt you. You're basically allowed to write contracts to abuse people because normal people, when they're signing these agreements, you don't think that it's being written so that they can abuse you. You're like, oh, we're just agreeing, like I'm going to show up to work, do the right thing, be honest with you, communicate with you about what I'm going through, and depart amicably. But within the world of politics, entertainment, that's not what they're doing. And that's what I want to use my platform to let you guys know. That's not what they're doing. They're trying to control you, and it's very sinister. And I could not stay silent with them trying to pull that move on Brett Cooper. Like I'm good. Okay, my kids will be proud of me one day. I'm good. Jeannie Thompson writes, Erica kept referring to Charlie as still directing Turning Point USA rather than acknowledging that Turning Point USA is an organization established and led by God. That is a cult. Yes, I agree with you. It's something about all of it, even keeping the mic and putting it in a cage and setting up his dinner at a fundraiser. There's something that feels like a seance to me. And we couldn't control him when he was alive, but we can control him now that he's dead. And we can control you and tell you what he would have wanted. How can you debate that? This is what he would have wanted. He's dancing in heaven. How can you debate that? And if you do debate that, well, sorry, guys, because now his widow is saying that. So how dare you? That there's something about that I really don't like. And that something is all of it. I like none of it, actually. Ms. Mint Juleps writes, keep it going, Team Candace. Take it to the max. I'm with you all the way. Thank you so much. Julia writes, I'll never be too far right to want the truth, even if it goes against the narrative. Christ is king. The non-elitists are proud of you. It's crazy to go backward and to realize I tweeted Christ is king, not at anybody. And they went ahead and tried to spin that into an anti-Semitic attack. But we're not going to acknowledge these very Semitic Palestinians being mass murdered. They really are trying to convince us that words hurt more than mass murder. That's just crazy. That genuinely is just so objectively crazy. And they do this without even flinching. They're like, whoa, did you see what Candace Owens said on her podcast? That's pornography. The sexual rituals going on in Israel, the people that are standing up in Knesset talking about how they're being raped and the politicians are all in on it, Israel blackmailing people, using sexual blackmail, the mass murder of the children, that is not pornography. No, not pornography at all. Israel, once upon a time, what was it, in 2002, taking over the television sets in Gaza and blaring out pornography to use it as a spiritual weapon against them. That's God. That's what God mandated. That's what he wanted. Crazy. Son of a guppy writes, odd, how could you even put these sentences together after the trauma of what had just happened? Most people would still be curled up in a fetal position, drooling and barely responsive. Yes, I totally agree with you. I agree that all of it's unusual at best. We were then told it's supernatural, that it's like that is what God can do in your life. And this gets into a larger argument about why people need to be ordained as priests, and you shouldn't be listening to people turn biblical proverb into bubble gum. It's a Snapple fact that you could just insert it anywhere. Well, Bible talks about grieving, and so that could mean selling t-shirts or something. Christians are different. It's supernatural. It's like that is literally why you should consult a priest on these matters. Not everybody can just wake up and be a pastor, because they just turn it into their own thoughts and their own opinions and the people that they like and don't like, and then throw in an occasional biblical verse and then go, can't touch this. Biblical verse, can't touch this. No, we're touching this, and we're saying what you're telling us is wild. We have spiritual intuition. It feels wrong because there is something that's wrong. It's very obvious something is wrong with Turning Point USA. It's kind of been obvious since Charlie got assassinated. So we're going to go ahead and acknowledge that all together. 1, 2, 3, something is not right with Turning Point USA. Okay, I'm glad we did that. It feels like the first step of many. Anyways, tomorrow, speaking of Palestinian lives that have been lost and my radical transformation, which was no transformation at all. I actually have not changed any of my opinions. I've always thought murdering children is wrong. Why I'm pro-life. Bassem Youssef was a major reason that I woke up, and the Daily Wire denied my request while I was there to have him on my show. Well, guess what? This is not their show anymore. It's my show. And so Bassem Youssef is going to be joining me live, and we're going to discuss a variety of topics. But I'm really grateful to the people who spoke out early on and awakened, I think, a lot of us to the horrors of what's going on in Israel, and he's one of them. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, so Ryan Reynolds has broken his silence. He thinks he should have been more angry. Hi and welcome to Flossom Talk. I'm Ashley Floor, journalist, Hollywood truth teller, and your voice of reason in a town built on delusion. So now, Ryan Reynolds has broken his silence. And he is doubling down. He thinks he wasn't angry enough. He says any husband would react the way that he did. You got to hear this. Also, let's look at those text messages Leslie Sloan sent to different reporters at different outlets to pressure them to write stories in favor of Blake Lively and to trash Justin Baldoni. She even called him an animal, and when asked about that in her deposition, you won't believe what she said. But Blake Lively's publicist hasn't given up yet, because she planted a story yesterday that just made me want to shake my head. Now Blake Lively's driver came out and said that he listened in on a conversation in the car, and it was truly disturbing. Anyways, let's get into it. Okay, let's talk about this car incident first, because I saw some Blake Lively supporters were like, yes, we told you so. Okay, so again, another example of how desperate Blake Lively's team really is right now, trying to make Justin Baldoni look bad, because they think that by making him look terrible, it makes them look good. And that is not the case. They still look bad, and they have to start realizing that, because what they're doing right now is hurting themselves even more. Every time I see a story like this and read the comments, people are furious. It makes people hate them even more. And this story is so ridiculous. It's of course someone on Blake Lively's payroll, her driver, who comes out and says that he listened in on a conversation in the car between Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni, and one more person, I think, and he doesn't say who that is. The thing with this story is that it lacks context. He doesn't say if they were talking about the movie. This is a movie, as you know, about DV, and according to this driver, Justin talked about his experiences with women in the car. We don't even know if that is true, and if he did share some of his experiences, did Blake share her experiences too? Who started the conversation? According to this driver, he came up to her afterwards and asked her if he should do a background check on Justin. I find it hard to believe that a driver who works for Blake and Ryan, he knows what they're like, is listening into their conversations and then interferes afterwards asking them about it. I just don't think anyone would overstep like that, because I think that is overstepping as a driver. But anyway, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt for doing that. But this just smells so suspicious to me in general. And that's what we've seen with so many of Blake Lively's witnesses so far. And as soon as a lawyer starts digging at them, their stories just fall apart. I don't know if this guy was subpoenaed. I guess not. He just shared this story and that's it. But anyways, let's move on to something more important, because now the media started talking about all these controversies around Ryan Reynolds' text messages. And as I mentioned yesterday, there was a story in Puck, an industry newsletter, and now mainstream media has picked it up. And there was actually a quote there yesterday, a statement from Ryan Reynolds, where he doubles down on these text messages that he sent to terrorize Sony and WME, to force them into going against Justin Baldoni and to take action against Justin Baldoni to support and protect his wife. So this is the statement. I mean, it's coming from Ryan. It's not coming from a representative of him. We know he's not listening to any advice from anyone, because if he did, he would never say this. So he's saying here, yes, Ryan got involved, talking about himself in third person. What husband wouldn't support his wife and the mother of his children, saying that if you wouldn't do that, you would be a terrible husband. If you wouldn't interfere in your wife's business and go after her colleagues and berate them and yell at them and threaten them, then you're
20,
not a good husband.
40,
if you are
60,
questioning Ryan's
80.
actions here, you're also questioning marriage, fatherhood, and basic decency, according to himself. He continued his statement saying, he saw his wife fighting daily to stand up against SH in a private and respectful way, only to face retaliation for doing so. He doesn't even know if she actually faced retaliation. There's no proof of that. And watching his wife stand up against SH in a private and respectful way, when she teamed up all the other co-stars against him and asked them to unfollow him and asked them to support her narrative, and manipulated them into doing so. Is that doing it in a private and respectful way? I don't think so. This also shows that Ryan was not just a passive observer here, something that he has claimed throughout this entire lawsuit. When he was dismissed from the lawsuit, or when Justin Baldoni's lawsuit was dismissed, then Ryan said he's just a non-party. He had nothing to do with this movie except being there for his wife. And interestingly enough, all the text messages that I've read that Ryan Reynolds sent to everyone, which I already shared with you in an episode, none of those text messages shows that he is worried about her safety on the set. It's all about revenge on Justin. And that's why no one is buying this, Ryan. His only worry is that his wife is not popular. That's his only worry here. And that the public doesn't like her. And he can't handle that. Here's the rest of his statement. If anything, Ryan feels like he wasn't angry enough. He passionately believes in and will stand up for the basic rights to a safe workplace, free of harassment and retaliation for his wife and others, then, now, and always. I think especially this part about safety on set when it comes to Ryan Reynolds. We know that a stunt woman actually died on the set of Deadpool because she was doing a stunt. So for him to say that it's so important for him to have safety on a set, no. And then he says he wasn't angry enough. I wonder what he's like when he's angry enough then. You know, he yelled at Justin Baldoni for 5 to 6 hours at their penthouse because he's saying that he fat-shamed his wife. And I also think that this is terrible for his own reputation. Who wants to work with him after you've seen these text messages? Would you willingly go into a collaboration with a guy like that? And that is not him being angry even, because he can get a lot worse according to himself. It's interesting how he said this, and then the Radar Online did that story I also spoke about yesterday, that his friends are worried that his anxiety is going to get worse. It's like they're blaming his anxiety on this kind of behavior. This is not the behavior of an anxious person. This is the behavior of an angry man who is allegedly a narcissist. I also find it quite ironic that he's stepping in for his wife like this, because she's such a girl boss, and you know, she's like standing up for all women. But then she needs a man to do that? That doesn't sound like a feminist, that you are the damsel in distress and you need someone to come in and save you from this. That doesn't fit her narrative of being a strong woman standing up for herself at all. In this Daily Mail article, they actually point out some of the things that he said. So as a reminder, I'm just going to read this. In a series of recently unsealed text messages from the lawsuit, Reynolds lashed out at Dum Dum Baldoni while claiming that his wife was responsible for the box office success of the movie. That must have been because of that amazing rooftop scene that he wrote. In one text exchange from July 2024 to a WME executive, Reynolds allegedly referred to Baldoni as a thoroughbred predatory fraudster and an inexplicably toxic mess. He allegedly added in that text, "I'd put Blake's reputation on trial any day of the week." Well, your wish is coming true soon, Ryan. She will be on trial for her reputation, and we all know how that's going to turn out. And then she added, she's worked with dozens of other mercurial and abusive people. In her experience and mine, nobody has ever reached the Empyrean heights of vile the way Justin Baldoni has. And then he added, talking about Justin, his complete lack of not only remorse, but self-preservation is a character study in malignant, lazy-lidded stupidity and darkness. Those are Ryan's words. So yes, as I said, when you read the comments on these stories, I haven't been able to find any supportive comments on either this story or other stories about Ryan Reynolds, or those planted stories about Justin Baldoni being a creep. There's no support here. I think Ryan should hire Justin for PR, because Justin knows how to deal with things. He just stays quiet and then he lets the evidence speak for itself. Ryan, he just can't handle it. And now it's spiraling out of control for him. He is getting more and more backlash. And the more he comes out, the more he doubles down. the more angry people get at him. He also came out with a statement to TMZ through another rep, which is Ryan. And the source close to Ryan says to TMZ that these emails and phone calls are from a frustrated and concerned husband whose wife was being harassed and felt as though
Okay,
she was
cast
being
on
retaliated
108
against.
stitches.
Okay, so now they're backing down a little bit, saying
Knit
that
one
she
round.
felt like she was being retaliated against. It's not a fact. And Ryan knows that because there's no evidence of that. So how can he say that? So now he's backing down a little bit here. But anyways, I kind of find it entertaining to see Ryan Reynolds trying to keep his head above water here. He's really struggling now. And the only decent thing to do would be to come out and apologize for his behavior. He owes an apology to so many people right now. Anyways, let's talk about Leslie Sloan. When I read the text messages that she sent to New York Post, Us Weekly, and Daily Mail, I was floored. As a journalist, I have never heard or seen anything like this. She was manipulative. She put pressure on them. She threatened these journalists to do stories that would favor Blake Lively. And she was not holding back about her feelings about Justin. What is really disturbing here is the power that these journalists let her have over them. I worked for almost every single newspaper in Norway and magazine. I worked for really high-end glossy magazines. I worked for financial newspapers. I know the ethics of journalism. And when I do a story about something or someone, or when I interview someone, the only thing that I allow them to see is their own quotes. That's the rule of journalism. You're never allowing the person you're interviewing to read the entire story before you publish it. And definitely not the headlines. That is the biggest no-no ever. But Leslie Sloan was given access to all of that. So here is a conversation that Leslie has with Travis from Us Weekly. So Travis is saying, we're cutting the word demands and making all other suggestions. Would love any source quotes to respond to Blake made wardrobe and script changes behind Justin's back. So they're doing a story about that. And of course, Leslie's freaking out because that makes Blake look bad. And he says, headline is this. Why is he giving her the headline? This is so bad. He's saying headline is this. Inside Blake Lively and Justin
Getting
Baldona's
started is
bitter,
literally the
creative
hardest part
struggle
with
on
knitting
Ends with us.
or
Leslie Sloan
crochet,
is saying,
honestly.
why?
It's very
That's
difficult.
not cool.
No, I've
And
never
then
been to
Travis
Slab
says,
City, and I
what
would
would you
never
like
go
it to be
somewhere like
changed
that. That's
to?
not
He's
safe,
giving her
especially
an
as a single
opportunity
woman.
here to create
It's
the
like, you know,
headline
you
for
go to
their
Slab City, you
story.
might get
I
stabbed.
can't believe this. And then
Probably
she
will
says,
get stabbed.
"Take
It's most
out
likely you will
butter,
get stabbed.
please."
Everyone I
And then
know
she's
that's gone to
saying
Slab
bitter.
City has
She
gotten
means
stabbed,
bitter.
or
And then Travis
someone tried to
likes
stab
that.
them.
And then Leslie says, is it out? And Travis says, just made the ask. We'll confirm in a couple of minutes. Changing it to intense. Leslie is saying, can we take out the adjective?
Sorry, I didn't mean to blow that in your
This
face.
is made up. Please.
It's too loud.
And he says, I'll try. It was a fight to get bitter change. And then Leslie says, should I call Dan, which is probably someone higher up or something at Us Weekly? And then Travis says, I don't think it will help. And then she says, when? Why? She's so aggressive, this woman. And Travis says, the digital writers always put in an adjective when talking about any type of feud. It's an SEO thing. I can suggest another one. So here he's admitting that they're putting in adjectives in the headlines, in the titles, to get more clicks and to get higher up in Google searches. And Leslie says, I just hate it. Like, that should even matter if she hates this or not. It's a story that she shouldn't have any say in. Anyways, Travis is saying, let me see what I can do, but they seem to be set on an adjective. Leslie says, begging. Travis says, trying. And then she waits for an hour and she says, any word? What about our other story? So she's obviously planted another story with them. And Travis says, just heard, we can use any other adjective, but it's not an engaging other story without it. Let's think, says Leslie. And then it's obvious that she has already pitched another story to him, which favors Blake. And Travis says, I've pitched it, but people only care about this one today, which Travis says, which I think is the wrong move. He's bending over backwards for Leslie Sloan here. And then he continues saying, luckily, nothing more back from his side. Saying that, luckily, nothing more back from his side, meaning from Justin Baldoni's side. So he's taking sides also with Leslie Sloan here. This is so bad. This is so bad. And Leslie says, thank you. And then he says, I'll send the story in a few moments when it's live. Also, keep in mind, he should not tell this source that he's talking to another source or whatever they're telling him. This is so unprofessional, you guys. I'm shocked. Then he's sending her the story. And here is the story. It ended up with this title: Inside Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni's intense creative struggle on It Ends With Us exclusive. Here it's written by Sarah Donnellan, so not the same reporter that Leslie Sloan was talking to here. Then Leslie complains, and she's saying, you forgot to link the fat shaming and the inappropriate kissing allegations. So she wants that linked into this article. And he's saying, adding now. I mean, if this isn't evidence of a smear campaign and just Justin Baldoni, I don't know what is. And then Travis is saying, just ask, and we have to go back to his rep about it. Will be added in soon. His team hasn't denied that in the past, so shouldn't be an issue. And Leslie says, it's in the press already because she planted it there. And then Travis says, but we didn't yet, so we have to run by. Being added in within 10 minutes. Leslie Sloan says, okay, so let's go to the next one. This is a conversation that Leslie Sloan had with Sarah Nathan at New York Post. Sarah Nathan happens to be Melissa Nathan's sister. Anyways, just to make it more confusing, and Melissa Nathan is, of course, Justin Baldoni's crisis manager. So Sarah Nathan is saying to Leslie Sloan here, need you went up. And then she's sending a link to a People magazine article, which is about the conflict on the set. So this is also around all the backlash from after the premiere of the movie on August 13th. And she sends another article from Us Weekly to her. And Sarah says to Leslie, Blake Lively was given final edit approval on It Ends With Us to make the movie more feminine, according to sources. The star and the rest of the cast are not speaking to director and co-star Justin Baldoni, and Brandon Sklenar particularly has a problem with him. We're told. Although not greenlit, as we predicted, there will now be a battle over the sequel. It starts with us, as Baldoni owns the rights to the film, but due to the rift with Lively, it's unknown what will happen yet. A studio source said there were 2 edits and the studio went with a more feminine edit. Blake had the right to do that. She had final edit approval, which is a lie that Leslie Sloan planted. Then this comment. Leslie says, not a source, a studio insider. So Leslie wants this to be a studio insider who says this and not a source. We don't even know if that's true. Was it a studio insider who said this? I doubt it, because a studio insider would be someone from Sony who said that Blake had final edit approval, which she didn't. Anyways, so Sarah Nathan likes that comment, and then she says, so she got final edit, the one you see in the movie now? She's asking, and Leslie doesn't answer the question. She says, it always needs to say studio source. So she is dragging Sony into this. And then Sarah says, got it. Want me to send a copy? And Leslie says, KK. And then Sarah sends the entire story here to her. Everything, every word, all the sources, everything she gets to see before it gets printed. And Leslie says, I hate this. Nathan says, sorry. And then Leslie says, this will hurt Blake. You're airing an animal. So she's calling Justin Baldoni an animal to Sarah Nathan here. I mean, then Sarah says, it's not pro him. And then she says, we can amend. I mean, I can't believe these journalists are bending over backwards for Leslie Sloan. She has so much power over them. And Sarah says, we can amend. And Leslie says, yes, it is. Meaning that, yes, it is pro-Justin. And Sarah says, no, it's not. Tell me what to amend. And Leslie says, and the internet will continue to hate her by quoting his lines about her is awful, as he is lying and manipulating and thus he has you. I don't know what she means here. She's not really good at spelling. And Sarah says, we can take out some of the quotes from previous interviews that will help, right? That is easy. So she's saying here that, yes, I can amend this article so it becomes less pro-Justin and more pro-Blake. And Leslie says, he's a gaslighter. You don't see it. He's playing a game. You will be helping him win. She's saying that, and she's feeding them everything to write. And Leslie says, just drop this whole attack. So she wants them to drop the entire article. And Sarah says, okay, we will take out all the quotes at the end, okay? So she's bending over, saying that, yes, we'll take out all the quotes that are supportive towards Justin. I mean, are you surprised about all these pro-Blake Lively articles that are out there when you see stuff like this? And then Leslie says, just stop this. There is no news and you will hurt Blake. And then Sarah says, this is the last piece and this already went in Hollywood Reporter. Leslie says, no one reads that. And Sarah says, this was listed this morning, as you know, but taking out the quotes from him at the end. Leslie says the end isn't the issue, it's the other quotes. I don't get why this story is happening. And Sarah says, because everyone is writing about this. It's on Puck, it's on People, it's everywhere. So Leslie says, so is everyone now out a window? Would you already wrote? This is making me want to pull my, and then cover, I don't know what she's saying here because her spelling is, as I said, so bad. And then she says, no one reads Puck. Interesting that she says no one reads Puck, because that's where Ryan Reynolds decided to make a statement about his leaked text messages. So yeah, anyways, Sarah says, okay, this is not a bad story at all. It's saying that Blake helped shape the film. And then Leslie says, all the Justin quotes are manipulative. And Sarah says, I took them all out. Can you believe this? Can you believe if Blake had any evidence like this against Justin, what that would look like? I mean, no media outlets are picking this up for sure. And here is another conversation that Leslie Sloan had with New York Post and Sarah Nathan. Sarah says, Colby went free on Kane and what's up? And she means on the plane. Leslie's on the plane and Sarah saying, hi, just checking that he's still not going to London or Denmark, talking about Justin and the premiere. This is on August 8th, so just before, I guess, the European premiere. Just about to talk to editor. How are you feeling? Sarah Nathan's asking Leslie Sloan, who says, he's not going. I think you should put up a story. Justin's camp called Daily Mail blaming Blake. And Sarah says, on it? And Leslie says, I need artist sauce. Whole cast isn't speaking with him. And they had spectated screening room at premiere. Everyone but him was with the cast. So this is what Leslie wants New York Post to write about, that he wasn't invited to the premiere and the whole cast basically hates him. And then she adds, his cult had their own room. And he says Stephanie is a lying, and then she's using the C word here. And she's talking about Stephanie Jones here, who they teamed up with later on. This just says everything about how horrible these people are. So they teamed up, as you know, with Stephanie Jones because she's the one who got all those text messages from her employee, Jennifer Abel's phone, and gave it to Blake, who gave it to the New York Times. Anyways, and Sarah Nathan is agreeing that Stephanie is a lying C word. And then Leslie says, Blake is a producer on the film and she has put her heart and soul into this. She said this to everyone, PGS, find quote, I don't know what she means. The film is so important and needs to be seen. And Sarah liked that and said, I'm trying to hold off for now. Let's see. Thank you, let me know, Leslie said. Sarah says that she liked that. And Leslie says, Daily Mail holding. I scared them, she says. So she threatened Daily Mail to hold an article. And she's admitting there in a text to New York Post. Stephanie's getting a calm from studio. She means a call from the studio. So the studio is calling Stephanie Jones to hold back. As we know, she said that she was not involved in any of this. And now we know she definitely was. She's also suing Justin Baldoni. You know, Stephanie Jones, who used to represent him, is such a mess. Anyways, Blake worked so hard. I want this to work, says Leslie. Oh, says Sarah Nathan. And then Leslie says, Stephanie's really bad. And Sarah says she is a horror show. And Leslie says they know your story and are appreciative you're holding. Oh, XX, says Sarah. I have you in good light, says Leslie Sloan. So, you know, she's so manipulative. I can't believe Sarah is actually letting herself be manipulated like this. I bet she talks about her behind her back, like everyone does. Then Sarah says, let me know when to go. I was trying my best to hold for Friday night. And honestly, Stephanie is the worst. They're saying it again about Stephanie Jones. Holding for a beat, but I do think Stephanie's going to do something to be annoying. Did I tell you I heard 3 things? And Sarah repeats to Leslie Sloan the 3 things that she heard. And she said, Blake felt he looked at her while she was breastfeeding. 2, he lingered too long while kissing her in a scene. 3, told her she smelled good. I forgot about that she smelled good. Yeah, that was another accusation. All a bit creepy, says Sarah Nathan. What's creepy saying someone smells good? Anyways, all a bit creepy, says Sarah. Let's speak when you land. My sister is going to call you when you land. She's now been brought in by Jen Abel, who reps Justin. She hates Stephanie with a passion. So we know that Stephanie Jones and Melissa Nathan hated each other, and we've seen that through so many text messages as well. She wants to chat, says Sarah. Fans have proof of huge feud between Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. She sends to her later in that day, and she's sending Leslie a link here. And Leslie says, why? Because they didn't press. He was there edgy. She was there because to the end, she came with her family. I don't know what they're talking about here. Then let's go to the Daily Mail and James Vitushka. Remember that reporter who actually filed a statement, a sworn statement to the judge, and then withdrew the statement afterwards? His story has been changing the entire time. He's not a trustworthy witness. And here is a conversation that he had with Leslie Sloan. So, of course, she's calling all the outlets. That's what she spent most of her day doing. James says, have to talk about some stuff that came in from reporters regarding Blake and her new movie drama. And then he says, well, it's a lot of, and Leslie's on the plane again, and James says, well, it's a lot to text, but it's regarding props on the set involving her and Justin Baldoni, and followed over that with Blake being labeled difficult and a power struggle. And Leslie says, your info is totally off. James says there is clearly something going on because it's called from 3 reporters, and none of them are me. And he says, I'm just the only one not afraid to reach out to you, lol. All the others are afraid of Leslie Sloan, and I can see why. And Leslie says, you have it all wrong. You reporters are so wrong. And then James says, okay, I'm just being straight up with you because that is how I roll always. I'm coming to you because I actually like Blake. Not true. And don't want Daily Mail to F her. One of them said that Blake and Ryan insisted on rewriting the movie, and another that she got very opinionated over directorial issues. Do you want to ring me when you land, and I'll tell them that they need to hold off on anything for a few because her rep is unavailable and need to at least get to connect? No one knows that we speak, just that you would read emails from me and respond. Like I said, though, the reporting is that there were issues between her and Justin as well as others, and then Justin found it difficult to work with her. One of the reporters known is close with Stephanie Jones because they used to always get Tom Brady Giselle shit, and Steph reps him, I believe. I told him she's awful and not to rely on anything she says. So he also hates Stephanie Jones. Everyone hates Stephanie Jones here. James continues, so they want to run something based on this reporting, and I want to shut it down, but need something to shut it down with. I know she's a liar. I just need to get my editor on board because she has 3 reporters feeding her BS, 2 from LA. So James is here saying to Leslie Sloan that they're in conversation with Stephanie Jones, another source. This is such a no-no. You should never tell another source that you're speaking to this source, as I said. I mean, this is so unprofessional. I can't believe they're getting away with this. And he's also saying here that he's trying to kill this story. Leslie says, I promise she's lying, talking about Stephanie Jones. This will not look good for your site, which is a threat. James says, can you give me anything at all on what the issue is then, if it's not her and it's him? And Leslie says, no, I'm on a plane and this needs to hold. James said, sounds good. I'd like to clear this up. And Leslie says, he went on the Today Show talking about Justin and praised her this AM, this morning. How dumb are you people? And Stephanie. How dumb are you people? And Stephanie. Okay. And James says, give me a ring when you can. And then Leslie says, thank you. Did they see the Today Show? And James said, I made them aware of that. Are you still flying? Leslie says, for 5 more minutes. And here is a text exchange that Leslie Sloan had with the marketing executive over at Sony. So she's saying to Donnie, Gel is about to open. Page 6 is going as they know about Daily Mail. Supposedly Stephanie Jones is planting stories against Blake. Supposedly. So Leslie Sloan is saying here that she's accusing Stephanie Jones of planting stories about Blake, when all she does is plant stories about Justin. And Donnie says, no, they're going today. Yeah, like now, Leslie says. Shit, says Donnie. Leslie says, Stephanie has been calling around saying Blake stuff. So she's accusing Stephanie of saying Blake stuff. This is so funny because this is really going to harm Stephanie Jones' case against Jennifer Abel. Because as you know, she's also suing her former employee, Jennifer Abel, who's also representing Justin Baldoni when she worked for Stephanie Jones. And Stephanie Jones has said that she had nothing to do with any of this stuff in the press or anything. And now it's all coming out and she looks bad and everyone hates her. Danny says, what's the Daily Mail story? I haven't seen it. And Leslie says, not up yet, but saying that Blake and Ryan insisted on rewriting the movie, and another that she got very opinionated over directorial issues and that Justin found her difficult. Blah, blah, blah. It's all true. Page 6 is now going as they heard about this. I'm so pissed. Oh, Justin posted the trailer. Like, why wouldn't he post the trailer of his movie? Anyways, and she continues, I still have page 6 holding. Please call Stephanie and tell her to cut it out. As if Daily Mail runs, it will not be good. I texted Josh to get down as well. I mean, her text messages are just all over the place. She can't put together a sentence, but she's talking about Josh, another person from Sony here, Josh Greenstein, I think his name is. I told him too, says Danny. My existence now is having page 6 on hold. Stephanie is an asshole, says Leslie Sloan. And Danny says, huge asshole. Everyone is hating on Stephanie Jones. How's it going, says Leslie to Danny. And he says, good, late, but not unbelievable. And Leslie says, okay, I just got the Daily Mail to hold. I'm losing my mind. So it's in her power to get these outlets to hold their articles. Danny says, you're doing the Lord's work. And Leslie says, lol, I want this film to work. Why is she running Cat's Food or Outfits? Did we make up the ones we lost in New York? She said, I don't know what she's talking about here. Danny says, glam and talking delayed us. Well, yes, clothes, but not as much food today. She's totally fine, making it work. Leslie says, not clothes and food, lol. How's Jamie doing as she's not used to this? The best. I asked Josh to call Stephanie and say, I would just say you were informed that she has been speaking with sites about the bad blood between Justin and Blake's. Say, this will hurt the film if true, and that you were sure it's just a rumor, but your team is totally on top of this. You can't yet scare her with kindness and manipulation. Says Leslie Sloan, and Danny says, and I called too. We talked to Justin publicist Jen. They were shocked that Stephanie would have been involved since she knows nothing about the campaign at all. And Leslie says, weird, as off the record, her friends ratted her out. So they're saying that Justin's team ratted out Stephanie. At this point, they had it with Stephanie Jones. And as you know, Jennifer Abel was leaving that company if she hadn't left already. So... but everyone is ratting each other out here. It's such a horrible environment. And Danny says, well, Jen sounded like she often goes rogue and she was pissed. And Leslie says, well, she did. I told it was her, but won't reveal which publication. So Stephanie Jones went out on her own trying to plant positive stories about Justin. And the Wayfair parties and Justin's team told her not to do anything, and she wouldn't listen. We've seen that in separate text message exchange before, and then she denied that she talked to the Daily Mail. So this is such a mess, everyone blaming each other. And Leslie says, how many people are on set when Blake shot the intimate scenes? Page 6 has intel. And Danny says, I agree on something, and Leslie says, she mentioned these 3 things that she was just told by another reporter of the things that Blake Lively has been accusing Justin of, which is Blake felt he looked at her while she was breastfeeding. I haven't heard that since. That's not one in her complaints at all, so that was obviously a lie. And then he lingered too long while kissing her in a scene. That's also kind of just disappeared now, what we see in the video, because there's video evidence of that. And then told her she smelled good, which also just kind of disappeared. I don't know what happened to that smell good thing. Justin's version of that was that Blake said that I just had a spray tan and I smell awful, and he said, no, you smell good. So anyways, I don't think that made it into her amended complaint. Leslie Sloan says, I didn't know this breastfeeding. Geez, says Danny. No one knew this breastfeeding thing because it didn't happen. And Leslie says, Justin's tea just brought in a crisis consultant. At least she's a friend of mine. Sad I do that too, but this will be interesting. So she's saying that, so she's basically saying that Melissa Nathan is a friend of hers here. Interesting. And as you know, she was just talking to Sarah Nathan, Melissa Nathan's sister, in that other text exchange that I just shared. Danny says, stop it. Seriously? He really buys into the fact that he thinks Justin hired a crisis team to smear Blake. Leslie says, that means guilt, and they are afraid of me. And then she says, and all I want is to make this go away. Not really. Danny says, they should be afraid. And Leslie says, I won't do anything to hurt the film. Everyone worked too hard. I want this to stop. Jennifer thinks Stephanie did it, talking about another piece that was planted. And Danny says, she doesn't know, but Wayfair told her to stand down and shut up, talking about Stephanie. Leslie says, good, I need a good 38 hours. Film is out and tickets bought. Exactly, almost, blah, 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 and then it ends. Anyways, as I just read in one of these text exchanges, Leslie Sloan is calling Justin Baldoni an animal, and she was asked about that in her deposition. So the attorney is referring to that text exchange that I just spoke about when she's calling Justin Baldoni an animal, and she's saying, how was anything in this text going to hurt Blake, talking about that article that was going to be published. And Leslie says, again, I cannot recall. It's so funny how their memory is so selective here. And the attorney is asking, do you see where you wrote, you are airing an animal? Yes. Who is the animal you're referring to? I think I previously stated that it was Justin Baldoni, she says. What basis did you have to call him an animal? I think I also say that that was my take on him, and I had the right to my own opinion. The attorney says, so I'm asking what basis you had to call him an animal. And she says, I felt like it. And then he says, okay, why? I felt like it, she repeats. Then this thing is cut off. But I mean, what kind of person is Leslie Sloan? And there's a long conversation in this testimony where she's asked why she thinks that Justin Baldoni created a smear campaign against Blake Lively. What are the basis of her stating that as fact? And she says, because he hired Melissa Nathan. She says she doesn't need any more proof than the fact that he hired Melissa Nathan, who is a crisis management expert. So that automatically makes him guilty. That is what she's stating in her testimony. So I wonder how Leslie Sloan would defend this, keeping in mind that her company, her PR company, was financially backed by Harvey Weinstein. Does that make her automatically guilty of the things that he represented and the things that he did? According to herself, yes. Anyways, that's it from you guys. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate all your support, all your comments, all your emails, all your DMs on Instagram. Sometimes it's a little overwhelming, so I am taking So I can't really respond to everyone straight away.
Purl
So
two,
thank you for your patience
knit
as
two,
well. And
purl
again,
two,
thank you
knit
for all
two,
your sweet
purl
words
two,
and how
knit
how
two,
respectful you are
Y.
towards me and to each other. And yes, so if you haven't subscribed yet, please do and hit the notification bell so you never miss an episode of Floss and Talk. And I'll see you soon. Bye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I don't know how I did that, but that's gonna be lame. Okay, well, whatever. We'll just have to fucking work around it. Knit two. Knit two. Purl two. 2. Pewter. Two. Two. Purple. Knit, knit. Purple. Knit. Knit. And then I just do this basically forever. Thanks, Catty Vibes. I'm right back. I gotta go get my propane tank and hook it up and stuff. I'm out of propane. I guess you could come with me. Whoa, Heather. Whoa, Heather. The fuck was that? Is that a fucking snake? Some kind of like creepy fucking crawler. You know that. Oh, here, let me oh god, something is pressing on my foot. Here, it's driving me bonkers. There we go. Right back. Oh, what's going on here, bro? I'm sure I can broke it. story. Good news is I didn't step in dog shit. Go away, moth. God, I work tomorrow. Why in the fuck is that in my head? I don't know. I know you feel me. Do that thing if you can. Just turn it off. Wrong way, brother. Do it like 1.5 right now. Okay, voila. Okay. I think I'm gonna make a milkshake, so be right back in a second. Or like in I guess like a few seconds, a few multiple of those things. Do I have any more cups? Shit. I don't think I have any more cups. Well, that's a fucking problem. Oh no. What am I gonna do? because it's still newish. I might get just plain vanilla ice cream next time and then add those mini chocolate chips. I really love the mini chocolate chips, the semi-sweet ones, especially with just plain vanilla. No. Oh, delicious. It is delicious, not so nutritious. Ow! Just fucking rolled my ankle, or not my ankle, whatever this hand ankle is. What is going on over here, tripod? Are you good? Oh, I don't think so. I'm not quite sure how you want me to respond to this. Okay. Jesus Lord. There we go. It's really hot in here now. Okay, what are we gonna watch? Congrats, you've earned the Pickup Pro badge. Cool, thanks, YouTube. propane and propane accessories. I'm desperately just looking for like either like fucking any kind of video essay or movie review. Orly, stop trying to beg for my milkshake. No.
Of the original columns that she wrote as her first person perspective, they only focus on Carrie and a host of other characters. Mr. Big was Carrie's romantic interest, and Mr. Big was actually based on Ron Galati, who was the former publisher of GQ and Talk, and who Candace Bushnell dated. Carrie's friends, whose antics were also included in the column, book, and later the show, were Samantha Jones, who's a 40-ish movie producer who dated a lot of younger men, Charlotte York, who is an English TV journalist, Miranda Hobbs, a cable TV executive, and Stanford Blanche, who was a gay screenwriter who was based on Bushnell's friend, Clifford Street. Bushnell later went on to write other books based around the Sex and the City characters. She did the book The Carrie Diaries, which was a novel about the adolescence of
Done that with the
Carrie
cool kids too.
Bradshaw, and that was turned into a CW show. And she also did the sequel to that, which was called Summer and the City. So when it came to the TV version of
Where's
Sex
my
and the
sweater?
City, the rights were actually acquired by Darren Star.
All right, let's get started.
Beverly Hills 90210 and Melrose Place. Straight away, the series was set to be produced by HBO, but HBO was very cautious about the show in general. They said that women didn't speak this way, and they absolutely hated that the show had sex in the title. Some important context also to keep in mind is that the show is being made in 1997. Very early 1998. This was a totally different time culturally.
Why did the
and
blonde's hair turn green?
To start with, HBO was not the HBO that we're gonna think of today.
Blonde joke.
With Brian Cox on the amazing show Succession, or making very well done documentaries like
I don't know.
Holmes. HBO was primarily known for fights at this time. It really was Sex and the City in 1998 and The Sopranos in 1999 that put HBO on the map. In fact, TV and the TV landscape as a whole was completely different. It isn't the way things are today, where there are just these amazing, well-written shows that have big stars in them. The vast majority of actors today will do both TV and film, but it wasn't that way in the 90s. During this time, there was this big divide between TV stars and movie stars, and TV stars
Knit, knit,
might
purl,
get
purl.
lucky and be able to do movies, but it was
Knit.
very rare that you would see a movie star doing TV. that usually only happened if they couldn't get movie roles anymore, or they did it before they were a movie star, a la George Clooney in ER. So when Darren Star was casting Sex in the City and he wanted Sarah Jessica Parker, a movie star, for the lead role of Carrie Bradshaw, Sarah Jessica Parker had a lot of leverage. Well, she did after she decided to do the role, as initially she passed on it, and it was only after her team and her husband, Matthew Broderick, or her now husband, Matthew Broderick, convinced her that there was something great about the pilot script. I know some people will say, oh, was she really a movie star? But in the 90s, she was still getting movie roles. She was in movies like Mars Attacks and The First Wives Club. And if you are still getting big movies, you are still a movie star, whether you're in massive A-lister or not. It was this divide at that time. Sarah Jessica Parker originally started on Broadway. She was born the fourth of 8 children in Ohio, but she moved to New York at the age of 11 to pursue acting, and her first Broadway production was The Little Match Girl in 1976. After Broadway, she starred in the TV series Square Pegs from 1982 to 83, and the next year she went on to get her breakout movie role in the 1984 Kevin Bacon movie Footloose. The following year, in 85, she starred in the cult favorite Girls Just Want to Have Fun, and in 1991 she appeared in the critically acclaimed LA Story. In 1993, she was in the movie that was massively popular, or still is, with millennials, Hocus Pocus. So with all of these movies and a bunch of other projects, Sarah Jessica Parker went in with her manager and was able to secure, at that time, one of definitely the top deals on television.
Yes, you are definitely catching my string with your foot. I know, I see you.
Is not talked about enough for what a big deal it was, especially when it comes to her executive producer credit. Sarah and her team negotiated an amazing deal. She got a great pay package and bump after the show went on. She was the star
Always
and
smell like
number
perfume.
one on the call sheet as the lead of the show, and I have spoken about how important being number one on the call sheet is. That is the spot that secures you are the star. And she also was able to secure some other stuff with marketing guidelines about her name and her placement on posters and other merchandise and things like that. Everything I just mentioned was great. It was a good, strong contract, especially considering it was going on to HBO, which wasn't known for scripted shows and was known for drawing a very small audience for any of the few scripted shows that it had. The deal was especially strong too, considering that there was all this caution around Sex and the City as a show, because many people did not think this show would work, not just because of the title having sex in the name, but also because they thought it would not be a show that would appeal to anyone, least of all women. But everything I've just mentioned pales in comparison to what else Sarah Jessica Parker and her team were able to secure for her, because by far the crowning jewel in her contract was the executive producer credit, and this is also the most lucrative thing that she secured. With the second season, she became an executive producer, and I cannot explain how unheard of it is for an actor to become an executive producer after one season that's 12 episodes on HBO in the 90s. Very rare. And executive producers, they vary greatly on their sort of demands and what they have to do and what power they have. But one thing that's always involved when it comes to executive producers is money. Being an executive producer is usually where the big money is, and especially if you're an actor and an executive producer, you're basically being paid twice. your fee once for your episodes that you're appearing in as an actor, and then a fee on top as an executive producer. It's how someone like Ellen Pompeo was able to have this crazy $20 million deal because she then was an executive producer of Grey's Anatomy. And for more about that, I have a video on Grey's Anatomy. But Ellen Pompeo, Grey's Anatomy is in its 21st season, and she's an executive producer now, but she was a co-producer, a producer. She didn't just boom go in as an executive producer. And usually there'll be years where you have to kind of work your way up to it. Even shows that are on the CW, you normally don't ever see one of them becoming a producer. They don't normally get executive producer on the CW. That won't usually happen until the 5th, 6th, 7th season, unless it's a situation like Charmed, which I also have a video on that and talk about this there, where Alyssa Milano and Holly Marie Combs were made producers because of the whole situation that went on with Shannon Doherty, and they wanted them to stay on the show. Well, they were blackmailing Holly Marie Combs to stay on the show, but there's more about that in my Charmed video. It's very unusual, and it's very unusual unless you have been on the show as a lead for a long time. I would have expected it maybe after 5 seasons, but after 1, definitely unusual. And Sarah Jessica Parker had a big payday for this too. Movie and TV contracts, especially for executive producers, can be complicated, and what I'm speaking about here is based on the executive producer contracts I have seen, and also ones that I've spoken to friends of mine who are either lawyers in the industry or a really good friend of mine who's a lawyer for a big streaming network and works with mainly movies but a couple of shows. I honestly could do an entire video talking about executive producer drama, because even with the L word, there is crazy stuff with what people do and how you can negotiate and how you can also display your power by things that you can do and stuff like that. But there's also situations where actors can become executive producers because of their legacy or ties to a project, which we'll talk about when we talk about And Just Like That. Being an executive producer, obviously you get the pay bump and you are involved in a lot of decisions. There are some kind of vanity executive producer credits that it is just a pay bump and getting the credit. Hi guys, editing Ash here. I know very early in the video, but I just wanted to mention one other type of executive producer, and that is the executive producers who are to do with the rights to a character or a show. And to explain this, I think it's better to use an example, and one of the first examples that comes to my mind is Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So the Buffy series that we all think of is a show that ran 97 to 2003, but there was originally a Buffy movie in 1992, and the movie was directed by a woman. Her last name is Kazooie, and her husband are very much a duo team, and they own a big portion of the Buffy rights and Angel rights. And so if you watch any episode of Buffy, they are credited as executive producers and paid as executive producers, even though they never stepped foot on the Buffy set. They had really no involvement with the project, no input on like storylines or characters or anything. So that is just another kind of executive producer, and someone that, you know, you might see them credited and think they have tons to do with the show, but they don't. So I just wanted to mention that as well, and I will go into that more soon because I promise the long promised Buffy the Vampire Slayer video is coming soon. But for now, back to Past Me. But Sarah Jessica Parker was involved in a lot of decisions with the show, and especially the 2 movies that came after the show and the series that's on now, And Just Like That. When the main Sex and the City cast were approached to do And Just Like That, they actually were offered executive producer credits, which happens a lot with these reboot revival shows. The legacy characters are often given an executive producer credit as a sweetener because none of them were made executive producers when the original show was on. It was always just Sarah Jessica Parker. So before we get into that and pay and everything, I want to briefly give you a bit of a rundown on the main cast and who they all are. All three of Carrie's friends from Candace Bushnell's Sex and the City column and book retained their names for the show, but their jobs and a lot of things about them were changed. Charlotte York, played by Kristen Davis, is depicted as having a very conventional and privileged upbringing in Connecticut, and she works at an art gallery and later a housewife. She's the classic overachiever character. She was prom queen and student body president, went to Smith College, and was in a sorority. She's very much a hopeless romantic and believes in true love and soulmates. She's first married a few seasons into the show to Trey and later Harry, who she is still with in And Just Like That, and Harry and Charlotte have two daughters, Lily and Rose. Miranda Hobbs is played by Cynthia Nixon, who's a very high-powered, career-driven lawyer. She has a bit of a cynical outlook sometimes, and she actually went to Harvard Law School, and she's from Philadelphia originally. People argue about this all the time, but she is probably Carrie's closest friend who she at least confides in the most, and Miranda is usually the practical person out of the four of them. Miranda's most significant relationship is with the bartender Steve, who she originally has a one-night stand with. Steve and Miranda are together for years and years, and they have a son in the original show, Brady, and when And Just Like That returns, which it sounds so weird to say that show name in a sentence, but when the show comes back, Miranda and Steve are still together, but by the end of the first season, they've split up, and Miranda begins a relationship with Shay Diaz, who's played by Sarah Ramirez, and don't worry, we'll talk about Shay Diaz. And this is why I was giving you a lot of information about executive producers, because when And Just Like That came on the air, the main cast from the original show, they had a lot of power and say in their storylines and in their characters and what was happening on the show, because they now were executive producers, and that was some of their stipulations for coming back and doing the show. Rounding out the foursome is Samantha Jones, played by Kim Cattrall. She is depicted as a little bit older than the other women, and she is a businesswoman with a very successful career in PR. She is confident, strong, outspoken.
Please stop
and
dripping nose. It'd be so great if you fucking quit this
Many people describe
shit.
Samantha as the sex in Sex and the City, and she is definitely by far the person given the most graphic and intimate scenes. And Samantha, in the first many seasons of the show, goes out with basically a different man every episode or every few episodes, but towards the end of the show she gets involved with a younger actor who's named Jerry Smith Jarrett, who she refers to as Smith, and he's played by Jason Lewis. Sarah Jessica Parker definitely was an actor who was very involved with the show, was involved with the writing and making decisions with Darren Star and the head writer Michael Patrick King. Darren Star did leave the show after the first couple of seasons, and then that duty of running the show went to Michael Patrick King. He is also responsible for the movies and the series that's on now, And Just Like That. Anything I've ever heard about the behind the scenes of Sex and the City, which I will talk a little bit more about later, was that Sarah Jessica Parker was a good leader. I've always heard good things about how she treated people on set, knew all the crew members' names, and treated them very nicely, which, trust me, that is exceptionally rare. Some of the things that I could tell you about the cast members and what they said to crew and how they treated them, yikes. But Sex and the City became an enormously successful show. It was one of those shows that not only changed TV, but it changed the culture. I was in high school during the later seasons of Sex and the City, and even after it aired, it was a huge deal. All of my straight friends absolutely loved it, and I definitely watched the show, but I was never super into it. But when Showtime released the lesbian version, the L Word, I was all over that. And as anyone who has been a subscriber or viewer for a while probably knows, I actually got my start on YouTube on my original channel talking about the word Generation Q, which is basically the L Word's version of And Just Like That. And they were probably of the same standards, let's just say. The show appealed to women and gay men of all ages, but it was especially popular with women in their teens all the way through to their 50s. I know a lot of teens probably weren't allowed to watch the show, as when it came out, it was very much looked at as an adult show and the title and things like that, when now it might not be seen as risque. Being in high school when the show came out, it was very much a divide of whether you were allowed to watch the show or not. I mean, I went to boarding school and my parents let me watch Scream when I was like 10 because Friends was my favorite show, which to me is insane now, thinking about my 10-year-old nephew saying to me, oh, I want to watch Scream because my favorite show is Friends and Courtney Cox is in it. Like, that's lunacy. But my boarding school, we literally used to have Sex in the City nights and Nip Tuck nights. One of our housemasters used to literally sit and watch Nip Tuck with us, which is crazy to think about. But when I moved to Tampa when I was 16, there were a lot of girls in my class that, because I went to an all-girls school in Tampa, the Academy of the Holy Names for any Tampa viewers, but there was a lot of people there at 16 that weren't allowed to watch it, and it seemed to appeal to those people even more, because even though they didn't watch it, it was such a cultural show at that time that they still followed like a lot of the fashion trends and had like the little nameplate names. And when we got to like senior year and everybody was 18, everybody was watching that show. And even during college and afterwards, even though the show ended, it still was being consumed so much. And then it was one of those shows, especially that had kind of a second life after it aired, because it got
We
into
all watched
more
Nip Tuck.
mainstream network TV. So audiences that didn't have access to HBO then started to consume it, although it was a very watered down version, because
Okay,
obviously
I
they
have
were
got
allowed
to
do
blow my
things on
fucking
HBO,
nose. It's driving me
show
bonkers.
things that they wouldn't
Yay,
on
it's right here.
regular network TV. I think a lot of the appeal of Sex and the City was aspirational, as most people looked at Carrie, Samantha, Charlotte, and Miranda as what they wanted to be, four women who had a great friendship that didn't seem to too much work, and they had these fancy, expensive brunches, handsome men that they could date every single week, Cosmos on tap, expensive clothes in their wardrobe, designer shoes in their oven. They were living in beautiful apartments.
No, I
in
haven't
New
seen the
York
banana and
that
rice
seemed
somali
to
woman.
cost
I
about
saw a screen
$27.
grab about it,
When
but I
Sex
didn't
and the
watch
City
it.
was airing, there was a massive amount of celebrity guest stars. I think the only show that was tied with it for the amount of big name guest stars was Will and Grace. When Sex and the City was airing, there were many things throughout its 6 seasons.
Right
that
now,
appeared
Joe
on the
Blow,
show
I don't
that
make very much
became
money off of
massive
streaming, but
in
that's not
pop
why I do
culture
it anyway. It's
just
not a
because it
job for
appeared
me.
on Sex and the City. This
So,
was
but
such a
I've made
level of influencing
$3,500 a
that
month on
hadn't really been
YouTube. I've
seen
made
before. Like, yes, there was
$35
always
a month
popular
on
things
YouTube. It
on
just
TV,
depends.
like I had a Rachel haircut too,
But I don't
this
do it
was
because
just
of
a
money, either way.
different level. It
Irrelevant.
really was influencing before we had social media. Things like Manolo Blahniks and Louboutin red bottoms, yes, they were out there before, and really expensive.
I used to have
designer
600
shoes
people
that
in
a
this
lot of
chat
people had
at
and
any
knew
given
about,
moment.
but the fact that you could walk down the street and ask
But
any woman from their teens
then
to
I started
50s,
talking about
by
what
the time
Israel
Sex and the
does,
City
and I got
aired,
shadow
most
banned, so
people knew about red bottom shoes. There was even things like
I'd rather tell the truth.
cosmopolitans. I mean, I worked in a bar in college. I probably made thousands of Cosmos, and there always was this kind of, I don't even know how to describe it, but in a way, you would see like friendship groups come in and they would all order Cosmos, and you could see them kind of, even sometimes they'd say it, they'd be like, oh, you know, we're just like the Sex and the City girls. So I tell you all that to explain how big this show was, but it wasn't just a big show culturally, and it wasn't just putting HBO on the map like we talked about earlier. The show was also adored by people in the industry, and it swept up at award shows. As I mentioned, the guest stars were huge. They had everyone from Sarah Michelle Gellar to Lucy Liu, Matthew McConaughey, Heidi Klum, Carrie Fisher, Jerry Halliwell, future Grey's Anatomy queen Chandra Wilson. Bradley Cooper's first ever TV role was in Sex and the City. It would take forever to go over all of the celebrity guest stars, and it would take forever to go over all of the awards Sex and the City won, as they swept up at award shows. But just Emmy and Golden Globe wise, for the Emmys, the show won for Outstanding Comedy Series in 2001 and for the final season in 2004. And also in that final year, Sarah Jessica Parker won for leading actress, and Cynthia Nixon won an Emmy for supporting actress. Both Kim Cattrall and Kristen Davis were nominated
Another
for
reason
Emmys
why
that
my
final
view
year
count
too,
is not
and
really like
every
super
year
high.
previous,
Also
Sarah
because I
Jessica
don't
Parker
pander to the
and
lowest
Kim
common
Cattrall were
denominator.
always
The
nominated
persons
in
who
leading and supporting actress,
consume and
Cynthia
engage
Nixon
with my
also was
content are
in
people
there
with
every
brain
year
cells.
except
So
the first year. Golden Globe wise, they swept the board even more. The show won the Golden Globe for Best TV Series, Musical, or Comedy, which I always think shows like this winning, it's like the Bear winning comedy. It's always a weird category to put them in, but it won for its second, third, and fourth season in 99, 2000, and 2001. Acting wise, Sarah Jessica was nominated for every season of the show, and she won 4 times, which is wild. And 3 of them were in a row: 99, 2000, 2001, the same year that the show won 3 times in a row. Also, Sarah Jessica won in 2003, and after season 1, the only year that Sarah Jessica Parker didn't win an Emmy or Golden Globe was 2002, and that year Kim Cattrall won her Golden Globe for Best Supporting Actress. In her speech, she spoke about Sarah Jessica Parker and how grateful she was for Sex and the City, the show, and for her role as Samantha Jones. After Kim Cattrall won her Golden Globe, there were 2 more seasons of the show. And while there's always been discussions about Kim and Sarah Jessica not getting on, it really intensified these last 2 years. Because the media and tabloids and press were talking about these behind the scenes issues so much, the actresses began pushing this narrative that they were great friends, and anything else was just gossip. Nowadays, actors who are accused of being in feuds with people will say, oh no, we all get on, and try and spin this whole PR, we're like family. But as we all know, when actors don't get on behind the scenes, they will very much try and push this narrative that they are all friends and they all get along. And it won't just be from the actors. A lot of the time that push will come from the network and producers and the actors team, because one of the worst things that can happen for an actor, especially in TV, where you're having to work with this person week after week, year after year, the worst thing is if you are known as difficult or that you don't get on with people, because that can really stagnate your career. There are a lot of actors that should have gone on to much bigger careers that were very talented. They had maybe had a few breakthrough roles or they'd done a lot of stuff, but it was really their attitude and the way they behaved behind the scenes that held them back. And I'm not saying that everyone who's made it because they're a nightmare, but there are cases where you just cross the wrong person, or somebody is making a project where they really don't want any issues, and if they have heard that you are someone that's going to make life difficult, they are going to turn to someone else for that role. I talked about the fact that Terry Hatcher, she had a lot of difficulty after Lois and Clark, and the only reason that she ended up on Desperate Housewives is because they thought that she had changed, and that was not the case. And if you need more details about that, I have a Desperate Housewives video, and there's plenty of other people that I've spoken about, and even on my original channel where I mainly was talking about the L word. I do promise that someday we will do an L word video, because there is no show on earth that I know more shit about than the L word. So that is the case a lot of the time. So really, it's not even the actors, but their whole team, their managers and the producers they're working with and the network, they all fight to put out this narrative that, oh no, we're all friends and everything's great, because their whole careers sometimes are on the
Go lay
line.
down.
And there are many examples of feuds between actors resulting in one of them losing their job. I keep
Oh my god, it's only 7 o'clock!
on the L Words version of And Just Like That, one of the...
Oh my god, I just looked at the clock and I was like, it's probably gonna be like 11 and I'm gonna have to stop doing this like really soon or I'm gonna have a hard time going to work tomorrow.
Did not see the end of the show because it always leaks, it always comes
Go
out,
ahead.
and obviously people, it's interesting to
Right there
read
on your
about
bed.
those
You can
things,
make
so
your bed.
they become very big stories. And the last thing HBO or the producers want is that to be the most well-known thing about their show, which today that is one very well-known thing about Sex and the City. The rumors about issues behind the scenes continue to circulate through the
Can you lay down in
penultimate
Orly's
season,
bed?
the 5th season, and when it came to the final season, things really started to intensify. There also was a kind of growing thing in the fandom that people didn't really like the direction of Carrie's character in the last half of the show, and people in general really like Samantha's character. Obviously certain fans preferred one of the 4 characters over the others, but I think if you polled 1,000 Sex and the City fans, many more of them would say Samantha was their favorite character over Carrie. And so this just kind of threw a bit of gasoline on it as well. Kim Cattrall was doing a lot of the very graphic scenes.
If you know anything about Arthurian legend,
was Cynthia Nixon doing a lot of those scenes, whereas Sarah Jessica Parker
then you'll know
had
about
an
my tattoo
immunity clause
on my
in her
forehead.
contract. So a lot of people pointed to this and said, well, she should be getting compensation for doing a lot more of these scenes, even though it was like more a contract thing. So when it came to the final season of the show, people were really wondering why they weren't continuing. Was it about money? Was
Fucking
it they were
diaper, you gotta like sit just right on it.
Continue, which was hard for people to believe because the show was so popular, but people
Being a
were
woman
thinking it was because of these
is so much
issues.
fun.
As I said, Kim Cattrall did speak fondly about Sarah Jessica Parker in her Golden Globe speech in 2002, but by 2004, when the show was concluding, things were very much in a different place. They actually weren't able to even keep up appearances of being friends anymore.
Her cat's
When
licking
they
its butthole right now
attended
on
the
camera.
Emmys for the final season of
Full
the
leg
show,
in the
Sarah
air.
Jessica Parker, Cynthia Nixon, and Kristen Davis all sat together, and Kim Cattrall sat with a different group. She sat with Darren Star, who was the creator and who had left the show after the first season. This ignited
It was
a
like
lot of
glowing this morning. It looked like it had
about
white
what was
around
really
it.
going on
It was
behind the
weird.
scenes of the show. And Kim Cattrall spoke out
Pretty
about
sure it was
her
just the way it was
grievances
like
when it
the
came
sun
to
was.
financial compensation. Kim
It was
Cattrall
weird.
said that she would not be returning for another season, and that's why the show was ending. And she said that the reason that she didn't want to return was because she wanted all 4 of the main cast members to receive the same financial compensation, and the producers and HBO didn't agree with that. For the last 3 seasons of Sex and the City, Kim, Cynthia, and Kristen made $350,000 per episode. The 5th season was shortened to 8 episodes, but the final season was 20
You
episodes,
dingus.
and each of them made $7 million for that final season. Sarah Jessica Parker, as I explained earlier, had a very different deal. She had her executive producer fee, and she had her acting role as well. And while she, as the lead, will have made more acting-wise, but the astronomical difference between Sarah Jessica and the other 3 actresses was primarily because of her executive producer credit. Sarah Jessica was allegedly making $3.2 million per episode, and allegedly Kim Cattrall wanted the same deal that Sarah Jessica had, but HBO wasn't willing to do that. People associated with the show have spoken about this before and tried to explain it, but the thing that really is at the heart of this is that that deal that Sarah Jessica got was unheard of, and it also was a deal of that time when HBO wasn't really a known network, certainly not for scripted stuff. And it was such a shot in the dark that this show would be a success. It was hinging on getting Sarah Jessica Parker in that role and all the other stuff that I talked about. This isn't the sort of deal that you're gonna see probably ever now. There's a reason that you don't see any actor getting an executive producer credit at the second season unless it's something like a revival reboot and it's the original actors involved. These deals just are not common.
Listen, me and you are gonna fucking
and they
fight here in a second,
certainly
bro.
wouldn't happen for a show that is a hit and a show that is one of the biggest shows on the network, especially because every year that a show goes on, usually the ratings come down and the fees for the actors go up. The shows become much more expensive. It's why even when you have these CW shows, you see them kind of cutting corners in the last couple of seasons. One of the best examples is Charmed. That show ran for 8 seasons, but the final season, they actually had to fire one of the male leads that had been there since the beginning of the show. And the main male lead was basically trimmed down to a handful of episodes because they couldn't afford to pay them because, as I said, shows get more expensive as they go on, but they're not bringing in as much money. And the
what the
actresses
actual
for
fuck is
Charmed,
going on
2
here?
of them had executive producer credits. They had that high fee, and they had been on the show for 8 years. So each year they're getting a bump in pay, or most years, or however they do it. They had obviously gotten a lot more than in the beginning.
Right.
And so yes, like Sex and the City was obviously a really huge show, and I'm sure they made buckets of money, but I don't know whether they would be able to have 4 actresses pulling in 3.2,
Okay.
or it'd probably be bumped up
Knit,
again
knit,
because
purl,
it was
purl,
another
knit.
season. So even a small bump of 3.5 million 4 times, I don't know whether that's feasible.
Knit.
Obviously, I don't know HBO's numbers, and this is also
Purl.
in 2004 money, so it's even crazier. I just don't think HBO would look at the
Pearl.
profits and loss and think, oh, we're making enough profit to take all of this risk. But I, of course, think that actors who are part of these very successful projects should be getting their fair dues. I spoke in my Grey's Anatomy video about how a lot of people balked at Ellen Pompeo getting 20 million for her contract with Grey's Anatomy. One, a lot of that was her executive producer credit, but when these shows are making insane money, of course the actors should benefit. Grey's Anatomy is $1 billion show. The network executives are benefiting, so of course the actors actually on the show should. And someone like Ellen Pompeo was on the show for 20 years. I think that it is very important that everybody is paid their worth.
There
and
we
of course,
fucking
20
go.
million is an insane number. But I think it was in the Grey's Anatomy video I talked about this, that I have like my own business in the real world, my real world job, and I am very passionate about people being paid their worth, and when they do a good job, that they are given like a little bonus, or you treat the people that you're working with well, and you make sure that you look after them, because that is the best way to build a team. These salary negotiations always create a lot of talking points, and of course when the show was ending and all of this started coming out, it was 2004. Friends was also ending then too, and a lot of people were talking about the Friends cast and the Sex and the City cast and why couldn't it be the same. And I often use the example of the Friends cast when talking about salary stuff in behind the scenes videos like this, and everybody knows how they famously banded together so they could negotiate as a group as 6 leads of the show. And the reason that I use Friends is because this so rarely happens. The vast majority of the time, everybody wants to be number 1 on the call sheet, or they want to be closest to number 1 on the call sheet. And it's very rare that people band together. With Friends, Jennifer Aniston and David Schwimmer were actually being paid slightly more by season 3 of Friends, but they asked for everyone else to be brought to the same level as them. And from that point on, they were always the same. There is power in that, but that was never possible with Sex and the City. This wouldn't have been possible on Friends if, say, Jennifer Aniston was an executive producer. Even though, as I said, Samantha was probably a more popular character than Carrie, and I know a lot of people found Carrie to be a nightmare the last couple of seasons. The Friends cast were all contracted as leads. Even when they submitted for awards, they were all in the same category. There is no hierarchy ever in that show. All 10 seasons, it's the same 6 names in the credits and only those 6 names. And it's in alphabetical order. Another major point that there is no hierarchy. Sex and the City on paper was not for leads. Sarah Jessica Parker was the lead, and Cynthia, Kristen, and Kim were supporting. It didn't matter that Samantha was the more popular character, or by the end of the show, people were finding Carrie a nightmare. Just wait till we get to And Just Like That. But unfortunately, the way that this deal was done in '98, it was just an unheard of deal, and it's why HBO would be unwilling to offer it again to anyone else. After the show ended in 2004, there was a lot of discussion about everything we just talked about, the pay disparity, and just behind the scenes drama in general. Anytime that this was brought up to Kim Cattrall, she would always say, well, I wanted us all to be equal across the board. But when they were all brought back for the Sex and the City movie, this wasn't the case. The first movie was released in 2008 and was talked about pretty much from the end of the show. There was a lot of drama and back and forth about the movie and whether it was going to happen, and I don't want to bore you with Sarah Jessica said this, Kim said this, but will the movie happen? Will it not? Will the movie happen? It happened. We'll just cut to the chase. Sarah Jessica Parker, Kirsten Davis, and Cynthia Nixon all signed on really quickly for the movie, and there was then a long negotiation with Kim Cattrall. She did eventually sign on for the movie, but then there was a massive discrepancy in pay between Sarah Jessica and Kim Cattrall and Cynthia and Kristen. For the first movie, Sarah Jessica made $15 million. Kim Cattrall made $7 million, and Kristen and Cynthia made $3 million each. So Kim Cattrall made half of what Sarah Jessica made, and Cynthia and Kristen made half of what Kim Cattrall made. Again, I say, though Sarah Jessica Parker was an executive producer on the movie, so she had a lot of her money tied up in that credit, which means on paper, there was a much bigger discrepancy between Kim Cattrall and Cynthia and Kristen. The movie was a financial success and made over $400 million at the box office on a budget of $65 million, which is kind of crazy to think that half of the budget was for 4 actors and 1 executive producer. The movie got extremely mixed reviews, but Sex and the City fans really enjoyed it, so they decided to make a sequel that was released in 2010. Just like with the first movie, there was a lot of back and forth in the press about whether Kim Cattrall was going to do the movie. Sarah, Cynthia, and Kristen all signed on straight away, and then Kim and her team, there was lots of back and forth. Yes, I'm doing it. No, I'm not. And it was in the media a lot too, but eventually she signed on and they upped the budget for the second movie. They ended up having a budget of $95 million. Sarah Jessica, for her acting and executive producer role, was paid $20 million. Kim Cattrall was paid $10 million, and Kristen and Cynthia were paid $4 million each. The second movie didn't make as much at the box office, just under $300 million, but this movie was torn to shreds by critics and a lot of the fans. When the first Sex and the City movie came out, I was in college and undergrad, and then when the second one came out, I was in grad school, but for both of them, I was running the AMC theaters in Tampa, the West Shore and Veterans locations, and there are certain movies.
Is that why
from
she
my
looks so
time
familiar?
As an AMC manager that are burned into my memory, and both Sex and the City movies and Magic Mike, they were apocalypse. I still can remember those opening weekends like it was yesterday, because they were absolutely wild. I'm sure most people know Magic Mike was actually set in Tampa and Channing Tatum grew up in Tampa. I actually used to work with a woman who dated him in high school, and there was a rumor that went around that Channing Tatum was going to come to the premiere screening at our AMC theater, so it was out of control. Magic Mike and both Sex and the City movies, it was
I will not tell you how I know that to be true.
Seat full, and every single person in the theater was a drunk woman. Every single one. And it was all like massive groups of friends, and they all, you know, were like sneaking in water bottles with like vodka and stuff in it and Cosmos. And at the second movie, there was probably the drunkest person that I've ever seen in my life. We actually had to call an ambulance for them. It was so bad, and they were. I won't get into details because I know some people are a little bit squeamish, but yeah, not good. But after the second movie, there was going to be a third one, and they started this whole saga again of Kim Cattrall's not going to do it, she is going to do it, she's not going to do it, and this went on for a long time. Kim Cattrall actually did a piece in Variety and spoke about one of the storylines that they were apparently going to have in this third movie for Samantha, that was her sexting with Miranda's teenage son, which disgusting. But the third movie obviously did not happen. Negotiations really broke down between Kim Cattrall and Sarah Jessica and the production, but they did think for a while that Kim Cattrall was going to do it because the same thing had happened with the first two movies, and she had wanted more money, so this whole thing had gone on. And most people now that were associated with the show say that they did think that Kim Cattrall really just like wanted to be done with the show and the character and everything by the time they were talking about a third movie. And you can't really blame her for that, for not wanting to be doing the same project again, or, you know, like a different version of the same project. And I never have any issues with actors who like want to move on. The only time I have issues is when they will bash like the project that they were really known for, or they seem to be like, oh, that's beneath me now. The person who I think handles it the absolute best, and who I think is one of the best for handling fame in general, is Daniel Radcliffe. I think that he honestly is just like the blueprint that a lot of people should follow for that. Like he isn't super cringe about it or playing into it. He's just like, no, I know people are always going to know me as this character. I got ridiculously lucky. He really seems to have loved playing Harry Potter. He recognizes the absolute insane wealth that he has of it. And because of that, because he's had the money and success and some of the biggest films and franchises in history, he's like, no, I'm gonna do this weird Al Yankovic movie, or I'm gonna play a corpse. So I honestly absolutely love him, but I please don't do anything sketchy. Don't do anything weird. It's very rare now that I will say I love someone in a video, because I just feel all of them do something weird or accusations come out or something. So please do not let me down, Radcliffe, please. But when the third Sex and the City movie was still in the negotiation process, they actually were pretty confident that
Fucking
Kim Cattrall
periods,
was gonna
man.
sign on. So they started doing things like setting schedules and putting crew on hold, and they worked on the whole everything about the show or the movie over the summer, and then everything fell apart and Kim Cattrall said she wasn't going to do it. So it broke down, and then a lot of people were not happy that the movie wasn't going to proceed.
We negotiated in good faith. You know, we wanted it to be a place that felt good to everybody. And if we were aware that contractually there were any issues, we hoped that they were settled because we wanted Kim to be there. Michael and I worked all summer. I had many conversations with her manager where, you know, I was told, well, she'd love to hear from you. I emailed her. I tried to reach out to her and say, like, we want you part of this. You're an integral part. Of course you are. You know, I hope when you read this script, you'll see the beauty, the joy, the heartbreak in it that I see, that we've seen. But I can't force her to see it. But we did negotiate through the process, and ultimately the studio said we can't meet those asks of hers. We're not able to do it. We don't see the economics don't make sense for us. So then it's over. But that's not a character assassination. That's just the way business works. I'm not in a cat fight with anybody. I've not publicly ever said anything unfriendly, unappreciative about Kim.
After the announcement the movie wasn't going to happen, Sarah Jessica was asked at an event about it, and she said,
No, it's not halted, it's over.
we had this beautiful, funny, heartbreaking, joyful, very relatable script, and now people aren't going to get to see it. That same day that she said this at an event, the Daily Mail ran an article where they quoted an anonymous source that said it was Kim Cattrall's fault that the movie wasn't going to be made. Kim Cattrall ended up tweeting that she never wanted to do a third movie, and then all hell broke loose. A lot of people involved with the show and movies began speaking out. There were scores and scores of articles that started to come out. This is the point that people realized, oh, okay, this movie isn't happening, because people really thought this is the same song and dance about getting a salary increase as before. And when Kim Cattrall tweeted that, she wanted out, then a lot of people from the show and the movies started speaking out as well. And there were scores and scores of articles that came out about this as well.
I can't imagine what Kim was going through, having lost her brother and the rage and anger she felt about that. And I understand wanting to lash out at someone, to lash out at Sarah Jessica to me seemed unbelievably unfair, to the point where I felt super angry, because were they the closest of friends all the time? No. Did they have a million laughs together throughout 7 or 8 years of filming? Yes. I think deep down at the bottom of it, why Kim said no wasn't because of the women. I think it was really deep down she wanted to move on, and that's a completely legitimate choice, to want to go on and do something else. What isn't the right choice is to claim that that choice is because these other people were monsters, which basically we're not.
Up until this point, there'd just been little comments here and there and anonymous sources, but Kim Cattrall herself then decided that she had no affiliation with the Sex and the City universe anymore, and that meant that she could say whatever she wanted. So she decided in 2017 to go on Piers Morgan's Life Stories, and she really said her true feelings about Sex and the City and how she felt about Sarah Jessica Parker, and how it seemed to her like she was in a toxic relationship. Like Kim and Sarah Jessica were in a toxic relationship. She said that no one had picked up the phone and tried to contact her directly.
It feels like a toxic relationship.
Well, they're all basically blaming you.
I just wish that Sarah had been nicer.
I mean, you can hear the murmuring, because we've all heard rumors that you didn't get on, and now we've heard it from the horse's mouth.
It seemed like things were well and truly over for any Sex and the City projects at this point, especially after all of the repercussions from that interview, because a lot of the press really started talking about the behind the scenes drama, and lots of articles were produced about all of the back and forth.
What are you
between
chewing
Kim
on
Cattrall
over
and
there?
Sarah Jessica. The next year in 2018,
What
Kim
are you
Cattrall's
eating?
brother
Are you
sadly
chewing on
passed
your feet?
away, and Kim Cattrall's
You better not
co-stars from
be.
Sex and the City reached out
I'm
to
looking
her
at you.
privately, but
You
when
better
they got
stop
no
chewing your feet,
response, they
bud.
were unsure
It's that
if they
time
were
of year.
contacting her under the right number, as they hadn't spoken since before the Piers Morgan interview. They left condolences on her public Instagram. Kim was outraged by this, and she posted a new post on her Instagram that said she didn't want Sarah Jessica's condolences and that they weren't friends. I do think when these tragedies happen, celebrities are kind of in a difficult spot, especially when it's a situation like this and everybody knows that they aren't on the best terms. It's always the same when there are feuds or problems between celebrities. Like when Robin Williams passed away, I know a lot of people were saying, oh, is Sarah Michelle Gellar going to say anything? When celebrities work together closely, especially on massive projects, the public kind of expects that they should say something to each other when one goes through a tragedy or something significant happens. And if the celebrity, like if Sarah Jessica didn't say anything, she would have been absolutely destroyed online and told that she was this heartless, cruel person. And Sarah Jessica did reach out to her privately first, as Kim had made a point in the Piers Morgan thing to say she wanted to be directly reached out to. Of course, that was talking about the movie, but it seemed like that is the line of communication that she wanted, and it was to give her condolences. I've certainly worked with people, or even people I went to school with, that I was great work friends with but don't see anymore, or even people like at school that there's not really anyone that I didn't get on with, but people that I'd maybe just, say hi, how's it going, like they weren't people that I would hang out with. But now I'm still friends with them on Facebook and Instagram and stuff. And even, I give you an example, the other day, someone that I knew from childhood that I probably haven't actually seen or spoken to in 20 years, their dog passed away. And I, of course, like when I saw the post, I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. That must be, I can't imagine like what they're going through, and I just don't think that that's so unusual. And especially when it's celebrities, they really are in this impossible situation, because if they say nothing, people will absolutely destroy them online and vilify them and just say, oh, you're a heartless monster. But then if they say something, then people accuse them of being fake or this and that. It's always like that. You can never win, can you, with a lot of things that you say online. I think usually in situations when you say, oh, you can never win online, like there's a nuance to the subject, and the internet famously has issues with nuance. And this is one of those situations, because I think it just depends on the type of person you are. If I was in that situation, obviously I do not know all the ins and outs, but if something happened in my life and somebody left me a comment on social media, I would just think, oh, that's nice that they said something. Even if it's someone that maybe I'm not that crazy about, but I know that there's people, like I probably even my sister would probably say that she wouldn't want somebody saying something unless they were, a close friend or family. So I think that it just really depends on the person. But again, it's one of those topics that there's nuance. I don't think that it's, Sarah Jessica Parker's a monster because she said this, and Kim Cattrall was obviously grieving and things like that as well. But she lashed out, and so publicly too, like, again, nuance. This all happened in early 2018, and Kim Cattrall from that point on made it clear that she was done with Samantha and Sex and the City. And now that she wasn't associated with the project, as I said, she was speaking more freely about her true feelings, and she did several more interviews, including the aforementioned Variety piece where she spoke about the third movie and some of the scrap storylines. So Kim Cattrall was done, and that made fans think Sex and the City, the universe franchise, is done too. To even quote Kim Cattrall, she said, I'm done because who among us has watched Sex and the City 2 and not thought that they're done? Which, absolutely fair point, because that movie was atrocious, but it is always darkest before dawn. And just like that, suddenly in December 2020, truly the darkest year, news of a new Sex and the City revival came about. Fans were eager to see which category it would fall into, whether it would be reminiscent of the original popular show or more in line with the latest iteration, Sex and the City 2. Exactly 1 year after the news broke that there was going to be a Sex and the City revival, the new continuation series, And Just Like That, premiered on Sex and the City's home, HBO. Sarah Jessica, Cynthia Nixon, and Kristen Davis all returned, and Kim Cattrall did not. One major difference this time around was that although Sarah Jessica was heavily involved with bringing the show back, on paper and contractually, all three returning actresses were on equal footing across the board. All three were getting paid the same, and all three were made executive producers. Each of the three women were paid $1 million.
And that is
per
why it is
episode.
so fucking
Kristoff
god
also returned
awful.
to the show, and they brought in several new characters.
The fucking
original Sex and the City
non-binary
garnered a lot
storyline.
of
I
criticism,
literally
taking
could not
valid
finish.
criticism
I
for
think,
being
is it a
incredibly
show?
white
I
and
couldn't watch
straight,
past the first
especially
episode.
considering it was set in
If it's a
New
movie, I
York
couldn't
City,
watch past the
one of
first
the
few
most
minutes, but I
diverse
think it's a
cities on
show,
Earth. Added to
and
the
it was
show
an
was
episode.
Sarah
Yeah,
Ramirez
episode.
as Che Diaz,
I couldn't make it
Samantha
through a whole
O'Hara
episode.
as Samira Marina Patel, Nicole
I
Ari
tried really
Parker
hard,
as Lisa
but it sucked
Lexley,
so
and then
bad.
also
The Sex and
returning
the
from
City
original
reboot.
show were Mario Cantone as Anthony Martino, David Engelberg as Steve Brady, Willie Garrison as Stanford Blanche, and Evan Handler as Harry Goldenblatt. Before we get into the rest of what happened with Sarah Jessica and Kim Cattrall and criticism of And Just Like That, I wanted to first speak about Chris Noth. In the first episode of And Just Like That, spoilers, Big suffers a fatal heart attack after going on a workout on his Peloton bike. Carrie returns home and finds him collapsed in the shower, and he ends up passing away in her arms. Chris Noth actually was reached out to by Peloton when this episode aired, and he and Ryan Reynolds made a Peloton ad that was kind of a sequel to the episode. Despite being killed off, Chris Noth was set to appear in the finale of And Just Like That, the season 1 finale, but was digitally removed due to accusations that were levied against him 1 week after the show premiered. And just to be crystal clear, these are accusations against Chris Noth. He has not been found guilty nor charged over anything that I'm going to discuss. And Just Like That premiered on December 9th, 2021, and on December 16th, 2021, 2 women came forward with accusations against Chris Noth. Both women used pseudonyms of Zoe and Lily, and they came forward with 2 independently described incidents of sexual assault and misconduct. Both women came forward to The Hollywood Reporter separately, and they didn't know about each other nor each other's stories before they spoke to the publication.
That's really weird and
when
coincidental.
She graduated from college in 2004 when she was 22. She worked at a high-profile firm, and she worked an entry-level job there. And Noth was one of the celebrity clients of this firm. Whenever he would come into the office, he would flirt with her and come over to her desk a lot, and he actually ended up looking up her number in the company directory. Zoe alleges that Noth
It's getting close to a
invited her
place where I can
friend
show you
over
guys. Well, I guess I
to
could show you
use the
anyway
pool
right now.
at an apartment he was staying in West Hollywood.
So
They hung out by the
there's
pool,
what
and
the
Zoe
neck
said
is gonna
that
look
Noth
like. It's
brought
got
book
like a
with
ribbing
him that he
look
gave to
to it.
Zoe and said he was thinking about
It's
doing a
stretched out
project
right now,
based on
but
this book, and he wanted Zoe to give feedback.
this is
Noth then
basically
said
what
he
the
needed to
neck
make a
is
phone
gonna look
call,
like.
and
The
he
very
would leave
tip of the
book with
neckline
Zoe if she
will
didn't
have the
mind dropping it
rainbow,
back into his apartment
and then
whenever she was leaving
it'll
the
go
pool.
down
Zoe said she
a
was very
few
flattered
inches.
by
I
him
wonder
asking
how
for her
far this
opinion
is.
on a
It's supposed to
project
be
that he was going to
3
do,
centimeters.
as he was an experienced celebrity actor who was
I wonder if I've already
49
gone
when
too
she was
much.
22, and this was also at the height of Sex and the City. Zoe then went to drop the book back to his apartment and said that whenever she went there, he kissed her as she stepped through the front door. She said that she wasn't alarmed or taken aback by this, and she thought
Literally
this
one
would
more row.
kind of be like a fun story to tell her friends.
Where am I
because,
at?
again, this was
Okay,
the height of Sex and the
so
City,
I
and she
actually
was saying,
need
"Oh, Mr. Big kissed
2 more
me."
rows.
But she says that then he pulled her towards him and moved her towards the bed and started pulling at her clothes and began assaulting her. She asked him multiple times to stop, and he just laughed at her. Whenever Zoe was allowed to leave, she went over to a friend's house who actually lived in the same apartment complex. The friend ended up taking her to the hospital, and when they went to Cedars-Sinai, Zoe told the staff that she'd been assaulted. The police came, but she wouldn't say who it was. She feared that she wouldn't be believed because of who Chris Noth was. Zoe did call her boss later that day after Noth had attacked her, and the Hollywood Reporter did speak to Zoe's former boss, and they verified that this all happened, that the phone call happened, along with Zoe's friend who went to the pool with her, her friend who took her to the hospital, and her former boss. The Hollywood Reporter did also speak to the UCLA Rape Crisis Center, and Zoe had actually gone there 2 years later in 2006 and went for counseling about the incident. The Crisis Center couldn't actually address the details of Zoe's situation specifically, but the clinical director did confirm to the Hollywood Reporter that the facility did treat her. Lily alleged that in 2015, she ended up meeting Noth when she was in her early 30s, and she described how when they met, she was working at a New York City restaurant and later went to his apartment where he attacked her. Lily also stated, similar to Zoe, that she did not initially report the incident but was deeply affected by it. Both women came forward to The Hollywood Reporter where they told their stories publicly. When they came forward, they did not know about each other and they both came forward independently. They both said that they did not speak up earlier for fear of professional repercussions, feeling that they would not be believed, which is incredibly common, or that they would suffer backlash. Shortly after Zoe and Lily's accounts, several other women came forward with additional accusations of inappropriate behavior and misconduct about Chris Noth. Though not all of these women accused him of assault, many described incidents of unwanted advances, inappropriate comments, and unsettling interactions. One woman alleged that he sent her sexually suggestive messages after they briefly dated in the early 2000s. And there were many other women in the entertainment industry that came forward and said that they had received inappropriate advances from Chris Noth when they were working on projects with him. Noth denied all accusations, and he made a statement to The Hollywood Reporter and said that all of the encounters with the women were consensual and denied any wrongdoing. He described the incidents as a mutual connection and expressed that he was deeply troubled by the allegations, but insisted all of the accusations were completely false. When the accusations surfaced and the articles from The Hollywood Reporter came out, there was a woman who worked on Sex and the City. She worked as Charlotte's stand-in for pretty much the entire show. She wrote an essay that went viral about her experience with Chris Noth, and the harassment that she spoke about on the set of Sex and the City was more verbal and talking about him saying very abhorrent and just disgusting things to other stand-ins that she basically witnessed. And a week after her viral essay, she did also do another piece in The Independent where she spoke about how she was disgusted with him being involved in And Just Like That in the first place, but she did also speak about her experience on the show and very much liking working with Sarah Jessica Parker and Kristen Davis. There were other negatives that she spoke about in the articles, but overall, it mainly focused on how inappropriate Chris Noth was and how she did enjoy her experience with Kristen Davis and Sarah Jessica Parker. After the allegations came out and the piece in The Hollywood Reporter, there was a massive public outcry about his behavior, and it sparked a lot of discussion in the media and also a lot of people who'd worked with him to come forward and make statements, including all of the main cast of And Just Like That. Noth was removed from all of his projects. He had
You know what's crazy is the lady at the knit store, she owns the store, and like she's like a knitting professional for real. She told me that I was a knitting savant, a genius. Like, because I knit that shirt without a pattern, and she said that's crazy, that's my first thing I've ever made. And I was like, yeah, I just taught myself to knit, and that's what I made. And she was like amazed by it, and she passed it around, and I just felt so fucking like,
or he was removed from them, and anybody
dang
that
it,
worked with him
thanks.
previously began distancing themselves from him. When it came to his Sex and the City and Just Like That co-stars, Kim Cattrall had famously had a strained relationship with him during filming of Sex and the City, and she did not publicly comment on the accusations.
I didn't realize that was anything crazy to do. I just, you know, if you want to do something, all you have to do is just get in there and do it, right?
Noth did defend himself on social media and said that he had a lot of sadness about the public backlash and stated that
she helped me pick out the yarns so that they were like I could get stuff that was like affordable and
relation to the allegations, but some of them
still be able to do what I wanted to do.
And others, we all know how.
And she said she can't wait to see what my project turns out like. So
charges,
a lot of fucking pressure on me to do a good job here.
Have something happen. There were reports that he was exploring legal avenues, as I said, to clear his name, but nothing has come of that at all. When And Just Like That premiered and throughout the first season, the show garnered a lot of criticism. On my original channel, I actually did a video about And Just Like That and the L Word Generation Q and how they were both not great and were doing this very like box checking representation. When the show came out, I really think I know I
That's
watched
why
like,
I
the
couldn't watch
first
it
2
either.
episodes. I think I made it to 3, but I couldn't face any more than that. Sex and the City primarily worked because women related to the show, and that's why shows like Friends and The L Word and even like Dawson's Creek work, because people can relate to the characters. And yes, the characters are richer and they only seem to work an hour a day and they're all beautiful and live in these amazing New York apartments, but there is something relatable about them. We can suspend that disbelief as we know it's a show, but it's still rooted and grounded in something real. Lots of us have friendships like the ones on the show. Lots of us are in messy relationships. Lots of us make ridiculous purchases and make the wrong decisions. But And Just Like That is just checking boxes and having these very fluffy conversations around certain hot topics.
Yeah, like being non-binary and trans
so
and
far off the scale
trans kids and all. I was just like, dude, what the
and
fuck?
to make things even worse, it seemed like they totally retconned a lot of the characters, making Carrie, the sex columnist, unable to discuss sex, and there just was nothing that you could grab onto with the show. Cynthia Nixon also started speaking out about how much she thought was wrong with the original show. And don't get me wrong, there is a lot wrong with the original show, and especially when you're watching it now.
Cynthia Nixon is like a fucking college student in a 70-year-old's body.
Especially the character of Che Diaz, who
she's just a plain, general, old, random white person who just is desperate to be
the first season, the show
cool or special in some way, and so she claims that she's queer
critics and fans.
or non-binary because there's nothing else interesting about her.
To decline. The ratings dropped like 40% after the second season premiere, and reviews.
People think that makes them some kind that gives them some kind of like
in the second season. However,
street cred or whatever.
It is always darkest before dawn.
Only
and
a fucking
it seemingly being crystal clear
white woman would do
Kim
that, huh?
Cattrall was done with Sex and the City. Just like that, she returned. But returned for a one-off cameo in which her character was only shot on a phone call where she didn't have to interact with anyone from the cast. The crew didn't even actually know that they were shooting that scene the day that they filmed it. They didn't even know Kim Cattrall was going to be there for the filming. And also Kim Cattrall stipulated that the original costumer from Sex and the City, Patricia Field, was to dress her, not the costumer from And Just Like That. So for the season 2 finale of And Just Like That, Samantha Jones returned to the Sex and the City universe, and Kim Cattrall was reportedly paid $1 million for her cameo. She shot the scene over 4 hours. Her call time was at noon and wrapped at 4 p.m. And she was on screen for a whopping 71 seconds. So for one episode in the Sex and the City universe, all 4 actresses were paid the same, $1 million for one episode. People are always going to have different thoughts and opinions about this whole Sarah Jessica Parker, Kim Cattrall thing, and people seem to come down pretty firm on one side. As I've said, actors should be paid their worth when they're on these enormous shows, and unfortunately, Hollywood women especially have to fight to be paid their worth. But it isn't as simple as saying everybody be paid the same as the Friends cast, because egos get in the way, and there's very few people in Hollywood who will do that. Because look at Sex and the City movies. That didn't happen. There's as big a difference between Sarah Jessica Parker and Kim Cattrall as with Kim Cattrall and Cynthia Nixon and
This is
Kristen
the last
Davis,
ribbing
but Sarah Jessica
round.
Parker
After this,
was
I actually
doing
start the
more. She
sweater.
was
I'm so
doing that executive
nervous.
producer role, and that also is an enormous factor that wasn't even involved in the Friends deal. It's why shows like The Morning Show, Jennifer Aniston and Reese Witherspoon, they're both leads, they're both executive producers, and they're both making crazy money. You can even look at this season 2 finale of And Just Like That. I mean, Kim Cattrall spent 4 hours shooting a 71-second scene, and the other 3 shot a lot longer than that. And they're all executive producers. They're involved in a lot more than just acting, and there's all that time that they've put in before it's shoot week of the episode. They'll have been involved, and this isn't the case for all executive producers, but I know this is the case with them. Like, they're involved in what's happening with the characters. They're involved with the writing, like all leading up to the shooting, and they're involved with seeing the edit and stuff like that too. And I do think that it's interesting that when all 3 actresses came onto And Just Like That, Sarah Jessica Parker, Kristen Davis, and Cynthia Nixon all received equal pay across the board and equal credits as an executive producer. That was the first project that Kim Cattrall wasn't involved in. Sarah Jessica has never publicly said anything negative about Kim Cattrall, and even when she's speaking about why the 3rd movie didn't happen, she never mentioned Kim Cattrall. When it comes to what the rest of the cast and crew have said over the years, there has been unanimous support on Sarah Jessica's side, and even people like Jason Lewis, who mainly only worked with Kim Cattrall, he has always praised Sarah Jessica, and when pressed about Kim Cattrall, he's pled the 5th.
Going back and forth in the press about Kim and Sarah Jessica Parker. You were there. Did you have a thought about it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's your thought about it?
If you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all.
All right, but would that be directed in any particular direction?
Listen, Sarah was always just so lovely and such a consummate professional, and I think that people should remember their graciousness and the things that have been given to them. And I'm going to stop there.
All right,
I got nothing good to say.
There's a Team Sarah or a Team Kim. My sense is you're on Team Sarah.
I might just have to say, she's what a gracious lady. She was always so good.
Were other people not as good to you?
Sarah was amazing.
Some people will say, oh, they probably have stayed on her good side because they want to be involved with projects or because she has the power to give them more money, but Jason Lewis's character is not going to be back on the show without Kim Cattrall's character, and there are countless other examples of other cast members who are long gone and not going to be involved with the project, or people speaking up when everyone thought there would never be any more Sex and the City universe saga. So I do think that that says a lot. As I usually talk about in these behind the scenes videos, a lot of actors, not all, but a lot, are nightmares, especially on these crazy successful shows. I'm sure it wasn't easy to deal with all these personalities, and especially when it's a super big show and there's all this are you a Carrie, Miranda, Charlotte, Samantha element that kind of puts them against each other. I'm sure that didn't make things easy. I'm sure no one had an easy time. And there's also other factors, like Kim Cattrall was doing all these crazy sex scenes, and this was at a time when there was no mandatory intimacy coordinators, and Sarah Jessica had a no nudity clause in her contract. But I will say, most of what I've heard about how Sarah Jessica Parker works and conducts herself and how she leads the show, it was all really positive stuff, and again, I think that speaks
Sarah
volumes.
Jessica Parker is a
Also,
raging
the fact that all those
alcoholic.
people have stuck their necks out to praise her because it seems to be a much more popular opinion to be on Kim Cattrall's side. When it comes to what I've heard about other cast members, I can't say it's the same about the positive stuff. To be honest, I haven't really heard anything about Kristen Davis outside of like a few little usual actor stuff, but really not that much. When it comes to Cynthia Nixon, she doesn't have the greatest reputation, and there were a lot of people that worked on the Sex and the City set that had issues with her. But when it comes to Kim Cattrall, a lot of the things about her are not very positive. And that's not just to do with Sex and the City, it's plenty of other projects. She doesn't have the greatest reputation. One other super bizarre thing that I came across about Kim Cattrall was this court order that her family had to get against her in Liverpool, which is where she's from, but she left there when she was like a baby. And there's this family plot where family members are already buried, and the kids of these buried family members had to get a court order against Kim Cattrall to get her to remove her name that she had got engraved in the tombstone, but didn't tell the family. And she had her name engraved and Liverpool's Cleopatra. I ended up looking up 3 different sources for this because at first I was like, is this real? Is this satire? And I just wanted to mention it because it's so bizarre and it didn't organically fit anywhere else in the video. But I'm really interested to hear people's opinion. I do think, like nearly every topic I talk about, this one requires some nuance. I'd love to hear everyone's thoughts on Sex and the City as a whole, opinions on, and just like that, I'm definitely interested to hear. If you made it to
I
the
am
end,
knitting
please
a
leave
sweater.
anything below so I can personally thank you.
Right now
I
I'm
really
making the
appreciate
ribbed
anyone who watches,
neckline.
but especially the people that stay to the end. So thank you so much for doing so. As always, in the pinned comment and description box is all of my sources for this video, my social media, G's social media, Patreon, my original channel where I'm talking about Yellow Jackets. If you watch that show, you can join us over there. And if you enjoyed the video, consider subscribing, but no pressure. Just thank you for being here. As always, make sure to stay safe, take care of yourselves, and G and I hope to see you in the next one. Bye, guys.
This is the first time I've ever knit with good yarn, and it's also the first time that I've ever, even with all the stuff I've crocheted, I've never used 2 colors. I just didn't really like swapping colors. It just gave me anxiety for some reason. Autism doesn't need to make sense. But anyway, so this is going to be my first time using any kind of color work, which is kind of exciting. So this is the contrast color I'll be using, and this is the main color. It's all wool, all merino wool. It's very soft, very stretchy, very yummy. So yeah, right now I'm doing the neckline. Once I do the neckline, I will be switching over to, I don't know what exactly just yet. This is all I have left on the ribbing from here to here. Knit, knit. Purl. funny how your hands get used to something. When I first started this ribbing, where you have to do knit, knit, purl, purl, anytime I had to do the purl, my hands just were not cooperating. But now it's like relatively easy. My hands got the rhythm down. But boy, oh boy, was I struggling there in the beginning to get my hands to cooperate. So we're going to be doing a lot of struggling here in the near future with this color work that we're going to be doing. I will be struggling. It's only 8 o'clock. Oakley dokley. Now what? Why do you keep doing that, dude? How do we get a PDF? Save to files. All right. Now work the rib until piece measures 3 centimeters. Done. Knit 1 round while decreasing 16 stitches evenly. So that will be approximately, so we'll be doing each the 6th and 7th stitch together. Oops. So glad I caught myself. too very much before I decided to look to see if I was supposed to do that later or now. Later. Okay. Okay, so. Well, I'm going to switch over to, yes, I am making a sweater. Here, let me show you the pattern. I'm going to switch over to TikTok so that I can watch copywritten stuff. So the white is going to be that. And the gray purple is going to be that. So, like, you see how the neckline has the extra color at the very tip. See how that one has the extra color at the very tip. So that's where we're at. Just the very, very, very top of the neck area right there. Just the ribbing. Got a lot to go. It'll take me about a month, I think, to make this. So anyways, if you guys want to continue, no, that is my my dog's water bowl. It recycles constantly. So it's like a stainless steel waterfall. Dog and cat water bowl. I'm going to switch over to TikTok. If you want to join me, please come on over. It's going to be my second account on TikTok, so not my main account, not Subliminal Locks. I'm going to be on the Lean Into the Cringe, all one word. Do not be fooled by the scammers and stalkers. Obviously, I'll be live. Okay, bye!